Hay House is proud to present A Spiritual Solution to Every Problem by best-selling author Dr. Wayne W. Dyer.
Okay, I'm just going to present what I think of as some introductory kinds of concepts and things that I think are absolutely crucial. Much of what I'll be speaking about, some of it will be very different for you, and some of it will sound strange. When it sounds particularly strange, I'll point it out. That's so you don't think I don't know that I might be getting a little weird. All right? I'll be doing some demonstrations and things like that as well. A lot of it will be about energy. A lot of it will be about ways of applying the kinds of things that we think about as spiritual consciousness and higher awareness. An emphasis on leaving here with something that you can absolutely use, work on. Working on these principles and much of what I'm going to be saying here in this program, it's very important to understand that it's just not a lot of theory to me. I write about it. These are things I think about all the time. These ideas and these concepts and the application of them, I work on wherever I go, whether I'm driving my car on the freeway or whether I'm in a grocery store or picking up my children from school or any of the hundreds and thousands of things that each and every one of us do every day. I work at it. And how can I apply these principles? How can I live a problem-free life? How can I live at a higher level of consciousness? How can I be more connected to God? How can I practice and live this way in all of the events of my life? Basically, this program is about a spiritual solution to every problem. And there's a line in A Course in Miracles that was very relevant to me. When I sat down to write this book, it's the very first time that I did it without an outline at all. I started chapter 1 not knowing what was going to be in chapter 2 or any place down the line. And it was a practice in surrendering, a practice in letting go. I talk about it, I give advice on it, I give speeches about it, I talk on the media about it, and I really decided that I would just see if I could surrender and allow this higher awareness, allow God to work through me by connecting to my source in a way that I had never done before, in a very trusting way. And I just began writing. And one of the things I like to do with an audience is to ask everyone in the room here, if you will just for a second, just point to yourself. Everybody, just point to yourself. And look around the room. There's several hundred people here. And notice that no one is pointing to their head. No one is doing this. That we are not our thoughts. When we point to ourselves, we generally point right here to the heart. I have a quote from one of the most important and profound teachers in my life. His name was Francesca, St. Francis of Assisi. Much of the spiritual solution to every problem is based upon his powerful prayer. Much of what you'll hear here in this program is about applying the great wisdom of being an instrument of thy peace. Where there is hatred, bringing love, because the presence of love in the face of hatred nullifies and dissipates hatred. So the spiritual solution to hatred is just to confront it with love, and it can't survive. Where there is injury, pardon. Injury can't survive in the face of pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. You don't have to announce to a dark room, watch out, I'm going to light a candle. You better get out of here, darkness. Darkness simply can't survive in the face of a lit candle of light. Bringing light to darkness is a way of nullifying virtually any problem, where there is sadness, joy. And each of these are chapters in a book, and each of them I'll be talking about here later on. St. Francis, as you'll hear, It was a very, very important teacher in my life. I just returned from Assisi last week, and I'll share with you about that and how powerful an experience that was for me. And I was giving a talk in New Orleans just a few weeks ago, and talking a bit about St. Francis and the consciousness that he represented in his lifetime in the 13th century. He was the first confirmed stigmatic. The last 2 years of his life, his hands and his feet and his side had to be bound so that he didn't bleed to death with the wounds of Christ. And when St. Francis died, 2 years later, he was named a saint by the Catholic Church. They said that at his funeral that all of the birds in the forest came to a halt and lined up. He gave sermons to the birds, and all of the animals who were his friends wept. He was, in his own lifetime, recognized for the saintliness that his life represented. Here's what he said. He said, "The mind does nothing but talk and ask questions and search for meanings. The heart does not talk, does not ask questions, does not search for meanings. It silently, it moves towards God and surrenders itself to Him. The mind is Satan's lawyer." I like that. The heart is God's servant. And I think that when I was writing, I decided that I wouldn't write with a machine, because somehow the machine interfered with this, where you pointed to yourself when you pointed at your heart. I would get up every morning about 3:30. Just automatically, I would just wake up. And when I get into a writing frenzy, which means once I start a book, I know that I'm going to write every day until it's finished. I never give myself permission to take a day of not writing, because it's like a connection. And I would go over to my office in the middle of the night, about 4 miles from my home. And I would sit down at the dining room table, and I had all these papers all spread out, and I have sort of a funny little routine that I do. If I start writing something and I wrinkle up the paper, and throw it, I don't move that until the book is done. And I don't let anybody come into my office and clean anything up or move anything. Whatever is there, it just sits. It's like an energy. Even that which isn't working in the moment becomes something that you rely upon and you notice and you observe. And it's like creating a whole energy field of completion. And when I would sit down, I would put my left hand on the table and take a pad of paper and a ballpoint pen, and then I would allow the words to come through my heart, right through my heart and onto the page, like I was making this connection between the page, my heart, and what was going to be put on it, so that I would allow my heart, which is who I am, it's just my connection to my source, it's the life beat, if you will, to write. And it's really a surrendering process, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. But this whole idea of just letting go, just turning it over, trusting. The most marvelous, the most wonderful, the most blissful moments that I can think of in the last couple of years of my life took place while I was doing this writing. In the middle of the night, no one was around, no noises, all the silence, the beautiful silence, the connection, if you will, to God. And I would write every day, and I'd sit down and I'd say, I wonder what chapter 2 is going to be. And I would just get very quiet and I would listen. It would be just so crystal clear to me, and then that would come on, I would meditate on it. But I suggest that you can do this in any area of your life. When you get to a place of complete trust and surrender, where you can say, okay, I'm not alone here, and I'm going to allow this higher voice, this higher self, if you will, to work with me. I'm going to work with it instead of fighting it. And you sort of suspend the ego And you almost get to a point where you watch yourself. I could see myself sitting there doing what I was doing. And if I would get thirsty, I'd notice that I was getting thirsty. When I was speaking in New Orleans about St. Francis and referring to the way that he would talk about his body, he referred to it always in the third person. It's tired. It's cold. It's hungry. But I'm not. Who I am is just noticing that. And the more I notice it and the more I allow it to be cold and to be hungry and to be tired, the closer I am to God. This is how he felt. So that his body was really sort of his test about how connected he could be to this higher place. And at the end of the talk, a woman came up to me from, this was a national convention for people who worked in the home care industry, who took care of, who came into the homes of people where people were in comas, or people were close to death, or people had had injuries, or had some kind of illnesses and so on, and they would take care of people in their homes. They're servants. And a woman came up to me and she said, I've been reading this book, and it's written by Nikos Kazantzakis. You know who that is, any of you? Nikos Kazantzakis? What did he write? Zorba. If you haven't read Zorba, I mean, Zorba comes alive in every page. If you want to know what self-actualization is in the sense of just enjoying life, just read every page of Zorba the Greek, or the Greek Passion, or the Last Temptation of Christ. And he wrote a historical novel called St. Francis in 1962, which is now out of print. And I found very, very, very difficult to get a hold of. In fact, my friend at Hay House, Reed Tracy, got on the internet and said, Wayne, he said, I can get you one copy in hardcover for $125. The orphan in me immediately surfaced. And I said, $125? He said, we're going to get it for you. And they presented it to me as a gift. It's an original first edition of this novel called St. Francis. And this woman was reading a paperback version of it that had the price on it. It was $1.95. So it tells you how old, okay. And she had bought it in a used bookstore for 99 cents. And the pages were all yellow. She said, this is the most glorious book that I have ever read. She said, I have never felt so much just happiness in reading a book. It just seems to come out of every page. The New York Times called Kazantzakis the greatest novelist of the 20th century. So he has some pretty fine credentials. She said, I'm 2/3 of the way through it. And I said, boy, I'm going to Assisi on October the 4th, which is the feast day of St. Francis, who was the patron saint of every animal and every person who's ever suffered, and was leaving on the 4th for Assisi and Lourdes in the south of France. And she said, I want you to have this book. And I said, well, you mean when you finish it? She said, no, I want you to have it now. I said, but it means so much to you. She said, that's what reading this book has taught me. And she handed me the book. And I sold it. No, I didn't sell it. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. And I took that book, and it was like a treasure. This little yellowed $1.95 Ballantine book published back 40-some years ago. And I started reading it, and I realized why he is called the greatest novelist of the 20th century by the New York Times. Because St. Francis came alive. It was written through Brother Leo, who was his constant companion. And it really is one of those books. I don't know if you've had a book that you would read, and it's 467 pages of very small print. And it's one of those books that when you're reading it, you just don't want it to end, so you almost don't want to read it because you know you're going to get closer to the end and then it's going to be over. You ever have a book like that? Did I write any of those? No. And so what I have done with a spiritual solution to every problem is almost had this saintly little man who really rejected all the formalized practices of the Catholic Church back in the 13th century, all the indulgences and all of the wealth and so on, because his very simple message was one of, he had a marriage ceremony in which he married poverty and gave up all his worldly goods. If you ever want to see this, a wonderful, I think the best movie ever made, go look at Franco Zeffirelli's movie in 1975. You can rent it. It's called Brother, Sun, Sister, Moon. And, but first, see if you can get a hold of a copy of St. Francis and just immerse yourself in the power of the awareness that there's a spiritual solution to every problem when you begin to understand energy and you begin to understand spirit and how you can bring it to the presence of these things that we call problems, which, as you'll find out, I think are just illusions. The line that I was going to use from A Course in Miracles says this: "You have no problems. You only think you do." It's a very powerful and important line, and something I'd like you to keep in mind as you go through this entire program with me. You have no problems. You only think you do. But before I get into that, which is basically what I want to talk about, I'd like to share with you what it took for me, and many of you who have followed my work, my writing over the last 25 years or so, have probably seen a change in emphasis, to put it mildly. At that time, I was writing and talking about the ability to manage your own emotions and to take responsibility for your life and to rid yourself of these things called errors or erroneous zones. Some of you took that book home in brown paper bags, thinking you had a sex book. I remember in 1976, when Erroneous Zones was really hot in the country and on the bestseller lists and all of that. And I was invited to come to Houston to give a talk. And the man who introduced me said, "Last night I saw my wife reading Dr. Dyer's book in bed. And I just looked in the bedroom and I glanced at the title. And I thought, this is going to be a pretty good evening." He said, "I went about the house and I turned off all the lights and came into the bedroom, got undressed, put on some deodorant, brushed my teeth, even shaved." He said, "I got into bed and she started talking to me about my attitude." He said, "It wasn't what I had in mind at all." And the earlier works in my life, my professional life, if you will, my publishing life, have sort of reflected a migration through the various archetypes that Carl Jung talked about in his wonderful, wonderful book, Modern Man in Search of a Soul, which I have read at least 10 or 15 times in my life in the last 20 years. When he discussed the archetypes that we go through in our lives. And I've written about these in a book called Manifest Your Destiny. The lowest archetype he called the archetype of the athlete, which is the time in our adult life when our primary emphasis is on our body, what it can do, how strong it is, how beautiful it is, what it looks like, how much it can lift, how fast it can run. He said, then if you're moving and growing, you move to what he called the archetype of the warrior, which is the time in our adult life when our emphasis shifts onto what warriors do, which is they take their bodies, their physical beings, and they go out into the world to conquer, to defeat, to collect, to compete with, to win, to set goals, to get as much as they possibly can. And it's that time in our adult life when our primary emphasis is on getting ahead and saving for the future and evaluating ourselves on the basis of who I'm better than. how much I have. He said, if you're growing, you will move past that archetype into the archetype of the statesman or the stateswoman, which is the time in our adult life when our primary emphasis shifts. And instead of asking what are my quotas and what's in it for me, which is what we do when we're an athlete or a warrior, we begin to ask, what are your quotas? And how may I serve becomes much more important than what's in it for me. And we begin to shift and put our emphasis on serving others, helping others. I remember my introduction into that time in my life was made by my wife when we had 2 small children. This isn't anything I'm particularly proud of, but it's the truth. And we were flying to Hawaii, I believe, from the East Coast of the United States. It was a long flight. And the flight attendant came through and said, who will be eating first? Because there were 2 small children there. And I immediately said, well, I will be. And my thought was, well, I bought the tickets, and after all, I'm the one who should be, taken care of first. It's where I was at that time in my life. And my wife immediately said, I'll wait. I'll feed the children first, and then if there's time, I'll eat. I didn't even understand that kind of logic. I just thought that was pretty stupid. You might not get to eat. And now I wouldn't even dream of letting my ego be the more dominant force in my life. It's just been a shift away from that. And this time of the statesman is when we begin to see that it is in serving others that we are able to grow. And ultimately, the 4th archetype that Jung talked about is called the archetype of the spirit. And this is when we finally get it, that this is not our home, and we are not these bodies, and none of this is real. It's just all illusion. It's all the world of the changing isn't who we are. There's a world beyond the world of the changing, the infinite world. Jung said, as he talked about this, that the telling question of your life is your relationship to the infinite. That's the telling question of your life. Do you indeed have a relationship with the infinite? And as you begin to understand this, you begin to see yourself as the witness to your life. You can step outside of your body. You can step outside of your possessions. You can let go of the ego, which is nothing more than the idea that you carry around, which says, I am what I have and what I do and what other people think of me. That's the ego at work. I am what I have, I am what I do, I am what others think of me. And separation from you, rather than connection to you, is the source of my life. I am separate. My personality is different than yours. My body is different than yours. My possessions are mine. Whereas at higher levels of consciousness, you see the connection. That's what mystical awareness is. So that when you come into that 4th and highest archetype, you are literally just sort of amused by your body and all of its demands. And the less attached you are to it and the less connected you are to it, the less influence it has over the decisions that you're making in your life. And that's when you get to the point of surrender. And when people say to me, well, your books have taken on this change, this shift, I've always written from my heart. And I've always spoken, I've sort of grown up before the microphones of America. I was doing it on The Tonight Show back in the 70s, and with Merv Griffin, and with Phil Donahue, and on the Today Show, and with Dinah Shore every week, and John Davidson. You remember all of those? I mean, those were all things that, and I'd go out there, and as I was changing, I would find my message changing. And I was writing for athletes and warriors, because that's where I was, and I thought, if you're going to be one, you should be as effective an athlete and warrior as you can be. And so I go back and I reread Erroneous Zones, Pulling Your Own Strings, those books, and I think there's great messages in them. I'm not ashamed of them. But the emphasis in my life is different. And the books that I write now and the programs that I produce now and the talks that I give now come much more from having moved through those archetypes. And it was never a goal. It was never anything I said, well, I'll start out here and I'll just be a pretty good athlete and I'll enjoy my body. And it isn't to say that at all times I feel like I'm this spiritually connected soul. I face the same kinds of struggles and difficulties that every one of you listening to this faces. But I always seem to be able to now come at it from a perspective of I'm not alone. It's that wonderful line in A Course in Miracles that says, if you knew who walked beside you at all times on this path that you have chosen, you could never experience fear or doubt again. And the key word there is if you knew, if you had that knowing, which means if you had no doubt whatsoever that you weren't alone, you would never be able to experience fear again or doubt again. And even when I say to myself, can I pick up a microphone and talk for as many hours as we are scheduled to talk, and will I be able to have it come out in an intelligent way without repeating myself, and will it be entertaining, will it be interesting, and so on. And then I just remind myself, I'm not alone up here. And I just go where I'm sent. And I just allow it to come through me. And I suggest that the people who are the best at virtually anything that they do have really moved into that area of surrender. Like, I don't think Michael Jordan, when he was dribbling down the court, was thinking about putting one foot in front of the other and what he was going to do with the ball when he got it, and when that person came up to him, which move he was going to make. There's a surrendering process. I mean, you make as much money as you can make, and you do it as well as you can, get yourself in the best shape that you can get in. All of those kinds of things that you do. And then ultimately, you surrender. And you just allow yourself to flow in the way that instinctively you know how to flow. And there's that surrendering process that is difficult for so many people because they're so connected to their ego. There's such a strong belief that I really am what I have, what I do, and what other people think of me. And it's in the suspension of that ego. And I wrote a book. I spent a long time writing a book, writing every day for almost 2 years, called Your Sacred Self. And it was really my effort to take a very in-depth, hard look at this ego and ways to transcend it. And I don't mean transcend it by getting rid of it. I don't think you can ever get rid of your ego, as long as you're incarnated into a physical body, unless you really reach God consciousness. What I think is that you learn to tame it and not to make it the dominant force in your life. I always liked Tagore's observation, who I wrote an essay he picked as one of the 60 most powerful teachers in my life in a book called Wisdom of the Ages. 60 days to enlightenment, like 60 essays, 60 days. And Tagore was one. He said, I went out alone on my way to my tryst. But who is this me in the dark? I step aside to avoid his presence, but I escape him not. He makes the dust rise from the earth with his swagger. He adds his loud voice to every word I utter. He is my own little self, my Lord. He knows no shame, but I am ashamed to come to thy door in his company. The poets can say it so beautifully. I mean, that's really looking at this ego and how it just, wherever you go, it sort of makes the dust rise from the earth with its swagger. It adds its loud voice. It's constantly beckoning you to remember that if you don't get it first, somebody else is going to get it. And that person might be better looking than you. And that person may be making more money or might have nicer clothes or might have... And the ego part of us is like, we go back to that athlete and back to that warrior, and you have to win. And then you get to a St. Francis, or Sister Bernadette, or any of the great spirits who've walked before us. And you begin to see that they're not attached to any of that. They're free of that. And when you become free of the ego, you open it all up. And I think probably the thing that it takes to make yourself free of the ego more than anything else, to open yourself up to this world in which I'm going to be speaking here about a spiritual solution to every problem, is you have to really get your past clear. You have to get out of it. You have to get out of the wake. You know, the wake is the trail that is left behind, right? The wake doesn't drive the boat. It's just a trail that's left behind. It's an illusion to believe that the things that happened to you in your past are the reason why your life isn't working today. You can go to therapy for the rest of your life and analyze it and figure it all out, but it still all happened. And in a universe in which there's an intelligent system guiding every single aspect of it, every mosquito, every snail, all of the passageways inside of your body, and all of the glorious ways that the planets all align with each other. There's one force in the universe that's flowing through everything, that there's no mistakes in it. And I think for me, two things really happened that I really strongly urge you, before you go any further, before we go any further here, is to really examine the wake of your life and to understand that it's just a trail that is left behind, and to let it go and merge yourself into the present moment, which is where God is. God isn't going to be doing anything different an hour from now than God is doing now. And God isn't doing anything different right now than God was doing an hour ago. So that God is all there is now. Just now. And any time you are not here now, you are away from God. And any time you are away from being at peace, you have sent God out of your life. So connecting on a spiritual level, on an energy level, which I'll go into great depth later, is really removing yourself from your past. I've written about this in a book a few years ago called You'll See It When You Believe It. But for me, the real turning point in my life came when I was able to finally, once and for all, practice this thing called forgiveness. I ended up as a young man, 34 years old, at my father's grave in 1974. He had been dead for 10 years. And it's interesting, I said I had my 60th birthday just a few months ago. And when I was sitting at the table with my whole family, which is a lot of tables, all 8 children and their girlfriends and boyfriends and spouses, and my mother was sitting alongside of me, who is almost 85 years old. And she leaned over and she whispered something in my ear that I'll never forget. She said, 60 years ago, she said, I came home from the hospital 10 days after you were born. And when I walked into the apartment where we lived on Piper Street on the east side of Detroit, your father had left. And he had taken my jewelry and my mother's jewelry, your grandmother, and he had sold it. And he had left a note and moved in with another woman in Ann Arbor, about 45 miles from Detroit. And he left your brother Jim in charge of your brother Dave. Jim was 3.5, and Dave was 1.5, and very sick, very sick. And that's the scene she came home to in 1940. And She said, "Your father did not only this to me, but to 5 additional women in his life." And most of that I knew. And he never paid a penny in child support, and he never made a phone call. He never checked on his 3 boys ever in his life. He spent some years in prison and ultimately died at the age of 49 in 1964 of cirrhosis of the liver. Now, you know what causes that. So I was placed in a series of foster homes and orphanages and so on until I was about 9 or 10. And my mother always had in her mind that she was going to get her family back together again. And she did in 1949. And she remarried my father in a different body. Because life gives exams, you see. It really does. It's just like school. You know, you go there, you take algebra, you don't pass it, you got to take it again. You know, and eventually you get it. Like, I don't want to have anything to do with algebra, or I got to really work on this algebra in order to make it work in my life and to understand it. And that's what you do. You either walk away from it, or you embrace it. And she still had lessons to learn, so she married another alcoholic, abusive person who didn't support and help out, and was divorced when I was 15. I spent most of my years between 12, 13, 14, and 15 riding my bicycle around the block, waiting for my stepfather to go out to the bar, because I didn't want to be there because he was, you know, there are pleasant drunks and there are angry drunks, and he was an angry drunk. And I just didn't want to have to deal with that, so I just waited. We'd wait him out, or just wait till he'd pass out. So I spent a good part of my life wondering about my father particularly. Who was this guy who had 3 children who just walked away? How do you do that? How do you walk away from a woman, a good woman, a beautiful soul, with 3 children, with a depression going on in the world, and never make a phone call? How do you do it? I couldn't imagine being able to do such a thing. I would at least be checking up for me, but that wasn't my father's way. And so I would wake up in the middle of the night, and I'd be very angry. I'd be dreaming about meeting my father, and I'd be punching, I'd be hitting him, and I'd be, you know, like hitting him to a point where he'd be bleeding, and kicking him in my dream. There was this kind of anger in me. And I'd wake up and I'd be in a sweat. And this was a constant recurring theme in my life as a young boy and as a young man in my 20s. And meantime, I was in relationships that weren't working. I was trying to write, but my writing wasn't working at the level I wanted it to work at. I was overweight. I was drinking. I was a candidate for a cardiac arrest the way I was living my life. And somehow, some way, some guidance came into my life, whatever it was, and I, through a series of just mystical experiences, which I've written about, and you'll see it when you believe it, I don't want to go into them now. I ended up at my father's grave in Biloxi, Mississippi. I got a phone call from a cousin named Dorothy Phillips, who told me, "I understand you've been looking for your father." And I had spent a lot of time in my 20s after I got out of the service looking for my father, and then always giving up. I met a couple of his ex-wives, and then I always just either ran out of money or I just had other things that I had to pursue, and I would just abandon it. And she called, she said, "I understand that you've looked for your father." She said, "I just want to tell you that he died in 1964. This was 1974. And he died in New Orleans, and his body was shipped to the last town where he lived. He was a projectionist at the movie theater in Biloxi, Mississippi. And so his body was buried there in a pauper's grave. So I went to Biloxi, and I went to his grave, and I found his this little metal plate in the ground, a little marker that said Melvin Lyle Dyer, 1915, 1964. And I was there, it was a Friday afternoon in August, and the experience was very, very powerful. I can remember it to this day. It was really transformative in my life. Because for the first hour or so that I was there, I just sort of swore. I was expressing my anger, my hatred, my bitterness, all of this stuff that I had carried around with me. And then something came over me. I was crying, I was sobbing, and I got very, very peaceful. And it was one of my first times when I felt that I had just made conscious contact with God. And I started talking to my Father in a different way. And I started saying, from this moment on, when I leave here, I'm going to send you love from now on. I don't know what made me say it or how it came about or whatever. And I did that, and I just walked away from there after 3 hours, put the little chain up on across the driveway, because it's not really a cemetery, it's back of a hotel. And I never dreamt about my Father again. And immediately after doing that exercise and just ridding myself of all of this hatred and sending myself, sending love where I was sending hate before, I went away and rented a place in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and wrote Your Erroneous Zones in 14 days. And it was the easiest, sweetest writing I'd ever done up until that point. And I started running and exercising and changed my diet around. And I got out of the relationships that I was in that were not working. I began to take vitamins and supplements. My wife came into my life, all of these children. It was like a turning point in my life. There's a Chinese proverb that says, if you're going to pursue revenge, you'd better dig 2 graves. And of course, Mark Twain's famous line about forgiveness. Forgiveness is the fragrance that the violet sheds on the heel that has crushed it. On the heel that has crushed it. And I tell you this, and I say this to you because, not to elicit any sympathy, because in my way of looking at the world, and all of the writing that I have been doing this past quarter of a century, and particularly in the last year with the spiritual solution to every problem, I have come to a very serious awareness that everything in the wake had to happen, and the evidence for it is that it did. That's the evidence. And that's all the evidence you really need. And if you'll just stop for a moment, and this is a little weird, and I'll point it out, but in a universe which is endless, in which there is no such thing as time, in which there are no beginnings and no ends, and in which we are all infinite souls, there is an infinite number of times that we can be here, incarnated in any number of ways, endlessly. I mean, when you think of no beginnings and no ends, that used to be one of the hardest things for me to do when I was a child. And it still is when I really contemplate it. The idea of being dead for 1,000,000 years is not a problem. Is it for you? 1,000,000 years? You say, all right, I can wait it out. I'll just be dead anyway. But forever, like another 1,000,000 and another 1,000,000 and then 4 billion more, and you haven't even gotten started yet on how long you're going to be dead. The endlessness of it all, the infinity of it all, the no beginnings and no ends, the no boundaries of it all, is almost too startling to comprehend when we are coming from our egos, which have beginnings and ends. So that who's to say, do you know who the most influential person in my life was? The person who has allowed me to come here and to speak about these things on these tapes and on this program? The person who has allowed me to write and express and experience the kinds of things that I've experienced and to grow in a spiritual dimension. You know who the most influential person in my life was? My father. This man who walked out when I was born. This man who had absolutely nothing to do with me, and the only reason I went to his grave was to find out if my name was on the death certificate. That's all I wanted to know. Did he even acknowledge in death that he had a son named Wayne? And he did. But who's to know that God and Melvin Lyle Dyer, before he incarnated in 1915, had a conversation. And God said to him, "What do you want to do in this trip around?" And he said, "I'd like to teach one person forgiveness. So I'll go there and I'll just be an asshole." And that's what I'm signing up for. And there'll come a time when my youngest son will have to forgive me. And in the process of doing that, he will teach millions of others. Who knows? Who's to say? In a universe which, I mean, don't think that you understand it. I mean, we had a little car going on Mars, which is like next door, just like the house next door in a endless universe. And we push a button, we wait 10 minutes, and this little car moves through these invisible signals through the universe, and we go, "Whoa, wow, look at how advanced we are." You know? And Mars is like moving an inch. And there's millions upon millions of galaxies and planets and trillions more of components that we don't even begin to comprehend. And I always feel that my conversation with God before I came here in 1940 went something like this, when God said, "Well, what do you want to do? Well, you're here in this incarnation. What do you want to do?" I said, "Well, I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to teach self-reliance. That's what I want to do. I want to teach people self-reliance, because that's really all I've ever done since I was a little boy. I've been doing it as long as I know, just in different formats, with different words, different audiences, and different ways of doing it, whether it's in writing or speaking or producing tapes or video or whatever. But that's all I've really ever done." And God said, "You are sure you want to teach self-reliance?" I said, "Yeah." "Well, then I think you better get your little ass into an orphanage." "And I think you better spend about a decade or so there, and you've got to learn to rely on yourself. And once you have the conscious contact, the conscious direct experience of learning to rely upon yourself, you'll know it. And no matter who comes at you and tells you that what you're saying isn't true, you'll have a knowing. And you will never be able to be dissuaded from that. And that will make you a teacher. It's that conscious contact." And I think about your past and your wake and all of the stuff that's in it, and all of the people who were the most abusive. And I suggest to you that what Carolyn Mace talks about in her tapes, Why People Don't Heal, is really very simple. We don't heal because we bond to the wounds of our past. And we make our wounds our calling card. And our calling card can be, "I am an incest survivor. I was sexually abused. I am the daughter of an alcoholic. I lived in the Depression. I survived a head-on collision." Whatever it might be. And we use this, and within 5 minutes of somebody meeting you, your calling card comes out in which you are bonded to your wounds. And you use these wounds as a way of generating attention towards yourself. And in the process of doing that, you keep yourself from healing and from moving into a spiritual dimension where you can literally bring the energy of spirit to the presence of any problem and dissipate it, nullify it, because it truly doesn't exist except in your mind. Do you know your past? Do you know where it is? It's only where you think. Do you know that every relationship you have, close your eyes, just close your eyes, just close them. Okay, where's your husband? Where's your wife? Where are your children, your grandchildren? Where's your ex-spouse? They're all in your mind. Open your eyes. Now they're gone. Close your eyes. There they are again. They're just in your mind. You carry your relationships around in your mind. And if your thoughts about your relationships are on what is wrong, what you don't like, what you hate, what they did to you, that will be your experience. And you will materialize or manifest more and more of that pain into your life. If you look at what you love about them and make that the focus of your attention, that will be the nature of your relationship. It's the greatest secret in making any relationship work. It's so simple. Always focus on what you love if you want that to expand in your life. When you look at someone that you're in a relationship with, look at what you love, because what you think about is what expands. I'll be talking about that a little bit later on in much more depth, about not giving energy to the things you don't want, because what you think about is what expands. And if what you're thinking about what you don't want, then more of what you don't want will just keep showing up. It's the only way it works. So now I'd suggest to everybody in this room and everybody listening that you take an eraser to all of the wounds of your past and you just send them away. And don't make them your calling card anymore. And bring the presence of God to those problems. And the presence of God is nothing more than a higher, faster energy. It's all energy. Everything is energy. It's the subject matter of a talk I'll be giving a little bit later here. Everything is energy. As Einstein said, nothing happens until something moves. And spiritual energy is just energy that moves very fast and at very high frequencies. And problematic energy is very slow and very low frequencies. And when high, fast frequencies are put in the face of low, slow energies, they are nullified. They dissipate. They can't survive. There's a song that they sing at a lot of the churches that I speak in. It says, "Surely the presence of God is in this place." It's a great affirmation. Anytime, or the affirmation from A Course in Miracles, I can choose peace rather than this. But surely the presence of God is in this place. Every time that I have a conflict with one of my children or with any place, I just bring that line to bear on what is I am experiencing right now. I just bring that line to bear. Surely the presence. Because there's no place that God is not. As the little child in India in the 7th century, who was an avatar, who was really God in a human form, and everywhere he would go, people would be healed just by being in his presence, just like St. Francis. He'd be seen in the village, he'd be seen in the valley at the same time. Lights would emanate from his body wherever he would go, and everyone in the village knew that this was a child of God. This was God in their village without the benefit of an ego. This was an egoless being who had shown up in their village, which is what I believe our great spiritual teachers were. Like, there's ways to reach highest levels of consciousness. One of them is to take on an ego and then spend a big hunk of your life seeing if you can shed as much of it as you can, which has been my path. But there's another one where you just show up and you never take on an ego in the first place. There's only been a handful of those in recorded history. And this little child was one of them. And the elders in the tribe knew that this was God in a human form. And they went up to the little boy and they said to him, trying to bribe him, "I'll give you an orange," they said, "if you can tell me where God is." And the little boy, without hesitating, said, "I'll give you 2 oranges if you can tell me where God isn't." It's one of the very fundamental precepts of this entire program, is that there's only one power in the universe, and that is the power of God. And that power of God is good. And that whenever we see evil, it's nothing more than love going in the wrong direction, away from its source. And all we have to do is figure out a way to get it to turn around and start returning to its source. Because there's only one power in the universe. And that power is the power of good, the power of God. And every time we think that we are in something that isn't good, like a problem, like disorder, disharmony, disease, discomfort, what we've done is we've used our mind to create a separation from God. And as long as we are moving away from that source, from that spirit, as long as we're moving opposite of that, those problems continue to manifest. But if we can somehow figure out a way to turn around and move back in that direction, we can eliminate it. And I think my spending this first part of this presentation on the power and importance of forgiveness, I want to give you an example of how it worked, a real life example. I spoke in Amsterdam a few years ago, and there was a woman in the audience who apparently was very touched by what I had to say. And she found out about a year and a half or 2 years after I spoke there that her husband of 25 years had decided to divorce her. They had 4 children, and he left her for a younger woman, a woman in her 20s. And he just came home one day and announced that he didn't want to be married to her anymore, wasn't in love with her, and that he was leaving. And that was it. And you can imagine that that kind of news was devastating to her. And immediately she went into a deep depression. She was seeing a psychiatrist in Holland, and whenever she would talk about trying to resolve this or trying to come to some resolution of it in her mind, the only person that had ever made any impact on her was this American guy named Wayne Dyer. And she found herself taking Prozac. She found herself in a deep state of depression to a point where she was suicidal. In fact, she had even tried suicide. And she was not eating. She was losing weight, and she couldn't get it out of her mind. 4 children, 25 years, in one day, all down the drain. Okay? And her psychiatrist had suggested to her, this is a true story, that if he was making no progress with her at all, and he suggested to her that if this American named Wayne Dyer was so influential to him, why don't you write to him, or better yet, go see him? And she said, the only thing I know is that he lives in a place called Florida. Now, those of you who are here or listening know, perhaps, that Florida is a state, and there are 19 million people who live there. I am one of them. She got on a plane and flew to Miami in a desperate state, rented a car, and drove north and checked into a hotel. Now, I'd like to just move the scene to Sunday afternoon in my home in Boca Raton, Florida. I am preparing to give a talk the next day in Orlando to a group of teachers who teach middle school children. So I'm sitting at my dining room table, and I knew that I was flying out the next morning, going to Orlando, and from there I had to go to Anchorage, Alaska, and from Alaska I had to go on a book tour for this book I had written called Wisdom of the Ages. And I was preparing it, but while I was preparing it, I was reading a book that has always been very important and influential in my life. It was written by Carlos Castaneda, who was a great teacher in my life, who speaks of higher levels of consciousness with passion and reaching what he calls levels of impeccability in your life. And impeccability doesn't mean following the rules. It means being in that impeccable energy of God, being in that life space on a daily basis in which miracles become things that you perform, because impeccability is the transition from the ego to the spirit, where you become impeccable. And he wrote something that I jotted down. I noted it, and I thought, boy, I'd really like to, this is so powerful. I'd really like to include this in my talk tomorrow. But I don't know how it relates to junior high school teachers, but meantime, that's never made much of a difference to me. I figure out a way. It's like the politicians who are being interviewed. You know, they've already got their answer. Ask any question you want. You know, how do I get from here to Lake Oswego? I want to tell you about my education program. That's exactly what it is. You know what I mean, right? So when you have the mic and the audience is there, you can sort of use any story that you want. But I didn't quite know how to make it all relevant, and why I was even reading it, because I wanted to write about the little punching age and how to reach these kids and how to tap into their passion. And not be judging it and not find fault with it, but to love them for their exuberance and for their joyfulness and for how silly they are and how easy it is to wrestle with them and to, you know, to have, you know, just joyful times. They're just so cool. They're so dorky that they're cool, you know, and that's what they say about me. So the telephone rings, and it's a bookstore, Liberty's bookstore, in Meisner Park in Boca Raton. And they said, is this Dr. Wayne Dyer? I said, yes. Well, we have 25 copies of your brand new book, Wisdom of the Ages, here in hardcover. Would you be so kind as to come over and autograph them? Because I've done some book signings for this particular bookstore. And I said, well, I'm leaving tomorrow, and I'm going to be gone for about 3 weeks, so I wouldn't, there's just absolutely no time for me to get over there. And my wife is listening in the kitchen, and she said, honey, she said, that's Liberty's? She said, I'm supposed to pick the children up. The 4 children, the youngest one, are at the movies. And if you, they get picked up at 10:20. And Liberty's is right next door, and they're open till midnight. She said, why don't you just drive over there, pick up the children, and then run in and sign the books? And I said, that's a great idea. So I told the bookstore manager on the other end of the line, I'll come over tonight. I'm going to come over and pick up my children at 10:20. So you can see there's a lot of things happening here, a lot of changes that are taking place. Phone calls, I'm reading something, I'm trying to figure out how to put all of this together. All of these things are called synchronicities by Carl Jung, and by those at lower levels of consciousness, they're called coincidences. But the word coincidence comes from the mathematical term coincide, and it means 2 angles that fit together perfectly are said to coincide. So we have taken a term that means 2 things that fit together perfectly and interpreted it to mean things that seem to fall together accidentally. It's what we do with our ego, because we just really can't get past the idea that because we don't know how to orchestrate these things and manifest these things and make them happen ourselves, and we are the very center of the universe, then there must not be any power greater than us that is allowing everything to collaborate with everything else in perfect harmony, synchronized to a term called synchronicity. It is all synchronized. It is all God's work. Okay? So I drive over to the movie theater, 10:20, pick up the children, drive over in front of the bookstore, park the car in a no parking zone. But I'm only going to be there for a few moments, and the car's running, and I've got the flasher going. And I say to the 4 children, don't drive off in my car. They're 10, 12, 14, and 15. So I run into the bookstore. There's a stack of books there. There's a pen. I'm signing away. And all of a sudden, this woman with a Dutch accent comes running into the bookstore, throws her arms around me, gives me a bear hug, and said, oh my God, in this heavy, thick Dutch accent, it's really you, it's Wayne Dyer, I can't believe, it's really you, I flew all the way here to see you. You know, she's all out of breath, and I said, whoa, hold it. She said, you've got to say something to me, you've got to say something to me. And her heart was beating fast, and you could see that she was all excited. And I said, well, let go. And she sort of, oh, I'm very sorry. She was very proper, you know. I said, what? And she told me the whole story. 25 years of marriage, 4 children, depression, Prozac, suicide, eating disorder. She was very thin, a very attractive woman, but you could see that she was deeply pained. You could see it in her face. You could see it. And told me the whole story. And she said, and I flew to Miami, I rented a car, I checked into that hotel across the street. I decided that when I was here, because of the time zone difference, I wasn't that tired. I walked over, I saw a movie theater there, I went to the movie. I walked out of the movie theater, I saw the bookstore that's right next to the movie theater, and I thought, I know he's got a new book coming out. I wonder if it's out in English, because I could read it in English. So I walked into the bookstore, and you're standing there. And I flew to Florida to find you. Now, I often think if that phone hadn't rung, she might be in Jacksonville or something today, driving around looking like through the streets of Boston. You remember that song? On the MTA, yes, right. Yeah. So I said to her, I said, look, the strangest thing is that I was reading something this afternoon. And I didn't know why I was reading it, and I wanted to use it. I thought I wanted to use it in a talk I was giving tomorrow in Orlando, but that's not why I was reading it. I was reading it to give it to you. I said, I'd like you to go over to the cashier, get a pad of paper and a pen, and I'd like to tell you, because I had memorized it, what it is that this great teacher, Carlos Castaneda, had been told by his teacher, Don Juan Matus. And I'm going to give it to you. And she let go of me, but she was looking like trying to sneak away, thinking, if I walk 3 steps away, he's going to bolt for the car. I know it, huh? Because I'm just this crazy Dutch lady. I said, no. I really want to tell you this, because I know. Because, see, I believe that all of this is orchestrated. There's no accidents. When people give me things to read, or when something like the St. Francis book that showed up, that woman in the audience and handing me that and what that meant to me, and the people that I took on this tour, which I'll tell you about later, all of this is all orchestrated in divine, absolute perfection. Even the falls, even the struggles. In the Kabbalah it says that every fall of your life provides you with the energy to propel yourself to a higher place, that spiritual advances are preceded by falls. And that if you could just see that while it's happening, instead of waiting 10 years or so, and then realizing that you had to go through that. And those falls can be accidents, and they can be breakups, and they can be fires, and they can be horrible as well. But there's always something there, and especially when you understand, and a lot of people ask the question, yes, but what about people who are dying? What about children who are starving? And Ram Dass once taught me, he said, all of the people in the world who are starving are part of the perfection of the universe. But so is your desire to end it, a part of that same perfection. Go with that. Go with that. If ending it is something that you see as your mission, then do that. Don't become one more person who just says, it shouldn't be happening. Isn't that terrible? And you become part of the problem, if you will, the illusion rather than the solution. So the woman came back and she had her pad of paper. And I said, this is what Castaneda said to me, for you, as you drove up here today to meet me. He said, and I paraphrase it here, he said, one day I finally realized that I no longer needed a personal history. And just like drinking, I gave it up. And that, and only that, has made all the difference. That's really very, very powerful. This idea that, Castaneda was told by his teacher, he said, you will not be at the level of impeccability until you can check into a motel, the seediest motel that you can find, with rats and cockroaches as your companions, and not come out of that room until it makes no difference to anybody outside that room whether you do or don't. That's how long you got to stay in there. You have got to really let go of all of your attachments to everything and everyone that's in your past, all of it. And it doesn't mean being inconsiderate. It doesn't mean not being loving. It means that you merge yourself into the present moment. And anytime there's something back here that interferes with your level of impeccability, you just bring a higher sense of awareness, a higher sense of consciousness to the presence of that anguish, angst, pain, whatever it might be, and allow it to dissipate. I'm saying you have to get rid of it. But you can't get rid of it until you embrace it. If this little blue cap that I have in my hand is your past, okay? And I say to you, I want you to get rid of it. And it's right over here. Just hold your hand. Just hold that, all right? If I say, that's my past, and I want to get rid of my personal history, I just want to get rid of it. So how do I do that? Do I just say, okay, it's not here anymore? Mm-mm. I have to toss it out. I literally have to get rid of it. So how do I do that? I come over here, and I embrace it. And by embracing it, I understand it and accept it. And then I toss it. I can't toss it unless I embrace it. So I embrace it, take it, send it away. You don't just walk away from it, you throw it away. But you have to embrace it first. So you go into all of those things called the wake, and you just cleanse yourself of it. You clear it out. And in the clearing out process, it's gone. I'd like to close out this first session with a little story. It's a story that a woman sent me, and it's a story that really is very relevant to me because I was a school teacher for many years. And I remember teaching at a junior high school, Jackson Junior High School in Detroit, Michigan, and having a little boy that I couldn't reach, and what it would have taken if I would have only known it when I was 25 years old. And it's all about what I've been speaking about here for the past 2 hours. Her name was Mrs. Thompson. And as she stood in front of her 5th grade class on the very first day of school, 5th grade class, on the very first day of school, she told the children a lie. Like most teachers, she looked at her students and said that she loved them all the same. But that was impossible because there in the front row, slumped in his seat, was a little boy named Teddy Stoddard. Mrs. Thompson had watched Teddy the year before and noticed that he didn't play well with the other children, that his clothes were messy, and that he constantly needed a bath. Teddy could be unpleasant. It got to the point where Mrs. Thompson would actually take delight in marking his papers with a broad red pen, making bold X's and then putting a big F at the top of his papers. At the school where Mrs. Thompson taught, she was required to review each child's past records, and she put Teddy's off until last. However, when she reviewed his file, she was in for a surprise. Teddy's 1st grade teacher wrote, "Teddy is a bright child with a ready laugh. He does his work neatly and has good manners, and he's a joy to be around." His 2nd grade teacher wrote, "Teddy is an excellent student, well liked by his classmates, but he's troubled because his mother has a terminal illness, and life at home must be a struggle." His 3rd grade teacher wrote, "His mother's death has been hard on him. He tries to do his best, but his father doesn't show much interest, and his home life will soon affect him if some steps aren't taken." Teddy's 4th grade teacher wrote, "Teddy is withdrawn and doesn't show much interest in school. He doesn't have many friends and sometimes sleeps in class." By now, Mrs. Thompson realized the problem, and she was ashamed of herself. She felt even worse when her students brought her Christmas presents wrapped in beautiful ribbons and bright paper, except for Teddy's. His present was clumsily wrapped in the heavy brown paper that he got from the grocery bag. Mrs. Thompson took pains to open it in the middle of the other presents, Some of the children started to laugh when she found a rhinestone bracelet with some of the stones missing and a bottle that was 1/4 full of perfume. But she stifled the children's laughter when she exclaimed how pretty the bracelet was, putting it on and dabbing some of the perfume on her wrist. Teddy Stoddard stayed after school that day, just long enough to say to Mrs. Thompson, "Today, you smell just like my mom used to." After the children left, he cried for at least an hour. She cried for at least an hour. On that very day, she quit teaching, reading, writing, and arithmetic, and instead she began to teach children. Mrs. Thompson paid particular attention to Teddy. As she worked with him, his mind seemed to come alive. The more she encouraged him, the faster he responded. By the end of the year, Teddy had become one of the smartest children in the class, and despite her lie, became one of her teacher's pets. A year later, she found a note under her door from Teddy, telling her that she was still the best teacher he ever had in his whole life. 6 years went by before she got another note from Teddy. He then wrote that he had finished high school, 3rd in his class, and she was still the best teacher he ever had in his whole life. 4 years after that, she got another letter saying that while things had been tough at times, he'd stayed in school, had stuck with it, and would soon graduate from college with the highest of honors. He assured Mrs. Thompson that she was still the best and favorite teacher he ever had in his whole life. Then 4 more years passed, and yet another letter came. This time he explained that after he got his bachelor's degree, he decided to go a little further. The letter explained that she was still the best and favorite teacher he ever had, but now his name was a little longer. The letter was signed Thomas F. Stoddard, M.D. The story doesn't end there, you see. There was yet another letter that spring. Teddy said he'd met this girl and was going to be married. He'd explained that his father had died a couple of years ago, and he was wondering if Mrs. Thompson might agree to sit at the place at the wedding that was usually reserved for the mother of the groom. Of course, Mrs. Thompson did, and guess what? She wore that bracelet, the one with several shining rhinestones missing, and she made sure she was wearing the perfume that Teddy remembered her mother wearing on their last Christmas together. They hugged each other, and Dr. Stoddard whispered in Mrs. Thompson's ear, "Thank you so much for making me feel important and showing me that I could make a difference." Mrs. Thompson, with tears in her eyes, whispered back, "Teddy, you have it all wrong. You were the one who taught me that I could make a difference. Before you, I didn't know how to teach, and then I met you." That story is a true story, and it is a powerful story. And it's powerful because it is really the highlight of what I'm speaking about here. When you bring spirit, love, the high energy to the presence of those lower energies, they not only dissipate and are nullified and disappear, but a person will then grow, and from that growth will spring divine love. That's what we're all about. What a gorgeous, beautiful, beautiful day. It's one of the real great places to be in this country, in this world, is right here at Omega. I encourage you to be out there in it, to run in it, to meditate in it, to swim in it, and some of the great minds on the planet. I was really honored here in May to come and speak for a day when Desmond Tutu took sick with prostate cancer and wasn't able to come, and Ianla Vanzet called and asked if I would fill in for Desmond Tutu, since he had won a prize, Nobel Prize for World Peace, the Peace Prize. I thought I'd put my name on the list for Inner Peace Prize. But I was really honored to fill in for one of the people who has been a giant in ending tensions and horrible kinds of things that took place in South Africa. And the irony is I had just returned from South Africa about 4 weeks before that. I had meditated in the cell where Nelson Mandela spent 17 years on Robben Island, and he had left a copy of his book, Long Walk to Freedom, there for me, autographed. It was one of the real highlights of my life to be down there and to speak in Johannesburg and Cape Town, and to be out on a safari. Boy, did I learn a lot on that safari. I saw a zebra that had, there was 6 zebras sleeping or grazing right outside of our tent, my wife and I. And I looked at one of the zebras, and it had claw marks. And it was like on its hind quarter, it had been opened up. You could see the exposed flesh from this. And I said to the people there that were guiding us through it, you couldn't go from your tent to where you ate without having an armed guide take you there, because there were like hyenas all over the place. And it was like Lion King without the cartoons, you know. I mean, it was... and, you know, you've been to zoos many, many times, all of you, I'm sure. But there's nothing in the world like being out there, sort of like scuba diving. You know, it's one thing to go fishing and sit on top of the water, it's another thing to go down in there into the world where these beasts and beings are, it's their home, it's their habitat, and you feel much more vulnerable. Well, that's how you feel when you're out there in the wild, where you'll see a leopard running across the road chasing an impala or something. At any rate, I asked the guide there what happened to the zebra. And he said, yesterday, he said, this lion has been after him, and yesterday a lion had him and had him down and had ripped open his leg. And I said, and he's out there grazing today? I said, this is real metaphor for anybody that ever comes to me complaining about their past, you know. You want to talk to me about your mother? And you can't get along with somebody at work, and you're having a problem with this? That zebra was out there, it was being eaten alive yesterday, and today it's grazing. It's over it already. So anyway, I was here in May and spoke for the day to Nyanla. It was a wonderful opportunity to talk about forgiveness, and Nyanla is really a wonderful lady. Let me begin with a couple of things, a couple of quotes that I picked up. One of them is in reference to what I said earlier. One of the books that I studied several books in writing this new manuscript, Spiritual Solution to Every Problem. One of them was a book that really turned me around. I like to promote other people's work. I've been doing it for a long, long time. Many of the people that are very well known today, who began to be popular back in the late 80s and early 90s, became almost projects for me, people that I wanted to introduce the world to, and I talked about them on television, and somehow I got this title of elder statesman in the human development movement. It's weird because I still see myself as a little boy, and all of a sudden now I'm called the father of motivation. I mean, I've got enough children, I don't need one called motivation, all right? And when I see people that I think the world ought to know about, I promote them, whether I'm on television or whether I'm on the radio or whether I'm putting it in my books or in tapes like this or in occasions, at any occasion I have. One of those people, one of them I mentioned earlier was Carlos Castaneda. I would love to see you immerse yourself in his later works, particularly The Fire from Within and The Power of Silence. And there will be like a bibliography almost attached to this this experience. Another one of those people is a woman. A book was handed to me when I was in Australia. Got on a plane in Sydney. Just as she drove me to the airport, and just as I was getting on the plane, she handed me this hardcover book. People hand me books a lot, by the thousands, and most of them I kind of glance through, and then I give them to local libraries or often to prisons or homes where people don't have books, old age homes or homes for unwed mothers or things like this. I just donate all of these rather than have them sit as trophies in my library. I try to get them out there and get them active. But this particular book, I guess because I had that long flight, if you've ever made that flight from Sydney to Los Angeles, you can watch 4 movies, read 3 novels, and have 2 meals, and still have 4 or 5 hours of leisure time. At least it seems that way on that flight. It's a long, long flight. So I did watch a movie, and I did take a little rest, and I meditated, and then I pulled out this book. And I thought, well, I'll just read a little bit about it. It sounds interesting. It's called The Infinite Mind. And I read a page or 2, and then I underlined a little of this. Before you know it, I found myself underlining everything. And there was more underlined than there was not underlined. So the highlighted part became the part that was white, and the unhighlighted part became the part that was yellow. And it really intrigued me. This was a couple of years ago, before I even decided to write about the things we're going to be talking about here today. And it was written by a woman who was a professor at UCLA, and she is a scientist, a very well qualified scientist. Her name is Valerie Hunt. Dr. Valerie Hunt. And she talked about human energy systems and how they impact us physically. And there were things in there, now this is from a scientist, where she would talk about being in Africa on a plane, and knowing that there was a storm coming in, and knowing that she had an obligation to be out of Africa and on a plane to London at a certain time, and her partners going into a deep meditation and literally keeping a storm from coming to this particular airport through consciousness. And I thought, ooh, I like this lady. Because the weirder it is, or the more difficult it is for us to believe, the more I get intrigued with the possibility that consciousness can do anything. And that maybe the things that are out of balance in our world, in a physical sense, such as the large numbers of droughts and the large numbers of floods and hurricanes and earthquakes and these kinds of things, that these represent, according to Dr. Hunt, an imbalance in consciousness. And consciousness is located in us, and when we are out of balance, we spread that, or radiate that kind of imbalance out into the universe, and the universe itself is impacted by our being out of balance ourselves. So that if we get in balance, back into harmony, we can alter everything around us. I remember being in Australia and speaking in a place called Brisbane. And it was myself and Stuart Wilde and Deepak Chopra and Marianne Williamson and Louise Hay. And we presented a workshop all day, kind of metaphysical masters, it was called, tour. And there were about 6,000 people that had gathered at this particular location, about 40 miles outside of Brisbane at the Entertainment Center a few years ago. And right in the very middle of the day, with 6,000 people there, it started raining. And it rained so hard that sometimes we had to stop because you couldn't hear the speakers with the rain hitting the ceiling the way it was. Now, in that particular time in Australia, where Brisbane is located, it hadn't rained for 4 months. And they were in a severe drought situation. And so it was really an astonishing afternoon. And all of these people, some 6,000 people, had gathered in this element of higher consciousness. And the skies opened up. We got in a car and we were driven back to the hotel in Brisbane, for about an hour and a half drive. And I said to the bellman as he opened the door to let us out, I said, "What'd you think of that rain?" He said, "Rain?" He said, "It didn't rain." The only place that it rained in that state that day was within about a mile vicinity of where all of those people had gathered in consciousness. It sort of brought everything back to balance. At least I have a very strong knowing that when enough of us get ourselves into balance, that we can literally alter the consciousness of those around us. And there's much research being done in this area as well. Research with looking at the impact, if you meditate, how it affects, say, serotonin levels in your body. And serotonin is the enzyme inside of you, which is an indicator of how much peace you have. And if you meditate, if I were to take this side of the room and have you all meditate for an hour and measure your serotonin levels before and after the meditation, you would find that your serotonin levels would go up, that literally the peace enzyme, if you will, the calmness enzyme, would increase in your body. But the interesting thing is, if I were to have this side of the room meditate for an hour and measure you before and after, and then also measure this side of the room who didn't meditate but just sat here watching you meditate, that their serotonin levels would go up as well. And that's fascinating, fascinating research. Much of it is Deepak and I have put out a set of tapes. Deepak Chopra and I put out a set of tapes a few years ago called Creating Your World the Way You Really Want It to Be, and he talks in there about that particular study and the impact of what our getting ourselves into higher and higher and higher states can do to promote peace, to promote calmness, to promote joy in the world. That if enough of us begin to place our attention and our energy on the kind of world we want to create, that the 100th monkey effect will take place and a critical mass will be reached. And even those people who are still determined that they're going to stay back in a fighting mode will be brought into alignment with that new consciousness. But earlier I said, and I want to quote Valerie, but the interesting thing, I want to go back to Valerie Hunt and the infinite mind, is that I got back to California and I kept the book with me. I put it aside in a pile of things that I always want to refer to when I'm going to go into writing myself. And I learned something from one of my teachers, Nisargadatta Maharaj in India. He said with his book, I Am That, which was a book that was just a collection of dialogues he had had with seekers from all over the world in his ashram in Mumbai, or Bombay, in India. He said, you don't have to read this book. It's not necessary. He said, just carry it with you. Just carry it with you. And the energy from the words that are printed on the page will come to you when you need them. And so when I write, I take the books that have made the most impact. I always have the Bhagavad Gita at my table. And I always have the Bible. I always have the Holy Quran and the Talmud, and as many spiritual texts and references of higher consciousness just in the room. And many times when I feel just a little bit stuck or whatever, I will just open one of those up, and whatever it is that I needed at that moment will be provided for me. And so this was one of those books, The Infinite Mind, that I wanted to keep with me. And I put it in that special box of, I'm going to use this a year or so down the road when I take some time off to write, when I feel like I'm ready. And before I sat down to work on Spiritual Solution, I looked at the back of the book, and there was an address in there to order tapes of Dr. Hunt. By the way, Dr. Hunt was born in 1916, the same year as my mother. Feisty lady, so I sent for her videos and some of her audios, and I loved watching her talk because she's got, that chutzpah, that not afraid to say anything. I told you, turning 60 makes you not worry about being crazy, but turning 80, I guess, really just lets everything come flying out of the closet. Huh? She is great, and if she feels like swearing, she just lays it out there, and she's a tough lady. So I picked up the telephone to order from this publishing company someplace in California, and I dialed the number to order 25 copies of the book so that I could send it to like-minded spirits around the planet who hadn't perhaps heard of it. And this older woman answered the phone, and it was Valerie. And we talked for 4 hours that afternoon and created a wonderful relationship. I hung up the phone and I had one of those warm shower feelings running inside of me from talking to this brilliant, brilliant woman. It's a wonderful book. And there's what she said, one of the things she said. I'll be quoting her a few other times as well. She said, on the basis of my experience with deciphering and broadcasting thoughts from a field, I believe that all great and profound ideas ever expounded, the tenets of advanced culture, the deep and meaningful spiritual happenings around which religions are organized, all of these are available to us today in their original vibrational forms. The open mind field concept says that all important thought is ours for the asking. So that the vibration, and the subtitle of her book is the science of vibrational energy, or something to that effect. That all great thought, all of the great wisdom that those masters that we know who lived before us is available to us today in its original vibrational form if we can but change the way that we vibrate and make ourselves somehow in harmony with those energies. That it's possible to do. And she cites lots and lots of wonderful research on that. Another thing I'd like to quote at this opening is from a wonderful little book. It's called The Tao of Pooh. I'm sure you've read The Tao of Pooh, or you know about The Tao of Pooh. Wonderful little story. And it says this, Benjamin Huff: the masters of life know the way. They listen to the voice within them, the voice of wisdom and simplicity, the voice that reasons beyond cleverness and knows beyond knowledge. That voice is not just the power and property of a few, but has been given to everyone. Everyone. That includes you. It is the key to harnessing the power of the uncarved block. Harnessing the power of the uncarved block. I'm sure you remember and have heard Michelangelo's comment when they asked him how he could possibly have carved a statue so magnificent as that 18-foot masterpiece that is in Florence. If you haven't seen it, make it a part of your commitment in this lifetime. I remember when we went there, and I was with my wife and 3 of our children, and we went in and they looked at it and were there for a few minutes, and then they wanted to do other things than Florence. I said, I'll join you over at El Duomo, which is the big dome that we were going to climb. And I stood there in front of that statue for over 4 hours. Mesmerized. I was just gone. It was carved out of marble, 1 block of marble. And you can see every vein in the foot and in the leg and in the hands, and it's just absolutely magnificent. And the energy that I was getting from it, I would go to leave, and I don't know if any of you have had that experience of seeing that. And when Michelangelo was asked the question, it's one of the observations and essays I wrote in Wisdom of the Ages, he said, the greater danger is not that our hopes are too high and we fail to reach them. It's that they are too low, and we do. I've been criticized many times by the media for encouraging people who have been diagnosed with terminal illnesses and so on, to never even buy into those kind of diagnoses, to don't even go into places which will tell you things like that. Don't allow people into your energy field who even talk in those terms. My mother, who's going to be 85, won't let any of her friends, almost all of whom are dead now, but any of her new friends, she won't allow them to mention the word arthritis in her presence. If they start talking about their arthritis, she'll say, whoop, I just don't want to hear about it. I just don't want that word or that energy around me. And she's 85, bought herself a brand new car a couple of weeks ago. Most people are turning in their licenses. And bowled a 221 game just last week. And walks 3 miles or so every day. And she won't allow that kind of energy, and it's because most of us have low hopes instead of high hopes. And when Michelangelo was asked the question, how could you possibly have carved something so magnificent in the 16th century from one block of marble? His response was, David was already in the block. I just chipped away the excess. That there's a David, a perfection, a symbol of perfection in every single one of us. And harnessing the power of the uncarved block is what we're talking about when we talk about the energy of spirit. I have said that the title of this program and talk is There's a Spiritual Solution to Every Problem. I think it's important to define our terms as we move on. The word spiritual is used and overused, I think, a lot in our world today. And when I use the term, there's a spiritual solution to every problem, I am speaking about energy. And I will very shortly go into what that energy is and what it means and how we can apply it. And it represents a higher and a faster energy. But when I think about the presence of spirit in the face of lower and slower energies, I'm speaking about, I jotted them down to just remind me to make sure I did them in order, that there are, I'm using 7 phrases or terms to refer to spiritual. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on each one of these because I really want to get into the meat of this thing. But when I say spiritual, I'm talking first of all about something called surrender. That's number 1. And surrender is, a few years ago I produced some tapes called The 4 Pathways to Mastery, published by Hay House. And those 4 Pathways to Mastery came from a book that I had read by Stephen Pressfield, which was one of my very favorite novels ever written. It was called The Legend of Bagger Vance, which since then has become a movie. Robert Redford picked it up, and it was an obscure little book that I talked about in a PBS special years ago that was handed to me when I was speaking as a benefit for the United Way in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And the gentleman who had brought me there handed me this book. He said, "You got to read this. It's about golf." And I said, "Golf? I don't know anything about golf. I don't play golf. I just think it's not a sport if you don't sweat, all right?" Walking around in the grass isn't for me a sport, but I've come to really appreciate and love golf very much. One of my best friends, Tom Barber, his father won the PGA in 1961, Jerry Barber. And Tom and I are very, very close these days, and we go out now and he's showing me about golf and how important it is and so on. But it's about mastering the mind. And when you think about a little tiny white ball and a hole 300 yards away, surrounded by water in this little lump of grass, and you swing and hit that ball, and it goes 300 yards and has to land on this little patch of land inside and be surrounded by sand and water, I have a whole lot more respect for that game than I did. I mean, you can't even see what you're trying to hit, and you're still landing it. Tiger Woods, to me, is like at the height of higher consciousness. I want to just follow him around to see how he does that. Anyway, Bagger Vance is trying to teach this young person, his name is Juna, who is an amateur golfer, in this tournament in 1931 between 2 of the greatest golfers of all time, Walter Hagen and Bobby Jones. And the 3 of them are in this golf tournament. And Juna can't seem to get his game together and is talking about all the things that are wrong, and the ego of Jones and Hagen is being talked about in this. And then all of a sudden, this character comes out of nowhere to become Juna's caddy. And his name is Bagger Vance. And he's a black man living in Savannah, Georgia in the 1930s. So you might want to imagine what that might have been like. And all of a sudden, he starts talking to Juna in ways that he had never been talked to before, about mastery and about the swing. And he tells him that there are 4 pathways to achieving the perfect swing. The first is discipline, which is you train your body to do what it knows how to do, so you practice. The second is wisdom. So you apply the mind to what you have trained your body to do. And this is what we think of when we think of an education. We send our kids off to school, and what do we tell them? Get an education. And what does that mean? get some discipline and use your head. And we think that if you get some discipline and use your head, that you have pretty much got an education. And it's true, that is basically what an education is, but it has nothing to do with mastery. It has nothing to do with this highest level of consciousness. Juna goes on to talk about the third level of mastery that is beyond discipline and wisdom, and it's called unconditional love. And he said you have to love what you do and do what you love in order to reach mastery. And if you're not doing what you love and loving what you do, then you have to change what you do, or you have to change how you feel about what you're doing. One of those is absolutely required. And I remember watching Pavarotti, one of the three tenors, singing at a concert, and the camera came on him, and it was 42,000 of us in this football stadium in Miami. And here was the greatest tenor on the planet singing. And he's been to practice. He's got to practice. And he's certainly studied. He's brilliant in his study of music. But that's not what makes him the greatest tenor. When that camera came on and that huge screen, which was 2 stories high, showed Pavarotti, you could see the bliss. How many times do you think he has sang, "Oh, solo mio"? Oh, forgive me, but I get a chill when I think about it. And he smiled. He was in bliss. And you could tell that he was doing what he loved and loving what he does. I've always told people in the world of sales that the real secret to being effective in anything that you do is to fall in love with what you do and then sell that love. Don't sell the product. Fall in love with what you do and just convey that love. I feel it all the time in my heart. I'm doing what I love. I love this. I can't imagine any other reason for doing it. I get paid well, of course I do. But I don't need to work for money any longer. I have put away enough to take care of myself and my children and their children. I'm here talking, producing tapes, writing, because I feel that if I didn't, I would die. I love it so much. And I try to sell that love. And I don't try to cheat on it. That's why I said earlier, I'm prepared to talk for 12 hours about what I love and do, because it's so important to me to convey that to you, rather than send you off on little missions so that I can rest. Doing what you love and loving what you do. And Bagger Vance teaches Juna how to find his perfect swing by falling in love and letting the swing that he already is connected to take over so that he can become the observer. Discipline, wisdom, unconditional love, surrender, letting go and letting God, turning it over to the force that you are always connected to. So I read Bagger Vance, and I was thrilled with it, and I talked about it on a public television special. And one day, I got a letter from a man named Stephen Pressfield, who lives out in California, with a hardcover copy of The Legend of Bagger Vance, autographed. He's the author. And he said, I watched you on public television, and I followed you for years, and I was honored that you mentioned my novel because no one has ever even heard of it. And sales have picked up and so on. And interestingly, 6 months later, I read in USA Today that Robert Redford had decided that he was going to make a movie out of it. I don't know where he got it, how that all came about, but it's all part of that energy. And now it's a movie that many are considered as a candidate for Oscar nominations and so on. Will Smith is playing Bagger Vance, and Matt Damon is playing Juna. Now, I didn't know this when I read Bagger Vance, and I never made the connection until Stephen Pressfield wrote me a letter and explained it. Juna is Arjuna. Arjuna, the central character in what? The Bhagavad Gita. What is the Bhagavad Gita? the Song of the Lord, the holy book of the Hindus, the book that Gandhi based his life upon. Whenever I am troubled by the affairs of state that I am so wrapped up in, I retreat to the Gita, and the answers are always there. 18 chapters that you can read in an afternoon. The story of Arjuna, as he is talking to Krishna, his charioteer, who is talking to him about the great secrets of knowing and the highest levels of consciousness, and all of the answers to all of the most troubling questions are offered by a charioteer to his warrior who's about to go to battle on this great battlefield. Bagger Vance, Bhagavan Gita. Bagger Van. Bagger is God, showing up in the form of a caddy, a black man in the South in 1931, teaching Arjuna, the warrior, how to find surrender in his life. Isn't that beautiful? Somehow I feel connected to all of that in a very obscure way. And the person who sent me to Chattanooga and his telling me about that and so on. So surrender is the first aspect of spirit. The second is unconditional love. When I speak of spirit, I'm speaking of love. And I'll speak a lot about it here. The ability to be able to bring the higher spiritual awareness of love to the presence of the opposite. And I'm not going to go on in detail with that. The third is called an awareness of the infinite. When I use the word spiritual, I'm speaking about the infinite. That you are not here as a human being having a spiritual experience. You're here as a spiritual being having a human experience. And in that sense, who you are is infinite. I remember in writing Wisdom of the Ages, one of the essays that I wrote in there was from William Butler Yeats, who is a hero of mine. He died in 1939. He's an Irish poet. And he was a mystic, and many called a psychic, and had a lot of that. He would have been at that time a New Age weird poet. He now is taught in colleges and university classes on Yeats. He wasn't sick when he died. He died, in my estimation, from all that I read about Yeats, because he saw what was coming in Europe. He saw Hitler. He saw his mobilizing of forces in Poland. He saw the Holocaust. He could look into the future. And in my estimation, he decided that he didn't want to participate in that. That was just not going to be part of his incarnation. And he left. He just left mysteriously. He just didn't commit suicide. Just died in 1939, just before the outbreak of violence in Poland. He wrote something called Sailing to Byzantium. He said, an aged man is but a paltry thing, a tattered coat upon a stick, unless soul claps its hands and sings, and louder sings, for every tatter in its mortal dress. See, you just can't say it like the poets, can you? What an image. An aged man is but a paltry thing, a tattered coat upon a stick, unless soul clap its hands and sing. Until you go to the soul, to the infinite part of us, you're just a tattered coat on a stick. You're just watching your body go through the motions. Or William Blake, who was considered to be insane back at the time of the American Revolution, living in England, and the French Revolution taking place just across the channel. And they all thought that Blake was really a wild man. I have read the complete works of William Blake before I wrote the essay on him called The Poison Tree. And Blake, I read them because a wonderful woman named Jean Boggs, who lives out in San Francisco, who has just come to my talks and has sort of embraced the work that I've been doing, decided to send me the complete works of William Blake. And it arrived in a crate. Beautiful, beautiful bound editions, huge editions, 5 great big thick. And I started reading them all, and his long essays and his short book. Probably the thing he's most famous for is this simple little line: to see the world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wildflower, to hold eternity in the palm of your hand, and infinity in an hour. We are all led to believe a lie when we see with, not through the eye, which was born in a night to perish in a night, while the soul slept in beams of light. This thing that you're in was born in a night to perish in a night. The infinite part of you is in infinite beams of light, no beginnings and no ends. And somehow, so many, I could quote many, many poets who speak about this, but by and large, when I speak about a spiritual solution to every problem, I am talking about understanding the infinity of who you are. When you get to the place where you see yourself as that spiritual being, all of your fears disappear and you're able to surrender. I remember someone reading one of my books, and I was at a talk, and at the end of the talk, she stood up and she said, "You know, I didn't get very much out of your book. It was your sacred self." She said, "I didn't get much out of it. Some people need to tell me that." And I said, you know, there's just lots of other books out there as well, something to that effect. And it's already done, because when people tell me that I should have written it one way or another, I said, it's just so much trouble to recall them all. You know, it's like, there's too many out there. You know? It's like when my wife and I will get into a discussion, and she'll start telling me what to do, and I'll say, "Honey, I wrote a book called Pulling Your Own Strings." I said, "I'm going to have to recall 25 million books and have a new subtitle put on, if it's all right with you, dear." She said, "I don't see anything wrong with that." She said, "But the one thing that I did get out of your book is that I no longer have a fear of death." She said, "I'm just not afraid to die anymore." I said, "That's all you got out of one book?" I mean, Freud lived a whole lifetime saying that the major fear of every single one of us as human beings is this fear of death and what it is and where we go. And that's all been wiped out in one book, and you didn't get very much out of it? But truly, when you get into that place of surrender and understanding the infinite nature of who you are, that the part of you that is invisible is truly infinite, the fear of death goes away. Maslow once described the flaws of self-actualizing people, the flaws. And the number one flaw, he said, of self-actualizing people is that they get over death almost as if it didn't happen, because for them it doesn't. One of the essays I wrote from in Wisdom of the Ages was from Rumi. In his observation, he said, "I saw death drinking a cup of sorrow, and I called out, 'It tastes sweet, does it not?' 'You've caught me,' grief answered, 'and you've ruined my business. How can I sell sorrow when you know it's a blessing?'" That's from Rumi in the 13th century, one of the whirling dervishes. So being able to find the infinite place within yourself, that's what Valerie's book is about, the infinite mind, and knowing it, and going there, and knowing that you can't die. You just can't die. The part of you that is infinite was never born. and never dies. And coming into grips with that, that's what I mean when I speak about spiritual. I'm also speaking about the power of emptying your mind. Emptying your mind. Getting quiet. I've told people many times that meditation is a very important part of the spiritual process. And I don't encourage or ask people to meditate because it will make you more relaxed. It will bring you more peace. You will find more harmony. It'll make you look younger because it takes the stress right out of your life and out of your skin as well. And people who've been meditating for 15 and 20 years often look much, much younger than their actual physical age. I'm 92 years old. I know that's hard for you to believe, but I tell them those are not the reasons to meditate. They're all sort of part of the sideshow of meditation. That the reason to learn to meditate is that it is the only way that you can come to know God. And the reason that is true is because God is the one power in the universe. That theme will be stressed over and over here. There is one power in the universe, not two. Most of our problems, quote, problems, come from our belief in two powers. The power of something that is God, but also the reverse, the power of something that is not of God. But I am suggesting here over and over again that there's only one power, and anything that does not appear to be of God is God going away from God. It's love going in the wrong direction. Because there's only one power. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. And all that God created is good. I put out a couple of quotes from the scriptures. God is too pure to behold iniquity, from the scriptures. What does that mean? When you are God, iniquity is not possible. God is too pure for that. Evil cannot be a part of God. But God created everything from the scriptures. God made all that was made, and all that was made was good, from the scriptures. Your eyes are too pure to look on evil. You cannot tolerate wrong. From the Holy Quran, whatever good you have is all from God. Whatever evil, all is from yourself. It's that excursion into the mind where you see yourself as separate from rather than connected to, and then allow that thought to become so powerful that it impacts not only your body and your relationships, but it also impacts us culturally and collectively as well. And we create with our mind, from this belief that we are separate, this whole category of things that we call problems, which the Course tells us are just all illusions. They're all things that can't be real, and nothing that is not real can exist. Even though it appears to exist, in reality, it's not there. So what has this got to do with emptying your mind? If God is everywhere and there's only one power, it means there's no place that God is not. If there's no place that God is not, God is indivisible. You can't cut God in half and put God here and then non-God here. God is that which is indivisible. And what is the only experience that you can have that is indivisible? Everything in your physical world, the material world, the world of illusion, the world of Maya, has a dichotomy attached to it. In the Bhagavad Gita, it teaches us to blend or blur the dichotomies. Up, down, good, bad, right, wrong, male, female, old, young, conservative, liberal. There's always an opposite, North Pole. I used to teach a course in metaphysics at St. John's University back in New York in the 70s. And I used to tell my students, anybody who can come to class with just the North Pole of a magnet gets an A in the course. No South Pole, just bring in the North Pole. And no matter how thin they would slice it, there was always, in the physical world, what? Its opposite. All right? It's the world of opposites. So how do you get past the world of opposites to find the world of spirit? You go to silence. Silence said Melville, is God's one and only voice. Because God is indivisible and silence is indivisible. You cut silence in half and what do you have? More silence. It's the knowing of God. My friend Deepak and his wife Rita, we take in groups around the world and we spend a lot of time together. And I'll call them up and tell them I'm going through this thing with my daughter, or I've got this particular problem with my son, or I've got this thing's going on at home and or in my business, or whatever it is. And we'll just get talking, and always he'll say the same thing. Wayne, he'll say, meditate. I'll say, will you put Rita on the phone, please? Rita goes on. I do not understand what you are talking about. Rita, Wayne, the only thing I can tell you is meditate. And no matter what it is I ever ask or whatever I present to either one of them, the answer is always the same. Just meditate. My arm is falling off. Meditate. It'll reconnect. I used to think and laugh at it and think, that's cute and it's fun. But the truth is, the reality is, that meditation connects you to your source. When you empty your mind, you go to that place within you that Melville described. Now, Melville was, again, one of the people I selected for Wisdom of the Ages. He knocked me out. Moby Dick is just one of those things that if you read it and immerse yourself in it, you begin to understand the passion and what is meant by having a burning desire, which is what separates out highly functioning people from the rest of average people, according to Napoleon Hill and the Think and Grow Rich. The whole idea that if you want to live a rich life, all you have to do is have a burning desire. And a burning desire is not just any old desire. It's a desire that nobody can ever squelch. It can't be put out. Though the worst might go before you, this thing just can't be put out. And as you reach this place of a burning desire and the highest places of consciousness, you start to realize that it's the place within you that can't be divided also. Listening to Melville is like listening to the voice that you've always wanted to hear. But the voice always is one which tells you should do something the other way or you should fit in. It's like you have to almost give up fitting in. And Melville, when he wrote Moby Dick, when I researched his life and how he did it, he lived out in western Massachusetts in the 19th century. He would go out into a cornfield in western Massachusetts, sit down in August. Can you imagine a cornfield where you're sitting down on the ground and all you see around you is corn silk as you look up and these stalks of corn? And that became his ocean. And Ahab. He became Ahab, sitting out there trying to imagine what it would be like to be in this ocean. And listen to these words. Writing just doesn't get any better than this. For as this appalling ocean surrounds the verdant land, so in the soul of man there lies one insular Tahiti, full of peace and joy, but encompassed by all of the horrors of the half-lived life. So you go to Tahiti. And when you learn to meditate, and when you learn to get quiet, and it becomes a way of life, suddenly you become much more aware of the way that sound and the way that words and the way that this material world that we become so identified with begins to interfere with our connection to spirit. And when you get in your car and you drive, you don't want the radio on any longer. You see that as an opportunity to just commune with God for a moment. People say to me, I don't have time to meditate. I say, how many times a day do you stop at a red light? 20, 30, 40 times a day? When you stop at a red light, your car has come to a halt. Your body has come to a halt. Your mind is still in chatter mode, telling you if the guy ahead of you would have only gone through on your yellow that you paid for, that you'd be halfway to work right now. And this is a person in front of me that's driving slow who's looking for an opportunity to stop and hoping that the light is going to turn red. You've been behind people like that who have their brake lights on as they approach a green light. Those are divine masters. They have been sent to you by God. So when you have an opportunity to stop, if your car has stopped and empty, and your body has stopped and it's going to be there for a minute or two, then your mind also, if it could join your body and your car in stopping, you would have 2 minutes in which to meditate and get quiet. And you could just close your eyes and repeat the sound of God. 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 You did this very soft for 2 minutes. There's always somebody behind you to let you know when your 2 minutes are up. They'll do it instantly. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And off you go. And pretty soon, you're one of those drivers with your foot on the brake, hoping that a light will turn red so that you'll be able to connect to God. And you find opportunities in the day wherever you are. And the more there is sound around you that interferes with it, the more you are tested to see if, in fact, you can bypass that and not hear those noises. They're my tests all the time. Leaf blowers, you know, these funny little machines that spew out fumes and sound everywhere, have always been a very pet problem for me. I see them and instantly I was like, why not just, the wind puts the leaves where they belong. You blow them, blow them, blow them, 15 minutes later, the wind comes along and they're right back where God wanted them. And my wife always says, it's your test. I say, stop with that your test crap. I don't want to hear it. It's what you teach. It's your test. And she's right. And then the leaf blowers leave and the tree cutters come along. And the tree cutters leave and the trimmers come along. And the trimmers leave and somebody's coming along to grind up cement. And other trucks go by. And it's like an endless parade of loud noise. And you have an option to go within and to just see if you can push that out and come and connect to God. And silence becomes something that you not only love and appreciate, but that you begin to crave. And it isn't that you're craving peace from the noise, you're craving the indivisible place within you that gets you to know God. It's the only time in all of your experience here in this human form that you will ever be close to God, because you can't divide silence. And that's why meditation is so important. Many of you know that I have a great teacher who came to me from India. His name is Sri Guruji. He asked me to teach a meditation. The meditation is called Japa, J-A-P-A. We've put out a CD, the profits of which go to the healing funds around the country, because Guruji asked me not to take any profits from teaching this meditation if I want to keep it pure. And he wrote me a beautiful letter. He read a book that I had written called You'll See It When You Believe It, and said, I know that you will teach this with integrity. And I've been teaching this meditation for years and years now. Some of you, I'm sure, do it here. And it's nothing more than the repetition of the sound of the name of the divine, the sound that's in the name for God. And language is what originally was created from ancient mystics who heard sounds within them and then gave symbols to them that we call language today. And the sound that they heard within them that is representative of God, whether it's Jehovah, Krishna, Allah, God, Yahweh, Kali, Durga, Ra. The ancient names of God all have the sound of Ah. And the repetition of the sound of Ah, combined with putting your energy or attention on what you'd like to manifest, to which you are already connected. Remember, if God is everywhere, there's no place that God is not, then God is in you. And if God is in you and everywhere else, then God is in all that you perceive to be missing from your life. So that realigning your intention with this to which you are disconnected in your mind only, but are already connected in spirit to, allows you to attract it into your life. It's the basis of manifesting your destiny. And the use of this sound, which is the intermediate energy vibration between the world of form, the solid, and the world of spirit, the invisible. There's an intermediate dimension called sound. And this application of sound literally attracts from the world of spirit into the world of the material through the process of this thing called japa, the repetition of the sound of the name of the divine. And on this CD there are 4 tracks. The first track is an explanation in much more detail. The second track is a guided 20-minute morning meditation using this sound of Ah. Let's do it together. Ready? Take in a deep breath. Ah. Again. Ah. Again, using God. God. This is called japa. And if you do this for 20 minutes every morning, putting your energy, your attention on what you'd like to manifest, using the sound first out loud, and then slower and slower. If you open up the New Testament, you'll see the words at the very beginning. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. It's not an accident. That's the opening line. The repetition of this sound, as strange and bizarre as it might seem, on a daily basis, in combination with the sound, which is the sound of gratitude, which is the sound of Om, together. Om. Again. The repetition of this sound and the combination of these 2 sounds, which is the last sound I make every night before I go off to sleep. Ah is the sound of manifesting. Om is the sound of gratitude for all that has manifested. And when you combine those 2 sounds, you have the sound which is the symbol for enlightenment, which is peace. Because peace, as Nisargadatta said, enlightenment is to be immersed in and surrounded by peace at all moments in your life. And the sound for that is, listen, Shalom. Peace. Peace. And this meditation is a very powerful meditation. I was sitting next to a gentleman on an airplane just the other day, a man who has created an enormous amount of wealth in his life, 300 stores which sell eyeglasses and do eye exams in malls all around the world. I won't give his name, but probably some of you may know it. But I haven't asked his permission. And we sat next to each other on the flight up to New York. And I very, very seldom talk to anybody on an airplane. Because to me, a flight of 2.5 or 3 hours is an opportunity to meditate and to get quiet, especially if there's loud people around me and a lot of noise and a lot of distractions and so on. To me, that's the ultimate opportunity. It's like having a leaf blower on board, you know? I'm still trying to work on those little guys that carry those things around. Thank you, God, for sending me this annoying little... And so, but for some reason, I started talking to this gentleman, and as things began to progress, he, it turns out, is going through a real nasty divorce. And his wife of the last 12 or 13 years or so, his second marriage, is a man my age, 61 years old, who was really struggling in his relationships and with this, and his ex-wife is giving him all kinds of problems about wanting half of everything that he's ever created, and wanting, you know, he's going through all of the reasons why she was wrong, and how wrong she was, and how she had no right to do that, and how they had made an agreement before they got married, and they'd signed it, and now she wants to throw that out, and it's all greed. And meantime, he's overweight, and he's suffering from various kinds of stress-related things in his life. Candidate for an ulcer for sure. Blood pressure going up, lots of headaches, illness. All of these things will come about from this kind of way of processing your life. So I asked him the question. I said, if I had two wands, and the first wand was one I said, look, you can have everything you want in your life, including being right. And you can keep all of that you've ever amassed in your life, and you can have make her wrong, and you can shut her out by paying a lot of money to attorneys, and you can win. And you can have all of the stuff that you've accumulated. You get that with this wand. I said, yeah. He said, I like that. I said, but you can't have that wand if you take this wand, and this wand is one which I say to you that no matter what comes your way for the rest of your life, no matter what you encounter, you will have peace. You will be at peace. So no matter what she says or anybody does to you or whatever comes along, you're going to be at peace. Which would you take? And he said, well, obviously, I would take the one to be at peace. I said, well, from this moment on, you have that choice. You can make the decision to be at peace. And you can still hire whoever it is that you need to hire in order to take care of all of these transactions, but you can instruct them that I don't want any news other than that which will bring me to peace. If you have something to say to me that will not make me peaceful, you just deal with it. That's what I'm paying you for. That's your job. Your job is to keep me at peace. Don't tell me anything about she has no right to do. I don't want to hear any of that. Whatever you tell me, it has to bring me peace. Otherwise, just handle it yourself. I said, you can do that. And I said, in the end, even if she takes half of everything that you've ever accumulated in your life, the other half is more that you could spend in the next 25 lifetimes anyway. So your attachment to being right and not being at peace is the thing that is going to destroy you. And you might win, but on the day that you win, you'll probably drop dead. Or wish that you had, because you'll be so sick. Take your choice. I can choose peace, says the Course in Miracles, rather than this. Tattoo it to your forehead. It's what spirit is about. And practice this meditation. I received a letter the other day from a woman who said she was trying to find her home, her perfect home. She said, each of the 30 days that I wanted to manifest my home, I did japa, day and night, to manifest security for us, this particular home. She said, since that time, everything that I have concentrated on during my meditation has come to be. It's almost scary. The letters that I have received from people from around the world about so many different aspects of japa. Here's one from a woman in Arizona. Her name is Cindy Hubiak. She gave me permission to use this. She said, I'd like to share with you a success story. I attended your June presentation in Phoenix and appreciated the information you provided. She said, I avoided having surgery in August due to what you taught. I was scheduled to have surgery on my sinuses in August. I had this painful surgery 4 years ago and was recently devastated to learn that I needed to have polyps removed from my sinuses again. After hearing your presentation, I immediately started talking to the polyps, asking them to leave, and letting them know that their purpose inside my sinuses was over once and for all. She said, I also began doing the Ah meditation every morning and the Om meditation at night, focusing on healthy sinuses. Last week, my doctor let me know that my sinuses were free of polyps and that surgery was not required. Now, you can call that a coincidence, but we all know that a coincidence is something that fits together perfectly, since it coincides. And there are many others. I have a whole stack of those. I'm not going to read them all, because I won't get to what I really want to do here. But my wife and I went to visit a spiritual, what I call an avatar. A woman was born in India, and when she was a little girl, she was born in 1960, she is living at Siddhi consciousness, this consciousness in which there's no time delay between what you think about and what expands into your life. She has the gift of fish and loaves. Remember, even the least among you can do all that I have done, and even greater things, it says in the scriptures. And those are not empty words. And those are reality. You are all healers. You are all miracle workers. You all have the ability to be able to manifest and create anything that you put your attention on. It's all within your power. I love that poem from Samuel Taylor Coleridge that I put at the beginning of Real Magic. What if you slept? And what if in your sleep you dreamed? And what if in your dream you went to heaven and there picked a strange and wonderful flower? And what if, when you awoke, you held that flower in your hand? Ah, what then, the poet asks. Do you know that you have that power? The power to bring anything from the world of thought into the world of reality, to the material world, which means solutions to problems as well. That everything comes from the world of spirit. The flesh counts for nothing. It's the spirit that gives life. Anything. There's a line in the scriptures that says, with God, all things are possible. Now you tell me what that leaves out, okay? What does all things are possible leave out? No thing. So if all things are possible, anything that you put your attention or your energy on, with passion and commitment and connection to God, you can manifest into your life. You have to know that. You have to know that. And here's what Mother Mira said, this wonderful, beautiful, divine lady who is, I call an avatar because to me it's like she represents the presence of God, as all of us do, but she does it without ego. That's what I think separates out the highest among us, is that they show up, and even if they take on an ego, they shed it. Or they show up and never take one on in the first place. I don't know whether she ever took one on, but if she did, she didn't have it long, because when she was a little girl, she would emanate lights from her body, and people knew that being in her presence would promote healing. And this is what she said in a little book called Answers, which someone else published about her. And when I went into her ashram in a little village north of Frankfurt, called Hadamar, and she took my head and put it in her hands and looked into my eyes and said nothing, but looked and stared right into my eyes for about a minute and a half. I knew that I was in the presence of angel, of God, in the human form with no ego. For my wife's birthday, I had a drawing, a portrait done of Mother Mira, and it hangs in our living room, a large portrait. Mother Mira blesses our home every day. And my wife asks her for guidance, and it's never, Mother Mira told my wife when she went there for 4 nights in a row, that whenever you need me, I'll be there. Just ask. And here's what she said. She said, I suggest that you do your job and your duties wholeheartedly and joyfully, and bring peace and happiness in your family and in your surroundings. Now listen to those words. They sound like just maybe they don't have the kind of meaning. I suggest that you do your job and your duties wholeheartedly, that is with passion, and joyfully, and bring peace and happiness, that is, bring the higher energy of peace and happiness in your family, just bring it there, and bring it to all of your surroundings, and do japa, which is the repetition or the sound of the name of the divine, and ask for whatever you want, and you will receive it. This afternoon is really what I think of as the central ingredients of understanding a problem-free life. I've been looking through many of the questions that you have asked, and most of them resolve around, to put it bluntly, making me wrong and making yourself right. And that's absolutely, I'm not here to be right, and I'm not here to make anybody wrong. But most people think of problems in terms of horrible things that do happen to people, to innocent people, and are saying things like, and it's not so many words, how can you say that there are no problems when these kinds of things happen to people? And they happen, and they do happen. But I would like you to just keep in mind that this universe has a guiding force in it, and that all of us show up into the world on time. And none of us ever question, like I showed up on May the 10th, 1940. And I've never yet questioned and said, you know, it should have been 1430. Or it should have been 1847, or it should be 200 years from now. We never question when we show up, because we show up when we're called. And we also leave when we're called. And one of the hardest things for us to deal with is this whole idea of death and how we die and suffering and so on. And I'd like to suggest to you that we leave on time. And that a child dying is a tragedy to most of us, of course. And I have 8 children, and I've been blessed that, you know, that they're all healthy and living. And I'm not even saying here that I'm certain that I would be able to handle something terrible happening to them being murdered or raped or anything like that. I'm suggesting that I have a knowing deep within me that we're all here for a purpose, that our lives have a heroic mission, and when that mission is fulfilled and we're called back to God, it's not for us to question with our egos. And that when we say a child is supposed to be born and be healthy and die in their sleep in their 100th year, that's just our egos talking. But then in fact, some children come in for only a week, and some come in for 4 months, and some come in for 6 years, have lessons to teach, and leave. And the tragedy is that we interpret all of that through the eyes of it shouldn't happen. Hunger and starvation are part of the perfection of the universe. But so is your desire to end it. And that's where you want to place your attention and your energy. Not on what is wrong, but on what it is that you feel in your heart you can do to bring us all closer to God. And the grieving process that some of you referred to in your questions is not necessarily the self-actualized way that you handle tragedies in our lives. I remember a book by Ernest Hemingway called The Islands in the Stream. And this man finds out that his son has just been killed in the war overseas in Europe. And that night he's at a party and he's dancing. And someone said to him, "How could you possibly be here when you found out what happened to your son this afternoon?" And his answer in that novel was, "Sooner or later, I know I'm going to have to get over this, or it will destroy me. I just picked sooner. And that sounds cruel to some of us who believe that we have to spend a long time suffering. But I remember when Nisargadatta said to a woman who complained to her about her cancer, she said, "I suffer so." And he said, "You do not suffer. Only the person you imagine yourself to be suffers." And when she responded, "You can't tell me that you don't suffer," she wanted to make him wrong. And she started pointing out all the things that were wrong in India, and the war with Pakistan, and all of the pestilence, and all of the poverty, and all of the horrible things, and the starvation, and so on. And he looked at her and said straight away, and I'll never forget this, he said, "Ma'am, in my world, nothing ever goes wrong." That's not something I'm asking you to just embrace enthusiastically. I know that you've been raised in a certain way, as I have, and I ache when I see children hurt, when I see people maimed. And I'm suggesting to you that there is another way to even begin to look at all of this from the perspective of yourself as an infinite soul. And the problem then no longer becomes something that you are living with in agony and pain and suffering and creating all of the diseases of your life, but it becomes a clarion call to bring the world closer to God. And like I said about my father, maybe he signed up to be a jerk, to be a thief, to be a drunk, in order to teach me how to forgive it. I'm not saying it's easy, but as Maslow said, those are the flaws of self-actualizing people. In writing A Spiritual Solution to Every Problem, I had the most joyous, wonderful time for about a month of immersing myself into a book written somewhere between 2,300 and 1,800 years ago, somewhere between the 2nd century AD and the 3rd century before Christ. We're not sure when. It was written by a great teacher who is the only person I didn't have a photograph or a drawing of in writing Wisdom of the Ages. Most of the research I did on this particular individual or series of individuals was very obscure about who he or she was, when they lived. They could only pinpoint it to within 500 years. And yet these great teachings have survived for several thousand years now. And out of these teachings, the basic principles for a spiritual solution to every problem evolved for me. There were many. The book is called How to Know God. It's the same title that Deepak Chopra used for his latest book, and he borrowed it from Patanjali, which is perfectly legal and right and in order, because titles are never copyrighted and can't be. And I remember being at his home and talking to him about the title of his book and having read it and given him some feedback on it. And finally and we all just decided that why not call it How to Know God? Now, it's not called How to Know About God. It's not called How to Believe in God. It's called How to Know God. And How to Know God means making conscious contact with God. It's the only way you can know anything. How do you know how to ride a bicycle? Because you've been on one, not because somebody else has given you their testimony, not because you've watched other people do it or you've listened to other people telling you that it's possible. Those are all approaching knowing. Knowing God means, or knowing bicycle riding, or knowing swimming means getting in the water, getting on the bike, slipping around, getting your head wet, perhaps swallowing some water, falling a few times, and eventually having that knowing. And even though many of you haven't been on a bicycle for 20 years or more, If I put one in here and you were on one when you were 5, you would get on it with a knowing and you would ride off. And if you haven't been on one, you would have questions about whether it's possible, and I don't know, that little seat, and look at the size of my seat, and those little tiny tires, and you would have all kinds of questions until you have the knowing. And the same thing is true of how to know God. And I have participated in a book. I call this a bathroom book. I love this. I brought some here with me today. It's called The Experience of God. And I was a contributor, along with Deepak Chopra, Marianne Williamson, Mother Teresa, the Dalai Lama, Louise Hay Ramdas, Bernie Siegel, Scott Peck, Joan Borzenko, and many others. And I call this a bathroom book. And I suggest that you take the book and you put it into your bathroom and place it on the stool in your bathroom. Well, don't place it on the stool. That's probably not the right choice of words. Place it on the little chair that sits in there. And it's a metaphor for all that we're talking about here. That is, you replace what is leaving with a higher frequency, with the Spirit of God. And all of us were asked to explain our experience of God, what it means to know God. And I just love this, and I think it's a wonderful, wonderful gift to give. Who does this resonate with? Does anyone feel like they would like this lady right here? Would you like to have a copy? You're very welcome. God bless you. The Experience of God. It's published by Hay House. Coming to know God, japa meditation is one of the ways to come to know God. There are many others. In reading the aphorisms of Patanjali, he was talking, now you have to remember, we're talking about before the Middle Ages, which were called the Dark Ages. We're talking about a time when there was no such thing as running water, when the church and the power of the early crusades and things like this were the dominant force on the planet. There was an awful lot of talk about different kinds of gods. A god for the sun, a god for the moon, a god for the water, a god... And many of the conveniences and things that we just sort of take for granted in our daily life were not a part of what the world was like several thousand years ago. And here was Patanjali writing about the ability to be able to do absolutely miraculous things. The ability to be able to be in more than one place at the same time. The ability to be able to be in the presence of another human being and raise your energy to such a level that you could literally, by your presence alone, just heal that person. The ability to be able to transcend things like diseases. The ability to be able to have the gift of fish and loaves. To just live at such a level of consciousness that anything you placed your attention on instantaneously, you had the capacity and the power to be able to make that realization for you, even before Christ was born and talked about these things, these miracles. The ability to levitate, to fly, to breathe underwater. Things that we think, no, these are impossibilities. Patanjali was writing about, but not only was he writing about them, he was giving very specific instructions on how to go about achieving this level of consciousness in what he called sutras. And when you begin to practice these particular sutras, which are aphorisms, the repetition of which, if you say you start with these in 40 days, say there are 40 sutras, and there are more. There are some 400. But if I were to repeat the first sutra on the first day, and I were just to repeat that over and over again endlessly in my mind, and then the second day on his 40-day plan, I would repeat the first sutra, and then I would repeat the second sutra over and over and over again as a meditation, as a mantra. And then on the third day, I would repeat the first sutra and the second sutra, and then I would repeat endlessly over and over again for an hour or so this third sutra. You do this for 40 days and 40 nights. And I began to practice these. This was years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. It happened to me in my office. I was on about the 19th or 20th day of repeating these sutras. I was very committed to it, and it was getting to be a point where I literally didn't feel like I was a part of my body anymore. I felt like I could just leave it almost at will. And miraculous kinds of things began to happen in tennis matches. Tennis balls would stop in midair when I would have my attention so focused on that ball, and I would find myself running toward it and seeing it sitting there as if it were just holding there, waiting for me to get to it. And people would be watching me play, and I remember one time doing this, and I went for a ball, and everybody walked away and said, well, that point is over and that game is over. And I just kept going and going and going, and the ball, and I got over, and I just hit the ball back and got it into the other court and won the point. And everyone looked around who had walked away and said, well, you couldn't have got to the ball. It must have bounced twice. And they said, what happened? What did you do? I said, I was so intense, the concentration, the energy from my eyes and from my attention from my body was in such that it seemed to me to just hang there. These kinds of things were happening to me. I remember falling one time and feeling myself falling. It was at a place where all of the children were in one of the springs out on Maui. And I was on top of this, and I was going to jump anyway, but then I started falling, and I felt myself tumbling, but it was as if I went from falling very, very fast at the speed of gravity, 32 feet per second. Instead, I was going at 1 foot per hour. That's what it seemed like. And I just was outside of my body, literally watching my body fall. And people have reported experiences like this, of getting, like being on a gurney or whatever and falling off and going so slow that they literally were able to stop themselves from being hurt, which is, those kinds of things began to happen as I was doing these sutras. And one day I was in my office, and I don't remember what day it was or what sutra I was on from the yogic aphorisms of Patanjali, which is not exactly best-selling literature. But for me, it's glorious to read. And it's the kind of book, How to Know God, the original version of How to Know God. You can only read about a paragraph a day. And you have to really study everything that's in it in great depth. And I was doing these sutras, and I was on the 19th one, and I was repeating it, and I was in my office, and I was in this state. And all of a sudden, I began to feel my body lifting off of the ground. And then it seemed to just settle back down again. And I really loved it. It was just so glorious. I mean, I dream this stuff all the time. I don't know how many of you have flying dreams, but I'm always dreaming of flying. It happens to me, it seems like 2 or 3 times a week. And everybody down there on the ground just keeps saying, how do you do it? How do you do it? And I just say, you just have to take yourself lightly. Just take yourself lightly. It's so simple, and no one on the ground can figure out what's going on. How come I'm able to do that? And it's the most glorious, peaceful, but to be able to do it when you're not dreaming, because, you don't know whether you're dreaming or not. As Lao Tzu said, I went to sleep, and I dreamt that I was a butterfly. And then I awoke, and now I don't know. Am I a man who dreamt he was a butterfly? Or am I a butterfly dreaming he's a man? How could you know? At any rate, I then felt my body go up again and just sort of get very light and levitate for a second or two, and time has no bearing on this, so I don't know whether I'm talking a second or a minute. I just don't know. And then I would settle back down again, and then I got up and I stayed there. At least I seemed like I was there. I was floating. And then I had this thought. And the thought was, I could do this on The Tonight Show. I know that's weird, but that was what? What is that? Ego. And the minute that I had that thought, I went down on my rear end, and I've never had the experience since. It's never come back. Because the moment that you involve your self-importance and your ego, and it's why a Sai Baba doesn't come and appear with Jay Leno to manifest for Buddha. Because they won't enter a field of consciousness in which doubt is present. Because as we learn in quantum physics, a very simple principle, the observer affects what they observe. And the energy field that you bring to what you are observing literally impacts that which is being observed. And they will not allow themselves to be in such energy fields. And I could understand it completely. That it isn't about proving anything, about winning it. It isn't about me. It isn't about being more holy than somebody else. That's just all ego. And so what I want to share with you in these remaining moments here is 5 of these aphorisms. Now, I came across something from How to Know God that I had it copied, I had it laminated, and I carried it with me wherever I went for years, and I still keep it in my note bag. And I put it in Wisdom of the Ages, and I wrote an essay about it, and it was from Patanjali. And it was, for me, for years, and still is, one of the most significant pieces of writing in terms of its impact on creating a spiritual solution to problems that I've ever heard. It goes like this. He said, when you are inspired, and inspired, of course, means what? In spirit, as opposed to being in form. When you're in form, what do you get? Informed, or information. When you're in spirit, you get inspiration. And there's no shortage of information. This has been called the information age. I'm about trying to move us into the inspiration age, because it's a deficit of spirit that creates all of these illusions that we call problems in our world, collectively and individually. And he put it this way. He said, when you are inspired by some great purpose, some extraordinary project, all of your thoughts break their bonds. Your mind transcends limitations. Your consciousness expands in every direction. And you find yourself in a new and a great and a wonderful world. And then the part that always gets to me, he said, dormant forces, faculties, and talents come alive. Dormant forces, that is, forces that you thought were dead, come alive. And you discover yourself to be a greater person by far than you ever dreamed yourself to be. All you have to do is become inspired. That is, move into spirit, into the higher frequencies. And when you go there and are inspired, I want to tell you, I have written in the state of inspiration that Patanjali describes for 24 straight hours without getting hungry or sleepy. When you're in that state of inspiration, you don't ever think about money, and you don't ever think about what ails you. I've had a blister on my foot from running in some new shoes yesterday for 5 miles, those shoes that I had on last night, and I had a blister in there. And the blister was bothering me when I came here this morning, but for the past 3 hours that I have been speaking, I haven't even noticed the blister. Because when you're inspired, things like blisters just don't make any difference in your life. They're just not there. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's starting to bother me again. I've had a problem with my knee and running and all that, and it gets swelled up and so on. But for 3 hours of standing here on my leg, I don't feel any sense of discomfort whatsoever. Because when you're inspired, dormant forces come alive and collaborate with you to create whatever it is that you need to be created. And when you're in a state of inspiration, for me, when I'm writing, and if I get stuck on something and I have all of this great literature surrounding me, I just get up and I walk around and I sit down on the couch and I close my eyes, and then I just get up and I go get a glass of water, and I'll pick up something that I'm directed to and I'll open it, and it's exactly, I mean, it just happens so frequently that it used to freak me out. Now I just say, of course. And I don't have anybody there because it's the middle of the night. But I really just want to say, look at how magnificent this is. All you have to do is stay in spirit, stay inspired, and whatever you need is going to be provided. And if it isn't there in the room, then go to your mailbox. Or turn on your answering machine. Or walk into a bookstore, and whatever it is that you need, you'll be drawn to it. Or the phone will ring. I wrote about it in Wisdom of the Ages, when the only person who knew my phone number the whole time that I was working on this was Deepak Chopra and my wife. I say my wife and my other wife, Deepak. And at the moment that I was trying to figure something out, he telephoned me there at this place that nobody knew the number. And I told him all of that, and he said, well, that's why I called. I got your message in the field. He likes to take credit for all of this stuff. And I wrote about exactly that, because I want you to know that when you become inspired, these dormant forces come alive. And here are the aphorisms. There are 5 of them that I picked as the most significant ones for you to grasp as we move into these frequencies of higher awareness called spiritual consciousness, and how you can identify them and see how they work in your life, which are coming up. By the way, Rumi wrote these words about who can do this. He said, come. Come, whoever you are. Wanderer, worshiper, lover of leaving, it doesn't matter. Ours is not a caravan of despair. Come, even if you have broken your vows 100 times, 1,000 times. Come, come, come again and again. Isn't that beautiful? That whole idea that it's like, just because you've had failures and it hasn't worked, or you've broken your, just keep, this is not a caravan of despair. Where there is despair, St. Francis said, what? Let me bring hope. Hope. So here are the 5 aphorisms, very quickly. And I'm not going to go into great detail on them now, because they will become self-explanatory this afternoon. The first is called, the central act of ignorance is false identification. The central act of ignorance is called false identification. What does Patanjali mean by false identification? And what does he mean by ignorance? Ignorance is not to be assumed to mean that you are uninformed. It means that you are identifying yourself as a human being with your body and your possessions and this material world. And the central act of that ignorance is the identification falsely with this world of the changing. But beyond the world of the changing is the changeless world. And once you start to identify yourself there and know that this is who you are, know it, like you're listening right now and you're watching, and the energy that is coming into you is coming through your eyes and ears and senses. And it is only your eyes and your ears and your senses that take this energy and twist it into something called evil or problems. It comes into your eyes, these energies, and into your ears, if it could be examined just before it hits your eyes and just before it reaches your ears, and we could examine it very carefully, you would find that the scientists would say, no, there's no problems in that energy. There's no evil in that energy. Nope, it's just energy. It's just a frequency, it's vibrating at a certain speed. But as soon as it hits your senses and you begin to interpret it, problems begin to show up in your life. But the energy itself contains no problems. It's just energy. And the observation from Rumi that I made for this first aphorism of Patanjali is this. The illumined soul, this is from the Bhagavad Gita, the Bhagavad Gita. The illumined soul thinks always, I am doing nothing. No matter what he sees or hears or touches or smells or eats, this he knows always. I am not seeing, I am not hearing. It is the senses that see and hear and touch the things of the senses. I am doing nothing. My senses are doing all of that. That's proper identification according to Patanjali. That's the first aphorism. The second aphorism sounds like this. The mind of the truly illumined, said Patanjali, is calm, because the peace of God within all things is known, even within the appearance of misery and disease. Even within the appearance of misery and disease, the mind of the truly illumined is always calm. And this is a reference that Patanjali made that really struck me. He said, God cannot express God's self in you when you are not at peace. If you're not at peace, at any moment in your life, you have sent God out of your life, and God can't express God's self in you. And the mind of the truly illumined understands that the peace of God is in all things. In A Course in Miracles, there's this wonderful line. Again, I have this on my office where I look at it every day. There is a way of living in the world, says the Course, that is not here, although it seems to be. You do not change appearance, though you smile more frequently. Your forehead is serene, your eyes are quiet, and the ones who walk the world as you do recognize their own. Yet those who have not yet perceived the way will recognize you also and believe that you are like them as you were before. That gives me goose flesh every time I read it, and I've read it 1,000 times at least. There's a way of living in the world that is not here, although it seems to be. This is who Jesus was. You are in this world, but what? You are not of this world. That is not who you are. You are not of this world, even though you're in it. So you're filling out the forms, you send in your money to the IRS, and you stop at the red lights, and you obey the laws, and you follow the rules, that is, most of them, which seem to make sense, and the ones that don't, you're able to ignore, which you have to, otherwise we'll never have any growth. Otherwise, you know, when my mother was born, my own mother was born, and she's alive today, women couldn't vote in this country. That was the law. Somebody had to say, we have to disregard this, the laws that don't make sense. Somebody has to do that. But you're in the world, and so you're what my friend Stuart Wilde calls a fringe dweller. You sort of dwell on the fringe. But you know that there's a deeper and a richer experience of life, and it's available to you, and you're going to have it. So that's the second aphorism. The peace of God is in everything, even what it appears not to be. The third aphorism is quite simple, and it's one that's most troubling to many people in the West. Patanjali said, sin is non-existent. Sin is non-existent. There are only obstacles to one's ultimate union with God. You do not sin when you behave toward another person in a harmful way, when you steal from another person, when you violate any of the commandments or whatever. You have not sinned. You have created an obstacle to your union with God. And it is in the recognition that I now have this obstacle and I've got to deal with this obstacle and it's present there, and I will eliminate that obstacle from my life. Is another way. You see, the reason we don't want to put sin in there, according to Patanjali, is because it creates shame and guilt. Shame computes the absolute lowest in whether you're going to be strong or weak in your life. Shame is the lowest frequency emotion that is possible. It only computes at 25 on a scale of 1 to 1,000. And here's a parable from the New Testament, Jesus and the blind man. As he went along, he saw a man blind from birth. His disciples asked him, Rabbi, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? And Jesus responded, neither this man nor his parents sinned. But this happened so that the work of God might be displayed in his life. There's no sin in there. And it's a very powerful thing, and it's something that a lot of organized religions have taught. But you know, one of the observations that Jung made about organized religion was, He said that the central purpose of organized religion seems to be to prevent people from having a direct experience of God. That is, we'll do that for you. You give us your indulgences, you give us your, and we'll do, but we don't want you to have direct experience of God. And this is Jung's observation. The fourth aphorism that leads us into a spiritual solution to every problem sounds like this. And these last two are the ones that I absolutely resonate to and love the most. The person who is steadfast in his abstention from falsehood has the power to obtain for himself and others the fruits of good deeds without having to perform the deeds themselves. Now that sounds complicated. Let me give it to you again. The person who is steadfast in abstaining from falsehood has the power to obtain for himself and others the fruits of good deeds without having to perform the deeds themselves. Steadfast in abstaining from means that you never waver and you never have thoughts of falsehood, that is, identifying yourself as a material being rather than a spiritual being. And when you become steadfast in that, when you say to someone, God blesses you, they are blessed by your presence when you have that kind of consciousness. And you present yourself to someone and you are absolutely steadfast in abstention from falsehood. And in the presence of such a person, healing takes place. And blessing takes place. And that's all you have to do to become someone who performs these spiritual miracles. And the fifth aphorism, my favorite of all, says, when a person is steadfast in his abstention from harming others, then all living creatures will cease to feel enmity in his or her presence. Let me give it to you again. When a person becomes steadfast in their abstention from thoughts of harming others, all living creatures will cease to feel enmity in their presence, pain, hatred. That was St. Francis. It wasn't that he most of the time didn't have thoughts of anger and hatred toward other people. He never had them. When Nisargadatta was asked, what's the difference between saints and the rest of us? Is it that they have unconditional love and we don't in them? He said, no. You have unconditional love in you, and so do the saints. He said the only difference between you and the saints is that they have nothing else inside of them to give away. So when you become steadfast in your abstention from ever having a thought of harm directing at other people, and that's how you walk through the world, butterflies will land on your shoulder. Birds will not be afraid of you. Little dogs, or even vicious dogs, will become domesticated by being in your presence. All living creatures, babies, will goo-goo and come to you. You know people like this, don't you? There are some people, particularly children, but there are some people who in their presence, because they never have a thought that is directed of anger or judgment or hatred toward another, no one feels enmity in their presence. It's absolutely astonishing. And if you read Kastantzakis' St. Francis, you'll see that that was his life from the 24th of September, a Sunday, in the year 1206, when he had his revelation, when he was spoken to, and gave up all of his worldly possessions. And for the next 20 years of his life, until he was 45 when he died, he ceased to have thoughts of harm directed at anyone, particularly his father, who rejected him, and his mother, who was in deep pain, and all of the people, including the sultans, when he went to the Crusades and tried to convince the Christians not to murder the Muslims, and when he went to Pope Innocent III and asked for his blessing in confirming his order and was willing to walk through the fire to prove his connection to God if the Pope would follow him into the fire. I will walk in there and not be burned. And St. Francis was able to do those things. And the Pope got very nervous. I want to just close out this session with a letter that was written to me by a woman in Oregon. Her name is Michelle Moore, and she has given me permission to use this letter. And it's about being steadfast and having a knowing. Dear Wayne, I don't even know how to begin this letter. I wrote to you back in 1996 because my son was missing. He had gotten into the world of drugs and had slipped away. At the time I wrote to you, I was distraught and panicked. I also was trying to start an organization to help others find their children turned of age who had fallen prey to drug addiction. You very kindly wrote me back, and your first sentence stated, "You will be directed to Jeff. Know this beyond anything resembling doubt." I kept that letter with me at all times. I ran those words over and over in my mind while holding the vision of Jeff and I embracing when I found him. Everyone I spoke with told me Jeff probably wouldn't want to see me, or he would be mad at me, or he would run from me. I never believed that. I knew that when we saw each other face to face, we would talk and come to an understanding, if nothing else. Now for the good news. I did indeed find Jeff. When we saw each other face to face, the vision that I had held became a reality. He hugged me, told me he loved me, spoke to me of his pain, his longing to live a different life, then walked with me out of the drug world. We are now starting an agency together called Third Option to help other parents reconnect with their children. I wrote an article in the My Turn column of Newsweek that ran in the August 18th, 1997 edition. From that article, we were asked to appear on Primetime Live, Good Morning America, CNBC, and many other shows. From that, we have just signed a contract to have our story made into a movie. Also, I have written a book that I hope will be published called To Jeff, Love Mom. When the proceeds come from these things, we will have the money to get our organization up and running in the form that we envision. Already, we have helped a couple of parents locate their children and have counseled a dozen more. Jeff just finished up a case in San Francisco. I am now starting to contact federal legislators to see what can be done to give parents of children turned of age more rights when they become lost to them in the world of addiction. I just wanted to write to give you some good news and to thank you for that simple phrase that you wrote to me in your letter. We are all light for one another. And for those few words about being directed to Jeff illuminated my path more than once when the fear and devastation of being without my son would overwhelm me. Thank you so very much. Well, that's about it. Just a huge hug from me with much gratitude from my heart. Oh, by the way, you may see a dramatic rise in the sale of your book, Real Magic. It is my favorite, and I tell every parent I talk to get the book. Love, warmest personal regards, Michelle Moore. Do you see? It's just a simple letter. I get thousands of letters a month, and I try to answer them all. But when I do, I try to write from a position that Patanjali taught me 2,000 years ago. Be steadfast in your abstention from thoughts of falsehood, of fear, that things won't work out. Be steadfast. And what you'll do is set into motion these dormant forces which will collaborate with you because you're in spirit rather than in form. What I'd like to spend this session on is I went through a couple of quotes. One was from Valerie Hunt's book, The Infinite Mind, which is the display quote for the 6th chapter of Spiritual Solution. She said, "But I do not believe that man can perceive his godlike qualities until his field reaches higher and higher vibrations and attains a greater degree of coherency. No matter how hard we may try to receive spiritual guidance, we cannot until our fields are attuned to that vibrational system called God." Let me share that with you again. "But I do not believe that man can perceive his godlike qualities until his field reaches higher and higher vibrations and attains a greater degree of coherency." So that you can sit there in anger and in fear and in shame and all of the reactions in your life that compute to make you weak, and that will make sense shortly. And you can never come to know God according to the mind field theory that Dr. Hunt espouses and talks about, and according to a spiritual solution to every problem. Because when you're not at peace, you have sent your body into a vibrational field of energy in which you have allowed your mind to create the error or the illusion that you and God are no longer connected. And that begins to take over. And as hard as you may try, and no matter what you may do, until you can raise the frequency at which you vibrate, until you can raise the energy level at which you experience life, and move out of the lower and slower frequencies and into the higher frequencies, you will not be able to access and negotiate the presence of a spiritual solution to your problems. That's the first quote. The second one comes from a book that I guess I'll just share with you now. It's a book that is very difficult to get a hold of, and how I got a hold of it is a great coincidence. One of those things that fits together perfectly. I was giving a talk in a little town in Pennsylvania, and someone put a note on my table, like all of the things that I have up here on the stage, and asked if I had ever read a book called Power versus Force by David Hawkins, a medical doctor. I had never heard of it. And the note said that in this book he did a lifelong study of energy and frequencies and how they relate to various emotional states, and gave a numerical way of calibrating through the measurement of frequencies what emotional state you were in. And it's a 29-year study. Well, I called my friend at Hay House, my expert on the internet and finding obscure things, because I looked it up in books and print and it wasn't there. Reed Tracy, who's the president of Hay House, who's here today, said, "I'll order it for you. It'll take 6 weeks to get there." And that was maybe 3 months ago. Never showed up. Hasn't arrived yet. And the order went in. And I was in one of those real large Borders bookstores where they have every book that was ever printed, and you can drink coffee while you're finding them, and you can meet your next wife or husband, and and have somebody speaking to you over here, and read a magazine on hot rods over here, and go to the children's section, and it goes for about 6 blocks. But try to find somebody in the store, well, that's a different story altogether. At any rate, I was just in there, and I thought, I'll look in the psychology section and see if such a book exists. And I looked through all of the different departments, and it wasn't there. And then suddenly, because I had seen a picture of it on the Amazon.com on the internet, and I saw it in the wrong section, in the wrong place, but there it was. And it was wrapped up in cellophane. And I grabbed it, Power versus Force by David Hawkins, who lives in Sedona, Arizona, and is a medical doctor. And I have singularly decided to make this man famous, whether he likes it or not, because his book, which I have here in front of me, The Hidden Determinants of Human Behavior, is the result of a 29-year study that began in 1965, I believe, and ended in 1994. And I'll be quoting some from this and sharing some of the things in here. But basically, he asserts that there is power, and then there is force. And when you attempt to use force, you lower your frequency. And when you are empowered, you are operating at a higher frequency. And he said, I'll give you one example. For example, in athletics, and he measured all up and down the spectrum of every aspect of human behavior. Athletics just happened to be one. Entertainment is another. Business is another. He measured and looked at how people calibrate ancient people, such as Buddha and Rumi, and contemporary people, and it's an exhaustive, incredible study. And I just was fascinated with this book. And it's written in beautiful language. He's a medical doctor and a PhD. But he self-published this book. And I had Hay House call and say, get this book. It's self-published. I'd like to see it in all the bookstores. I'm going to talk about it at all my talks. And Reed called him, and he likes being a publisher. He's a psychiatrist in practice in Sedona and doesn't want it published. But that's okay, because he'll have to. Because I just ordered 1,000 copies from him through Hay House, and I'll be taking them to my talks and distributing them, and eventually it'll get more than he wants to handle. Because I think the world needs to see the message of this. And in athletic performance, for example, he said that when a person is performing in an athletic contest, whether it's a tennis match or a road race or a baseball game or a football or weightlifting or diving or anything that you can think of when you're out there athletically competing, that if your energy or your attention is on force, that is on being able to defeat your opponent, you will always calibrate weaker. It will make you weaker. When your emphasis is on defeating someone else or trying to overcome them, and they can measure what thoughts you have, and when they're on that, you will become weaker and you will perform at a lower level. But when you put your energy and your attention on performing at the most empowering level that you are capable of performing at, and using your God-given abilities and talents to just allow yourself to go out there and connect at the spiritual level and perform, you will always perform at a higher level, and you will calibrate strong rather than weak. And I found an interesting dilemma when the Olympics of a while back took place. And there was this, in the news media, all of this hype about who was the world's fastest human being. You remember? And in the 100 meters, there was a man named Maurice Green. And he had run the fastest 100-meter race. And then there was a man named Michael Johnson who had run the fastest 400-meter race. And both of them were world setters, world record holders in their respective races. But the race between the 100 meters and the 400 meters is what? 200 meters, all right? An eighth of a mile. Maurice and Michael go on television. And they're like Muhammad Ali was with George Foreman a few generations back. I'm the greatest. No, I'm the greatest. I'm going to beat, I'm faster than, I'm the world's fastest. Nope, I'm the world's fastest human. And there was all of this stuff going on between the two, in which animosity, and whether it was feigned or not, became the trademark of this particular race. And they both got to the final heats in the Olympic trials to decide who was going to run the 200 meters to represent the United States. And both of them are in there, they're next to each other, they're lined up, and they're ready to go. And all the cameras in the world are on this race. Who's the world's fastest at 200 meters? They're finally going to race each other. They had been avoiding each other. And what happened in the 200 meters? Both of them, the two finest runners in the world, and their respective distances, pulled up lame in that finals, and neither one of them qualified to run the Olympics. And it was bearing out exactly what Dr. Hawkins has talked about in power versus force. Now in here, he has presented a map. Well, let me give you his quote first. He said in the introduction to his book on page 12, "The individual human mind is like a computer terminal connected to a giant database. The database is human consciousness itself." You get that picture? Of which our own consciousness is merely an individual expression. So you're connected to this database through the individual expression of your own human consciousness to something called human consciousness. But with its roots in the common consciousness of all mankind. This database is the realm of genius. The database of human consciousness is the realm of genius. It's power, not force. Because to be human is to participate in the database. You have no choice in this. You showed up as human, and therefore you are connected to this database called human consciousness, like it or not. Everyone, by virtue of his birth, has access to genius. Everyone. No exceptions. That's all of you. That's all of you listening. That's all of you here in this room. That it just becomes a question of how am I going to connect and at what frequencies am I going to connect to it? But human consciousness is the frequency of genius. The highest frequencies are what human consciousness is. And you can plug in anywhere you want, at any level that you want. I want to show you this map of human consciousness. Map of human consciousness goes from a frequency that he has created called 1 to 1,000. And the lower the frequency, that is, the slower the vibration, the more it will keep you weak. And anything below 200, by his formulation after 29 years of study, anything that calculates or vibrates or calibrates lower than 200 will weaken you. It will take away your strength. And anything above 200, up to as high as 1,000, will empower you. So below 200 is force, above it is empowerment. The lowest level in this map of consciousness is called shame. That when you are experiencing a shameful thought, you will weaken yourself. The next up is guilt. The next up is apathy. All of these will weaken you, and we're going to demonstrate it shortly. The next is grief. Grief itself, even though there's a lot of people making a strong case for it, to grieve is to weaken yourself. Fear, which has as its emotional counterpart anxiety. Craving, or ultimate desire. Anger, and pride, which is scorn and hate, are all going to weaken you. Now, the ones that will strengthen you, starting from the lowest ones that will strengthen you, that calibrate at 250 and above, are neutrality, which has an emotional correlate of trust, and then willingness, that calibrates at 310, and that's optimism, and then acceptance, which is forgiveness in the emotional realm, is 350. Reason and understanding calibrate at 400. Love and reverence at 500. Joy at 540, and serenity. And finally, peace at 600. is the highest that most of us will ever reach. Peace and bliss will always empower you. Now, I'm just talking about thoughts here, just thoughts of peace and bliss. Whereas the highest one, enlightenment, which is the emotion of ineffability, calibrates between 700 and 1,000. The highest person on the planet when he did this study was Mother Teresa at 700. The highest person ever calibrated was Jesus and Buddha and people of that, in which they went through historical records and were able to calibrate them. And of course, the highest at 1,000 is called God consciousness. Okay? So that's what he calls a map of consciousness. All right? And it's an interesting formulation. The way it's written is beautifully done, and just go try to find it and get a copy of it somewhere and make him get this book out there. All right? It's really worth reading. What I'd like to do at this time is just a very brief demonstration. And then I want to move into these frequencies and how they work in our lives. If I could have... is there anybody here who's in a second marriage? Second marriage? Okay. Second, third, even better. Okay. Would you mind volunteering? Okay. All right, Allison, we're going to do a little kinesthesiology thing here. All right? It's a very simple thing. And I want you to cooperate totally. We have made no agreements before. You haven't... All right. Okay, I am going to put one hand here on your... And I'd like you to hold your arm out, your right arm, as hard as you can. And I'd like you to resist me as much as possible. I'm going to use 2 fingers and put it like this, make a fist. Okay, and then when I push down with these 2 fingers, I want you to resist me as strong as you can, okay? So that you feel how much pressure and you feel how strong you are. That I really can't budge your arm at this, using this. Now I could if I really grabbed it into it, but I'm just using 2 fingers and I'm pushing down here as hard as I can, and she's able to resist. Okay, what I'd like you to do first is to just give me your full name.
Alice.
Okay. Alice, would you hold your arm out? All right, what is your name?
Alice.
Is that the truth?
It's my name this week.
I'll do the comedy here if you don't mind, huh? Hi. Your name is Allison, and is that the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Now you hold that thought in. Okay, you're telling the truth, and you can see that I cannot budge her arm down with my 2 fingers. Okay, now what I'd like you to do this time is I'd like you to make up a name when I ask you, but when I ask you if it's the truth, I'd like you to lie to me. Okay? I'd like you to say, yes, it is the truth, even though it's a lie. Okay? Hold your arm out and stiffen it. Okay, what is your name?
Allison Jones.
Okay, your name is Allison Jones?
Yes.
Is that the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'd like you to think of your first marriage. Yeah. For those of you listening, she just had a collapse, all right? All right. And I'd like you to think of the moment when you had a realization that this marriage was over and that you could no longer stay in it. Whatever that moment was, the moment of disappointment, that moment, whatever it is that you felt, okay, the hurt that you felt when you knew this marriage was not going to be a success, okay? Hold your arm up. All right. I'd like you to just think of that moment, okay? Ready? And I want you to resist me, okay? Okay. Okay. Now I'd like you to think of your present marriage. Are you married now?
Yes.
Okay. And when you first met your husband and you realized this was someone you loved very much, and when you felt perhaps most loved in your life by this man, okay? Can you think of that moment?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to resist me as hard as you can, okay? Okay, I can't push your arm down. Now I'd like you to think of a moment in your life when you felt shame. You don't have to share what it was, just a moment of shame, whatever it was. Can you think of that moment? Okay. All right. All right, what are you thinking? You're thinking of that shame? All right, now I want you to resist. Now, come on, resist, okay? Okay. Now I'd like you to think for a moment when you felt bliss. Probably as blissful as you've ever felt in your life, okay? All right, now I'd like you to, okay, now I want you to really resist me now, okay? Ready? I can't push your arm down. If you can go back in your life at any time, Allison, and think of a moment when you experienced fear, when you were afraid. Perhaps, well, I won't tell you, I won't give you any examples, just a moment of fear. Can you think of a moment of fear? All right. Now, come on, I want you to really resist me this time, all right? All right, fear. Ready? Okay. Now I'd like you to go back in your life and think of a moment when you felt closest to God. All right? Or spirit. Whatever that might mean to you, okay? Your connection, like when you knew that God and you were one. Can you hold your arm up? Okay, now resist as strong as you can. Come on, be strong. I can't push your arm down. Okay, now hold on one moment. I have 2 envelopes here. I feel like Johnny Carson here. I'd like you to just pick one. You've never seen these envelopes before. Okay, just take one of these envelopes. Either one, doesn't make any difference. All right. Just set that one down there. I'd like you to take that envelope, and with this hand, I'd like you to push it into your solar plexus, okay? Like it's going to become a part of your heart, all right? Now, you have no idea what's in it, do you? Okay. Okay, hold your arm out. I don't even know which envelope you've picked, all right? Now, I want you to resist as hard as you can. Now, come on. Okay, you've got to cooperate. Ready? Okay, whatever that is making you weaker, okay? Now, let's take this envelope. Would you hand me this envelope? Okay, now you're taking the second envelope and you're holding that, the second one that you picked. And I want you to hold this against your solar plex and I want you to resist as strong as you can. Okay, ready? Resist. Okay, I can't push your arm down. Okay, thank you, Allison. All right. You want to hold that envelope up to the light and I don't want to open it because can you see what it is? Well, I'll tell you what's in the envelope. No. Sweet and low. The first envelope in which she was weakened by pushing it into her solar plexus without even knowing what it was with no awareness of her mind, is something called aspartame and saccharin. These are artificial substances. When the body has to encounter them, or even when they come close to your energy field, they will always make you weaker. This is what diet soda is comprised of. This is what all of the sugar-free this is and that are. And every time you put it into your body, you have weakened yourself. The envelope that I am holding, to which I could not push her arm down, contains pure vitamin C. It's just powdered vitamin C. Okay. Isn't that something? Now, any one of you that doubts what I've just done, or thinks that there might be some kind of trick to this, David Hawkins says in his book that if they really wanted to know whether Bill Clinton had sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky, that it's absolutely infallible, that this test. When I asked her to give the truth, I couldn't move her arm. When I asked her to lie, her arm got weak. Her weakest moment in her arms was when she felt shame, whatever that was, whatever you were feeling. She could hardly even hold her arm up. And fear. And I could have gone through the entire list. And what I'm saying here, what I'm suggesting here, what I want you to think about in this little demonstration, and in Hawkins' book, he goes in depth through how to do this, and you can work with this in your own life. This is one of the most fun parlor games that you can have at home, because my daughters come home when they bring all of their girlfriends over, and did you ever smoke marijuana? And come on, get up here and do it, come on, and have you ever let anybody touch you? Come on, let's go, that's it. And every single time, and if you take sprinkles, and the sugar things that you put it in, when my daughter loves to put those on, and I said, come on, honey, let's just do a little muscle test and see. And she holds them up against there, and she can't hold her arm up even for a second. And when I put the vitamin C or put juice or whatever, she computes strong. Even if you don't know, he even does a test in there where they take 2 apples, one of which they both look identical. One has been treated by chemicals, by pesticides, and the other one is organically grown. And you pick whichever one. You don't have any idea. The pesticides on the apple will make you weak. The ones that are. So it's a fascinating look. Now, what does it demonstrate? What's the purpose other than just being a nice parlor game? It demonstrates that there is a connection between the way that we think, the energy of our thoughts, if you will, and the physiological reactions of our body in the world. And that this reaction is independent of your opinion about it. In fact, you don't even have to know what you are thinking when we put certain substances that are not good for you into your energy field, it contaminates it, and it's contaminating it through an energy. These energies, this is a frequency. It's invisible. Of course it's invisible. But nevertheless, it's real, and it impacts every single one of us. And we can go through our life. Now imagine this, that if a thought of shame, or a thought of fear, or a thought of guilt creates a muscle reaction in which you can't move your arm, imagine what it's doing to your heart. Which is a strong muscle, isn't it? If you go around all day with thoughts of shame and guilt and fear and worry, what's happening to your heart? You are weakening your heart. You are literally sending energy that is disempowering you. Whereas if you're thinking thoughts of love and connection and spirit and God, you are strengthening your heart. Imagine your kidneys. Imagine your liver. Imagine the joints in your body. Imagine your eyes. Imagine every single aspect of this thing called your body, and understand that every single thought that you have impacts it in a way that either makes it empowered or disempowered. And so too are all of the substances that we put into our bodies. You take a bottle of scotch and you put it up next to your solar plexus, and you push it into your solar plexus, and you will not hold your arm up even with one finger, because scotch, pure alcohol whiskey, no dog, if you pour scotch on his dog food, will ever have anything to do with it. They'll look at it and you must be kidding me. And by the way, that's the same reaction you had the first time you tasted it. Woo! What is this? And you spit it out like it's what? It's poison, isn't it? But then, of course, that's just because you're immature. You haven't really learned how to overcome those poisons and make them a part of your daily life, which is what mature people do. This is not for children who know that this is terrible for them. This is for those of us who go out and have cocktails. And every time we have one, we send a signal to the rest of our body that it is going to be weakened. Okay, if everything is energy, and if every thought that we have impacts or empowers us in some way, I've always said that if you understand that what you think about is what expands into the physical world, then after a while, you'll start getting real careful about what you think about. Real careful about what you think about. And when you start having these thoughts, do you notice with Allison that when she was thinking shame, how weak she became, and what did it take to send that weakness out of her body in just that instant that she was standing up there with me? What did it take? A thought of what? Of love. A thought of God. A thought of spirit. A thought of kindness. These are all the components, the 7 components of spirituality that I spoke about earlier. When you change your thought, when you shift your thought from one of anguish, self-pity, depression, worry, fear, and particularly shame, when you shift that thought in the instant, and when people say, yeah, but how do I do it? I don't know how you do it. You just do it. If I say to you right now, I want you to think of a very unhappy thought. I'd like you to picture a dog that has just been hit by the side of the road, and it's a German Shepherd, and it's brown and black, and it's got blood trickling out of its mouth, and it's lying there on the side of the road. Is there anyone that can't do that? You can see that picture, can't you? Okay, that's a very disempowering picture. So let's change it. Change it and shift it to a bouquet of roses, red roses with that white baby breath or whatever they call it in back of it, and the greens coming behind it, and 12 beautiful long stem roses, each of them going out in a little bit of a different direction. And is there anyone who can't do that? All right, how did you do that? You tell me. You just did it. You just did it. You just do it. And no one can explain how. No one can explain the mechanics behind it. Even the greatest neurosurgeon in the world can't explain the mechanics behind. You just change your thoughts. You train yourself to think in a different way when confronted with and knowing that your thoughts are on anything that is going to disempower you. Or surely the presence of love will correct my perception that I have a problem. You just change it. And of course, you also change what you put into your body. You decontaminate your energy fields. You don't allow yourself to consume foods, substances. And if you want to know whether a substance works or doesn't work for you, even if you want to check your vitamins, or if you want to check anything that you might be taking, just have someone stand in front of you, put your arm out with no watch on it, because a quartz movement will interfere with this. It has energy in it of its own. And ask them to put their one hand on your right shoulder, and their other hand with two fingers, the forefinger and the next finger, and just have them to push down until you resist as strong as you can. And then with your right hand, take your vitamins, or take your food, or take your liquor, or take your cocaine, or take whatever it is that you might find yourself addicted to or practicing, and push it into your solar plexus, and then ask that person to push down on your arm. And if your arm goes down with very little resistance, it's disempowering. And if it stays up, it's empowering. Hawkins did a study with 1,000 people, and he put 500 envelopes of aspartame and 500 envelopes of pure vitamin C, and 100% of the time, every single person in the audience, when they paired up, the aspartame computed weak and the vitamin C computed strong. And yet we fill ourselves with this stuff. How much diet soda do we sell in this country? And hold up a can of diet soda to your solar plexus and watch what happens. I've done this with my daughters. Said, look, you can't even resist when I use one finger to push down on your arm. And you hold up a glass of orange juice, pure orange juice, and watch what happens, and I can't budge their arm. There's an energy to everything. Everything has energy. That's the message of what I'm speaking about here. Now what I want to do is, I want you to picture, if you're listening on tape, and I want you to observe here, that I'm going to create a line that goes from my left all the way to as far as I can go across this room to my right. At my extreme left, I am going to call this point A. And I'm going to call this the beginning of a continuum. And I'm going to put a frequency number on this, and it isn't anything that is real in the sense of research. It's just a number that I'm using because it makes it much easier to talk about and demonstrate what I want to do here. And I'm going to call this low, slow frequency as far left as I can go on this continuum. I'm going to call this 10,000 cycles per second. That's the energy, all right? That's the frequency at which this vibrates. Then I'm going to move to the very center of this continuum, right here, if you will, in the center of the room, and I'm going to call this point B. And this point B, I'm going to put a number on. I'm going to call this number 20,000 cycles per second. 20,000 cycles per second. Okay? And over here at my far right, I'm going to put, as far as I can go, right here at the end, I'm going to call this point C. And I'm going to call this 100,000 cycles per second. All right? A very fast energy, a very fast frequency. Okay? You see the picture? A continuum, A, B, C, 10,000 cycles per second, 20,000 cycles per second in the center, and 100,000 cycles per second at my far right. That's the continuum. And I'm going to talk about three things. The first thing I'm going to talk about on this continuum is your physical health. Your physical health. Okay? And at point A on this continuum of your physical health, at 10,000 cycles per second, where I am standing right now at point A, to my immediate far left, this represents as low and slow a frequency as you can experience in your life and still be alive. If I were to move one step further to my left, you would be dead. Life would leave your body, okay? So this is as sick as you can get and still be called alive, all right? And then as I move up between 10 and 20,000 cycles per second, I am talking about the more debilitating and the more serious physical illnesses that we experience in our life. The ones that really grab us and make us very unhappy and very sick. All right? These are the severe cancers. These are the severe heart diseases. These are the severe rheumatoid arthritises which cripple us. These are the muscular diseases of dystrophy and sclerosis. And as we move up from these very serious liver cancers and diseases and sclerosises and so on, we move into a little bit higher frequency, but still a frequency that is disempowering. And we now have things like chronic headaches, backaches, and cramps at maybe 14 or 15,000 cycles per second. And as we move up to the area of symptoms, things that are wrong with us but are not debilitating, are not immobilizing, we have things like the flu, we have things like colds, we have things like cuts and bruises and so on, until we get to 20,000 cycles per second. So all of between 10 and 20,000 cycles per second, and what I am speaking about here, represents symptoms of various frequencies, or speeds, if you will. And at 20,000 cycles per second, we have an absence of symptoms. This is called ordinary levels of health. This is what it means to be average. And I would suggest that perhaps those of you here today in attendance, most of you probably here right now in this very minute are at 20,000 cycles per second or above. That is, you are not in a lot of discomfort, you're not having a lot of pain, you're not hurting, you're not sick, you're not throwing up, you're not bedridden, you're not crippled, you're not whatever. You are basically here symptom-free. But, and you know, that at any minute, if the TV comes on and the announcer says, as they did the other day, you know, the flu season is right around the corner. And you better go and get your flu shot, which means you better go get injected with some flu so that you can avoid having the flu seriously. We'll just give you a little mild case of it, and then you can build up something called antibodies, and you'll be able to overcome it. And you know that it's very possible for a headache to creep up on you at any moment. It could happen particularly if your daughter misses her period, or if you miss it, even worse, or if the weather changes, or it gets too humid, or the temperature goes. There's 1,000 things out there that could come along to send you out of your ordinary level of awareness, okay? And most of us, when we think about our physical health and energy, are really working very hard in order to get to 20,000 cycles per second. We go to the doctor so he can relieve us of our symptoms, right? Just send this pain away. I want to get past this stuff that's bothering me. I hate this eczema. I hate the zits, as my kids call them. I hate having backaches. I hate the headaches. I don't like the cramps that I'm experiencing. I'd like to overcome this arthritis. I'd really like to see if I could cure myself of cancer. Whatever it might be, we find ourselves moving towards a medical solution, which generally is to get us to this point of 20,000 cycles per second. Now, I'd like to suggest that over here, to my far right, is something called 100,000 cycles per second. And this is represented by something that I'll call perfect health. And at perfect health, this is the place where you not only don't consider symptoms as a part of your life, but your physical health and the regimen of your life is not based upon overcoming symptoms, but upon making yourself as healthy as it's possible for you to become. So that if I were to say to this audience right now, when we finish here today, we're going to all gather outside on this beautiful day at the Omega Institute in Rhinebeck, New York, and we are going to meet, and we're going to all go for a 26-mile run. And we have 4 hours to complete this, which is plenty of time. It's a very nice, slow, easy pace. And that's about 8 minutes a mile. It's just nice, and you can enjoy the hills and go up and down them, and it's a wonderful commute, wonderful place to do that. And I'm going to lead this race for the next 4 hours, and from 5 o'clock until 9 o'clock, we're going to run nonstop. There'll be water along the way, and we're going to meet back here at 9 o'clock, okay? How many people, by a show of hands in this room, know that they could join me on that 26-mile run and complete it? How many people know they could? And if you lie, you die, okay? If you lie, you die. 26 miles, 4 hours. 1, 2 and a half, 3, maybe. All right. So out of, say, 250 people, we have 2, with 1 who lies a lot, all right? Now let me say to you that if I were to say, well, we're going to pull these chairs apart, we're going to all sit down, we're going to team up, and we're going to all do 500 sit-ups without stopping. 500 sit-ups, you just lie down and you just have to just sit up, that's all. It's not a big deal. How many people could sit up, okay, not spit up, sit up, okay, 500 times without stopping? How many know that they could do that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 people. So we're talking here about less than 1%, or maybe even 1/10 of 1% of the people, and this is about average. Okay, if I said we're going to pass a cup around to everybody and we're going to take a little urine sample here, don't get nervous, and we're going to go back behind this curtain and we're going to analyze it, and we're going to find out who in this room has an internal system of liquids in which there are no contaminants. That is, no caffeine, no nicotine, no cholesterol that is damaging, no foods and substances, legal or illegal, drugs and so on, that would in any way disempower you if they were held against your solar plexus and we did a muscle test. How many people could pass that test of purity here today? How many people, by show of hands? A few more, 5 or 6, okay? Now let me ask this question, and it's very important. How many people in this room know that you have the capacity, the ability to be able to do any one of those 3 things, or all 3 of those things, that you were given that ability, but for some reason, at this point in your life, the choices you have made have not led you to be able to do it, but you have the ability to do it? How many know that? Okay? And if you look around, virtually every hand in the room goes up. Okay? Now listen to my teacher, the man who passed the baton on to me on the day of his death, on the 14th of June in 1970, Abraham Maslow. Self-actualizing people must be what they can be. They must be what they can be. For them, it's called a burning desire. It's like an inner candle flame that never flickers. Though the worst may go before them, they still have to live at the level that they know they're capable of living. They treat their body like a temple. It's been said that if you don't have a temple in your heart, you'll never find your heart in a temple. It's an old Sufi saying. They have a temple in their heart. And they recognize that this magnificent thing that was given to them, because that's not who they are, is something that will always serve you. That when you go to sleep at night, it will circulate all the food that you put into it without you having to have any concern about whether it goes to the right place and whether it comes out the right place. And that if in the middle of the night you need more blood to go rushing to a certain part of your body because your heart is failing or because your brain is failing, anything that might happen, you can rest assured that it will automatically start firing the blood to the place that it is needed the most, and you don't have to do anything about it. And it will continue during the night while you're sound asleep and off in another world to grow your fingernails, independent of your opinion about it, and to grow your hair, some of you. It will circulate everything and distribute everything in absolute perfection. It will all work in harmony with God because it was created that way. It was created in an energy of God. If you showed up in a body that doesn't see or doesn't hear or maybe sits in a wheelchair, that it isn't because of some punishment, it isn't because you have sinned, as we said earlier in the parable of Jesus. It's because this is your curriculum to God. This is the temple that you are to use in order for you to get closer to that harmony, that frequency at which you were created. This represents 100,000 cycles per second or more. A faster, higher energy, a faster, higher frequency, if you will. Now, recently, I picked up the telephone and I called an old friend of mine. And this was a friend who I hadn't seen in 25 or 30 years. And he's a physician in a small town in Ohio. And I called him up just on a lark because his phone number came across my mind in a meditation when I was in Cleveland. And the phone number, for some reason, I remembered after 25 or 30 years. It's one of my best friends, many, many years ago. But he moved in one direction, I moved in another. A physician, an internist. And I called him and he answered the phone and I said, "What are you doing home on a Friday morning? I thought you were a physician." This is 30 years after we'd seen it, talked to each other. And he said, "Wayne Dyer, I'd recognize you anywhere. How you doing?" I said, "Great, but what are you doing at home?" He said, last Wednesday, ironically enough, he said, I had my right hip replaced because of rheumatoid arthritis. And I've been walking with a walker for the past couple of years and a cane, and it's gotten to be so bad that I just knew that I had to have this replaced. And I'm recuperating now, but next March I'm going to have my left hip replaced because I have rheumatoid arthritis in all of my lower joints and extremities. He said, a year from then I'm having my left knee done, and then 6 months later, if that goes well, I'm going to have my right knee done. So he's having one hip done, then another hip done, then a knee done, and another knee done with this rheumatoid arthritis. And I said, why did you select rheumatoid arthritis? Why did you decide to have that? And he's a physician. He said, "Wayne, you don't choose arthritis. Arthritis chooses you." I said, it's not something that I would ever choose. And I wouldn't allow it to choose me. And he said, you run, don't you? I've been reading about you in the newspaper, and I've seen stories about you, and you run a lot, don't you? I said, well, I run every day. And I've been running every day since 1976. 7 or 8 miles without missing a day until very recently. And he said, you know, with that kind of running and that kind of pounding on the joints, you're a real candidate for a hip replacement. And I said, Dean, I hate to disappoint you, but I would never have a hip replacement. He said, well, what if you got rheumatoid arthritis? I said, but I wouldn't get that. He said, but you can't just say, you just can't come out and say you're not going to get rheumatoid arthritis. You can't say things like that. I said, well, I certainly can. And I'm saying it to you. I would never get arthritis. That's just not anything I would ever allow into my body. I just don't think arthritis thoughts. He said, you know, you're just as stupid and arrogant as you were 30 years ago. I said, well, that may be true, but I've still got my hips. And I'm still running every day. And we talked for a little while, and that was the end of the conversation. A few weeks later, I was at my friend's house down in Florida, Phyllis and Harvey, and they had invited my wife and I over for a fundraiser for a temple in Boca Raton. And it was for a wonderful cause for children's, to overcome children's diseases and so on. So we were there, and I came in to just attract people to come and contribute some money. And Phyllis was talking to me, and she is my age. This was when she was 59. And she said, you know, my mother has Alzheimer's disease. I said, I know that. And she said, well, what worries me is that, she said, I think I'm getting Alzheimer's disease because I'm finding myself more forgetful than I was before, and I'm very concerned that this is something that's going to happen to me. And I said, Phyllis, why don't you decide that it won't? She said, well, you can't just say, I won't get Alzheimer's. You just can't come out and say that. I said, you know a friend of mine who lives up in Ohio? He's a physician, just had his hip replaced. And we joked a little bit about it, and I said, why, of course you can say that. She said, well, you wouldn't say that, would you? I said, well, of course I would say that, and I'll say it to you now, of course. I will never get Alzheimer's. I don't choose things like that. That's just not a part of... She said, well, don't you forget things? I said, of course I do. Well, she said, aren't you afraid of saying something like that God is going to punish you? By giving you Alzheimer's, because you said that? I said, you think God is out there punishing? That's your perception of God, of spirit, of higher consciousness? That God is withholding something from me, He's going to slap it on me the moment that I say the wrong thing? You think that's the case? That's what God is? Why, of course you'll get Alzheimer's if you think like that. She said, well, let's just play a game. And I know the game. It's a game that I don't play. She said, just assume that 20 years from now I see you, and you're 80 years old, and you've got Alzheimer's. What are you going to say to me then? I said, I'm going to say, who are you? And why are you annoying me? I make a new friend every 10 minutes. Now, look, I know Alzheimer's isn't funny. And I don't mean to be making fun. I know many of you listening have dealt with that in your families and in your life. And I know rheumatoid arthritis is not funny. And I know that having hips replaced, and I know that serious illnesses are not funny. But I'd like you to just contemplate a different scenario, if you will. Just for a moment. Have a mind that's open and not attached. A mind that says, I have the capacity to move the frequency at which I am vibrating in my life up to a faster and a higher energy in which at 100,000 cycles per second I have the ability and the capacity to reject anything that might attempt to enter my body which is not in harmony with the perfection into which it was created. I have that ability. I may not know how to access it, I may not know how to negotiate it, but I at least know that I am connected to something that can repel these kinds of things that are so troublesome and debilitating in my life. I have that power. And I'm going to use the power of my mind, because the body does not control the mind. The mind controls the body. If you think a thought, as Allison demonstrated, of shame, your body is going to show the effects of that. If you create an ulcer in your life, a chemical reaction, what is an ulcer? Nothing more than a chemical reaction to a thought. And if you have enough thoughts of low frequencies, eventually the body will begin to react and grow tumors and grow things called ulcerated areas of our intestines and so on, which constitute a label. And that label becomes something that we live with. And once we identify the label, I remember Deepak telling me the story. One of the first things he ever told me was the story of a man who was a physician that worked with him up in Massachusetts, who hadn't been in for a physical in 25 years. And finally he was persuaded. Actually, he had to take a physical because of a life insurance requirement. And he went in, he had this life insurance requirement fulfilled, and they took an x-ray and they found a big black mark on his lung. A big black mark on his lung. And they told him that he had lung cancer. And 4 months later he was dead. And then Deepak was cleaning out his room and his office and going through all of his things, and he happened to come across an x-ray that had been taken 25 years before of this same physician when he first entered medical school. And they looked on it, and there was the same black mark. He'd had it for 25 years. But the moment that he found out about it, and his mind began to go into a worry and a fear and a shame and an anxiety mode, he created within himself something he had lived with peacefully for 25 years. The diagnosis of the disease became the very thing that created the illness that destroyed him. The mind controls the body, not the other way around. And you want to be real careful about the kinds of messages that you allow to come into your consciousness, because you want to keep your energy field uncontaminated. Uncontaminated. And the way that you keep it uncontaminated is by not permitting people, as my mother won't do. She will not allow people to talk about arthritis in her presence. Don't even bring the subject up around me, because I know there's an energy. And I don't want to allow myself to even have a moment in which I might contemplate this is something that I could select in my life. Now this is different. This is weird. I know that. But what I'm about to tell you is even more weird. You don't have to have accidents. You don't have to be victims of crime. Accidents and crime are things that happen to us when we're at 20,000 cycles per second. Those are problems. They're the part of our consciousness. All of our problems show up at 20,000 cycles per second or below. There are no problems at 100,000 cycles per second, because the primary focus and central energy system that you are operating on is something called intuition and insight and creativity. Intuition, insight, and creativity. Higher and faster frequencies that become available to you when you move out of these lower and slower frequencies. And you can know that, can you say it? I don't do accidents.
I don't do accidents.
I will never be a victim of crime.
I will never be a victim of crime.
You just have to put that out into the universe. I went to the bank last week. I had $4,000 in cash, and I was running. And I ran with $4,000 in cash in my hand for an hour, and then I showed up at the bank. When I walked up to the teller and I presented these $4,000 in wet bills, she said, Wayne, she said, you shouldn't run with that kind of money in your hand. I said, why not? She said, well, somebody could just steal it from you. I said, Shanaz, I don't attract people who want to steal from me into my life. She said, well, you just can't stop them from coming into your life. Right away, it's like she jumped on it, like some of the questions you've written out. I mean, it's the same tone. You just can't do that. You You can't keep people who want to steal from you from stealing from you just by having a different level of consciousness. I said, of course I can. People don't steal from me. I don't attract that kind of energy. It's just not possible. I leave my doors open. It's not anything that I get concerned about. And aside from all of that, I'm not even attached to my stuff. I give away, for every dollar I make, I give away 9. And anybody who knows me will confirm that. I don't need it for myself. I have a watch, a nice watch. I got a nice car. I can't get anything else. Got a few pair of khakis, got a blister on my foot. You know about my blister. Really hurts. And all the rest of it, I just let it go. It's just not, I'm just not attached to it. Just not attached. If things come into my life and then they disappear, I just get a new one. I just let it go. You want my underwear? Take it. I can do without it. Literally, I mean that very seriously. If things disappear from my house and all that, I'll just say, oh, that's like, all right, we'll get another one. When I travel light. If I run out of clothes, I just get new ones. It's easy. American Express. I don't have accidents. Because when you are at 100,000 cycles per second, and this is where meditation and japa will bring you, when you are over here and you have increased the frequency, which will empower you rather than disempower you, as we have demonstrated, you access your intuition. Now, I have been running daily for a quarter of a century. I have run in some of the worst neighborhoods you could ever imagine in your life, because you start running and all of a sudden I'm in another zone. I don't know where I am, and I'm in another time zone. I just move up. I'll be running along in Central Park, and all of a sudden I'll look up and I'm in a place that I don't even have any idea where. How did I get up here? What do these high numbers on the streets mean? And then I'll see 5 or 6 people standing in a corner looking like twirling knives. Like, here comes some jerk that thinks he's going to run past us. And I look up there and I see these people up there and I read the energy. I can sense it in a second, and I don't say, hey, wait a minute. I'm a macho guy, and I got a spiritual solution to any problem. My intuition says, maybe you better go in a different direction. And I just move into a different direction. I went to pick up my daughter, Serena, who was babysitting. And my wife was driving, I was in the passenger seat. My daughter, Sage, was in the back seat, and her girlfriend, Michelle. And we get to the front of the place. This was last June, at graduation time. And there's a graduation party, which is really a gathering of kids outside, and it's about 1 o'clock in the morning, and it's on a weekend, and there's been a lot of drinking, there's been a lot of smoking, there's been drug use. You can sense it, you can smell it, you can feel it, you can just breathe it in. And all of a sudden, I hear loud noises, and everybody's saying, there's going to be a fight, there's going to be a fight, and there's a whole bunch of kids from one school who are black, and there's a group of kids over here who are white, and the blacks and the whites are all gathering together, and we're going to have like this huge racial incident there. And we pull up there, and I said to the guard as we were pulling up, I said, what's going on? He said, oh, these kids, they've been drinking all night, it's been very loud, and now they're going to start fighting with each other. And I got out of the car. And I started walking towards where all the kids were fighting, and Sage, my daughter, had her girlfriend, Michelle, said to Sage, what is your daddy doing? Is he crazy? And Sage said, she said, he thinks he's God. I swear to you, that was her word. And I started walking. I didn't walk in there and say, wait a minute, I got a spiritual solution here. Because as far as I'm concerned, these people see me as just a 60-year-old, bald-headed old fart who's just wandering around and probably doesn't know what he's doing here, which is exactly the persona that I want to portray. But while I am walking amongst these people and walking between the people who want to fight, and just all I'm doing is radiating out a different kind of consciousness. I'm just sending, you've heard about putting white light around people, and you hear, oh, well, that's really sort of airy-fairy. But you do that. You literally send out This energy. And I just walked through it because I've been in the presence of people who live at that kind, and I know that energy fields can be contaminated or uncontaminated by the ways that we think, as we've demonstrated here today. And I just send out that kind of energy. Like, we're all together. This is a round planet. There's no choosing up sides. It's round. We all live we all breathing the same air. We're all connected. And I just walk through like that, and I'm just humming this, surely the presence of God is in this place. I'm just humming that to myself. And all of a sudden, things start to change, and they start dissipating, and the crowd starts to... I mean, the presence of a couple of police cars probably helped too, but by and large, I had a very strong sense that when I move into a field of energy in which people are at 15 and 16 and 17,000 cycles per second, or that compute at between 0 and 200 on the Hawkins map of consciousness, when people are at hate and anger, and that if I can bring 60, 70, 80,000 cycles per second of consciousness to the presence of that, you can nullify it. You can nullify it. Unless you believe you can't. Now, I've said that you don't have to have accidents. Because when you're at 100,000 cycles per second, your intuition clicks in and you sense that something is wrong. And you know that you're in the wrong place. You've had this happen, haven't you? Where you just had a strong sort of intuitive sense that that person's passing is going to be in trouble, so you just move over, and you do it in relationships. How many times has your intuition said, look, don't go out with this jerk? And you say, oh, well, I'm going to go anyway. And then it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and you got somebody's hands all over you, and you said, my intuition, if I would have only listened. Because if your prayer is you talking to God, your intuition is God talking to you. It's God talking to you. It's the presence of higher frequencies and higher energy saying to you, listen to me, listen to me, pay attention. There's an accident coming. Slow down. That person in front of you who's going slow, thank them for slowing you down. Because if you would have gone around them, you'd have had a head-on collision. Or there's somebody waiting up there to give you a ticket. How many times have you wanted to get around somebody, you want to get around, and you say, oh, well, and you stay, and then you look up there, and there's somebody sitting up there with one of those little ticket guns, ready to hand you a ticket from a radar reading. That person was put in front of you to slow you down. And it's not an accident. Now, here's the weirdest. I'm giving a talk the next day on you don't have to have accidents. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'm out running. And while I'm out running, I trip over a curb that someone placed in the middle of the road. I don't know how they did it, but during the middle of the night, they raised the sidewalk this much. At least that's the way it seemed to me, because it had never been there before. It was out in front of my own home. And all of a sudden, I'm like this, and I go into that slowed down time thing I was talking about before, and I see, but I was sprinting, because the last 3 or 4 minutes of my run, I usually sprint. And I'm sprinting, and I hit that thing, and I'm going very fast, and it's all concrete, asphalt. And I see that I am about to land my head on it, and I can see it in my arm and my side and my face, and I'm tumbling on the cement at 5 o'clock in the morning. And I get up, and I finish my run, and I walk into the house, and my wife thinks that I've been attacked by a polar bear. Because that's how I looked. Blood down my face, scabs, were going to be forming, and I'm giving a talk the next day on how to avoid having accidents and moving into higher consciousness, all right? So when I was giving the talk and I got to this point, and then I started pointing out all of the things, on my hips and my legs and then over here and my face and so on. And I said to them, look, I was at 100,000 cycles per second. I was really connected to spirit while I was running. I had been meditating. And then we have been having a problem with one of our daughters who has been taking a different path in her life than what has been comfortable for us. And she has experimented with drugs and drinking and has had head-on collision and had to be cut out of a car, and she now had gone back into some more of that kind of behavior when we thought that that was past us. And I was running and I was thinking about her and worried about her and consumed with fear for her. And when I went into that fear mode and I got very, very frightened and very upset and very hurt, is when I tripped over that thing. And when you leave 100,000, 80,000, 70, and you move into these lower frequencies that Allison just showed us earlier, what they do to your body, they do it to you in your environment as well. And accidents occur when you shift back into the place where there are accidents at 20,000 cycles per second. If you can sense yourself in fear, in stress, in shame, in anxiety, in all of these kinds of awarenesses, and move out of them and get yourself back to God, to spirit, to love, to higher and faster energy, you can avoid all of these things. And when they happen, again, take responsibility for them without guilt. Not going around telling myself, I had this accident and I'm being punished and all of that. No. But that I now have the results in my body of this action, and I'm taking responsibility for getting rid of it. And I can't take responsibility for getting rid of it unless I take responsibility for having it. Not with guilt, but with your sense of everything that happens to me, I have something to learn from. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Thank you for all of these struggles and tough times and accidents to remind me to move and stay in a higher place. The lowest frequencies are the frequencies that we call solid. And as we move out of the solid frequencies, remember that our eyes, our ears, these are the senses that pick up the energy and give us the information. As we move beyond the senses or into the higher senses like sound and light, we're moving into faster energies. So we've got solid, and then we've got this intermediate dimension called sound, and then we've got light, and then ultimately we move into the very fastest and highest frequencies of all, called spirit. And these very high and very fast frequencies are energies. And they are accessed by using your intuition and your insight, and largely through meditation and getting quiet and making conscious contact with God. I have an entire chapter in Spiritual Solution to Every Problem on ways, specific ways to raise the energy at which you are vibrating. But now I'd like to present something to you that is even more strange, and it's going to require you to have a very open mind about. Larry King has described Andrew Weil as America's most famous doctor, physician, medical doctor. He has written books about how to combine foods and what various supplements to take for various kinds of ailments, and he's got these health plans and so on, and he's a friend of mine. We share the same literary agent. We've had dinner together. I have a great deal of respect for him. He runs a whole operation on health down in Arizona, in Scottsdale, Arizona. And he was quoted in Health News in Prevention Magazine, July of 1999. And here's what he said. Energy medicine is hot. The major theme of the next decade will be human energy systems. Human energy systems. Okay, what's he talking about? What does he mean? Human energy systems. My daughter, Sage, who was 10 years old. But when she was 8, she was giving an assignment in school on how to write about overcoming obstacles. Some of you know from some of the tapes that I produced earlier that she had something called flatwarts, that she called her bumps. And she'd had them for 4 years, and they were covering her eye and her mouth and her face. And we went to a dermatologist over on Maui, Kenny Mallett, an old friend, spiritual doctor, medical doctor as well, with a big practice over in Kihei. And he said something to her. He said, "We can't cure your bumps. We can't burn them off because they would mar, perhaps leave scars on your pretty face. But he said, we have found that if you talk to them, and if you connect to them in a higher way, that you have a much better chance of ridding yourself of them than any medicine I could ever give." He said, ultimately they'll go away. But she'd been being told this for 3.5 years now, and they still were getting worse, not better. He said, "I suggest you talk to your bumps." She went home that night, she talked to them. She talked again the next night and the next night. At 2 o'clock in the morning, I went into their room where all the girls were, and they were all up because it's huge time zone difference, and we had just gotten there. It was in June. And then on the 4th day, she came out of the room, and she said, "Mom, you're not going to believe it, but my bumps are gone." And my wife said, "Yeah, right, Sage, sure, don't exaggerate now, honey, Baba, you know." She said, "No, they're gone." And after 3.5 or 4 years of having these bumps that were spreading, she had a completely pure, smooth face of a little 7 or 8 or 9-year-old child, whatever she was at the time. And they've never returned. And when she had to write an essay, I included this in the new book exactly as she wrote it. This is how it will appear, with all of the spellings the way she likes to spell. Overcoming obstacles, O-P-S-T-I-C-L-E-S. I like that. Obstacles, like popsicles. And this is what she wrote. My precious little child who had no doubt and went into a state in which she decided that healing was what she was going to do. About 5 years ago, I developed a rash of bumps while I was in a hot tub in Maui, Hawaii, H-A-W-I-E. This rash stayed on my face for about 2 years until one summer in Maui, my parents took me to a dermatologist. You would love how she did that one. So he said that I could take a face wash my face, but he also said that first my face would turn red. So I said, "What's the other option?" And he said, "You can talk to them." And this is really hard to read. And my first reaction was laughing, but then I took it more seriously. S-I-R-I-E-S-L-Y. I said, "What do you mean?" "Well," he said, "that people have told me about talking to those bumps." So I said, "I'll try it." So that night when I got home, after I went surfing, and I came home and took a shower, I got into bed and I talked to my bumps. And continued for 3 days until one day my brother and I were playing Nintendo and I felt my face. I said, "Oh my gosh," and I ran out to my parents' room and I said, "They're gone. My bumps are in." And my mom said, my mom did not look like she believed me, so I said, she didn't believe me, so I said, "Here, feel." And she said, "They are gone." And my dad said, "Let me see." So I went to him and they're gone. So he said, "What did you say to your bumps?" Which I always ask her, still to this day. "You better tell me what you said to those bumps." And I pick her out. So I said, "It's a secret." And he always asks me what I said to them. And I still say, "It's a secret," which she does. She still hasn't told me. And from this day on, it is still a secret. But if you believe in yourself, you can do whatever you want. I'd like you to think for a moment of anything that is inhabiting your body, not as a disease. Get the concept out of your mind just for a few moments. Disease doesn't exist. God created everything. Everything God created is good. It's a very common theme here. And so disease is just not a possibility. Dis-ease, disorder, disharmony doesn't exist. Because everything God created is good. And disease isn't good. So it's not real. It's not real, it can't exist. Only in our minds. And then our minds create what isn't real, illusions. And instead of thinking of it as a disease, I'd like you to think of it for a moment as energy with a frequency. And it's an energy with a frequency that is inhabiting your body that is not in harmony with the frequency at which your body was created in association with God. It's just an incompatible frequency, that's all it is. It's not good, it's not bad, it's not right, it's not wrong. It's just a frequency that if it continues to occupy your body cannot survive. It's just energy, pure and simple. No good in it, no bad in it, just energy, okay? And I'd like you to open yourself up to an idea. I have come in contact with a teacher. His name is Stephen Lewis. He's written a book that's just recently published. And it's a novel. It's called Sanctuary. And if you read it, you'll say, "Sanctuary much?" It's one of my kids' jokes. Sorry about that. I don't know why that got in there. The subtitle is called The Path to Consciousness. And it is about the ability to identify frequencies that are occupying your body, to have them, if they are incompatible with your perfect health, 100,000 cycles per second, identified and removed. And, well, it's a program. And the program is called AIM. And I am not endorsing or not endorsing it. I receive no financial remuneration for those of you who are interested in it. It is something I bring to you, to these tapes, to this program, to this world, because I happen to be visible right now. And it is something that I would like you to consider, think about, and share. Listen to some of the people who have been on this program. And then I'm going to make it even more strange. Well, the central character in this book is Max, who is not a physician, but an energy balancer, who has identified all of the frequencies of virtually everything that we have called diseases and come up with the frequency at which they vibrate. And he can identify them, and through a process using a photograph. Now, the weirdest and strangest thing about all of this is that, and I talked to my friend about this, Dr. Chopra, and asked him if it was feasible that an image of you contains the energy of you. And he said, technically, 100 years from now, we'll be able to clone a sheep from a photograph of a sheep. Pretty weird, huh? I told you, when it gets real strange, I'll identify it so you don't think I don't know. But I'd like you to just suspend your disbelief just for a moment. And I have seen this at work. Now, you know what holography is and holographic theory is. If you take one drop of blood out of your finger and put it on a scale to measure what's in your blood, it will tell you what's in every bit of your blood, everywhere in your entire system from that one tiny drop, right? Sounds strange, but it's true. And if they take one cell from any place in your body, They can run a laser through it, and they literally can reproduce the entire you, that's what cloning is, from the one cell. That is, each cell contains the whole. That's why it's called a hologram or holography. But what is now being discovered is that a photograph, and I have some photographs with me, of images that have been captured on photograph when people were at high states of consciousness, and the images show up on the photographs themselves. And you know about Kirlian photography and the ability to measure invisible things like auras through photography, and it happens all the time. But the idea that a photograph of you contains all of the energy of who you are, and that photograph can have an identification of the energy of your body, and that the energy that will remove those energies which are incompatible in your life can be identified in a photograph, treated, and literally have it removed from you. Does that sound strange? Watch out, because that's what's coming. And not only have I seen it in operation, I have been there when a photograph of me has been put on there and read, and then a photograph of my wife has been put on and read, and a photograph of one of my children has been put on and read, and a photograph of Stephen has been put on and read, and I've seen the differences in what shows up and what doesn't. And these energies, these photographs can be put onto a tray, and those trays can be bombarded with various energies and literally have them removed from your body. It's just a thought. Human energy systems. And here's Courtney Cox. I have been fortunate enough to have worked with the real Max for over 3 years. I don't know what I would do without him. I don't believe anyone can afford not to be a part of it. Here's Burt Bacharach. You know who Burt Bacharach is? I've seen Max do some amazing things with me and with others. It would be unfortunate for anyone not to avail themselves of energetic balancing. Linda Gray. As a member of Sanctuary for many years, the techniques illustrated in this book seem quite normal to me and to the many people I have sent to the real life Max. Sanctuary is the most glorious gift that anyone could ever receive. But you all know who Herb Alpert is, the musician. Well, his wife, her name is Lanny Hall, was diagnosed with terminal cancer and was told to go home and die. And the story opens with someone who is in that place in her life, who has been through the chemo, who has been through the radiation, who has been through all of the traditional ways that we have of putting more poisons into our system and hoping that those poisons won't kill you before the one that it's trying to get rid of will. There are more people in our country who make a living off of cancer than have cancer. And cancer is just one small symptom. And here's what Lanny Hall said in her endorsement of Sanctuary. My day nurse rolled me into Max's office in my wheelchair with my husband at my side. Getting out of bed had become such an ordeal for me that I was not the most agreeable person. When I met Max and Jennifer, Jennifer was filled with compassion, patience, and kindness. Max had an abundance of confidence with an endearing mixture of street toughness and a caring heart, which really describes Max. Street tough, guy you would never think of, who spent his entire life on identifying frequencies and being able to apply them in a way to help people to remove those energies from their life. We don't use the word healing. It's written as a novel because it's just the best way to stay out of litigation. And all of the people who are threatened by the idea that human energy systems are going to be the wave of the future. It's not even talked about in medical schools, but it will be. Max found the negative frequencies that were interfering with my well-being, gave me energetic solutions to remove those negative frequencies, then sent me rolling home saying they would take about a week to work. This was a woman who was in a wheelchair. For 4 days, I took the energetic solutions with no change at all. On the 5th morning, I opened my eyes after a restless and painful night and discovered that I was completely pain-free, not a twinge. My world had shifted in one sunlit morning. I called Max, and he said it was a coincidence. Lanny Hall, Mrs. Herb Albert. So I invited Max, Steve, to come to my home. And he came with this huge machine and computer that identifies frequencies. And he read my wife and he read myself, and he put things on it telling us what we inherited, what frequencies we inherited, what frequencies we acquired, what our life force was, what the potential for when these frequencies would show up in our lives, at what age. It was all, everything he put in there. Things I had never could possibly have known about me just kept showing up and showing up as he was reading these energies. And then I went on this program. And my wife went on it, and our children went on it. And my life force moved from 71 to 99 in about 5 months. And many things have happened with this energy balancing, something I just happen to believe in, and maybe it's the fact that I believe in it. But 2 things that are absolutely noticeable. I have snored for 15 years with an upper respiratory something or other. And my wife said to me this summer, "Do you realize that you don't snore anymore?" Well, I never realized I did. I always told her I don't snore. And I was awake, and I knew if I was snoring, I would have been, you know that story. I just don't snore any longer. And as a runner, I have had a disgusting thing called yellow toenail. Those of you who are runners know about it. A fungus that lives and then have been told that it's incurable. Unless you want to take some drug that was offered to me called Lamisil, I believe, but the option is that you lose your liver. Or potentially you may. So I said, well, I'd rather have my liver and yellow toenails. Today I have no yellow toenails. The fungus is gone. How many times have you heard it said that herpes is incurable by the medical community? How many times? Don't you hear it every day? It's an energy that can be identified. And there is nothing out there when we think of energies that can't be identified. And sanctuary, for me, and for my family, and for some of the people that I have encouraged to be on it. And again, as I want to make it really clear, I am not profiting or asking anybody, because there is a charge associated with it. But read Sanctuary. Just read it. And read it with a mind that is open to everything and attached to nothing. And see if, in fact, there is something in there that resonates with you. And then make up your own minds about if that's a direction you want to go. So that's the continuum on the scale of your physical health. A, B, C. And at C, or between B and C, which is where I recommend you start spending your life energy, you work not at eliminating symptoms, but you move towards perfect health, towards more perfect health, by having energetic foods, by watching how much water you drink and making sure that you drink plenty of it, by not contaminating your energy field with thoughts that say things are going to get worse. I can't cure myself of this. This is an impossibility. All of these kinds of thoughts which bring down our energy. And begin to see yourself at 100,000 cycles per second, and anybody who comes into your energy field who would like to contaminate it with thoughts of negativity or things can't happen or can't work, you immediately diffuse that by not allowing such a thing. Because remember, your body, if you take your arm any moment and stick it out in front of you and just make a complete circle like this, just a complete circle like this, that's your energy field. And you do it above your head and below your feet. And that is your energy field. And it's shaped like an egg, oblong. And there's a thing in there that this energy field is connected by that's called the assemblage point of energy. And this assemblage point of energy is such that if it determines your agreements with reality, That is, what you agree reality is based upon where your assemblage point of this invisible energy. And if you could move that assemblage point of energy, just shift it to the left just a little bit, or to the right just a little bit, you would rewrite your agreement with reality. You literally would come up with a new perception, and it's not a perception that you want to convince anybody else is right, any more than I'm interested in convincing you that I'm right. I'm just here because I got the mic and you showed up. And I'm just sharing with you what I know to be true for me. But if you come into my energy field with negativity, or with what can't work, or why I am wrong, you will find me just slowly disappearing. I will not argue with you. I will not try to make you wrong. I will not engage you in such a way as to make myself feel disempowered, because I don't want to be confronted with anybody who brings negative energy. If you want to share with me the death report and the accident report and the bad weather report and the horror report and the crime report, I suggest you write it and try to imagine how little I care or want to even be informed about it, because it's not news. It's not news any longer. As Thoreau said at Walden Pond, somebody dying in an accident ceases to be news after you've heard it once. You no longer need to continue to hear the negativity and expose yourself to it, because remember, energy comes into your senses and it is completely uncontaminated. It only becomes contaminated when you interpret it and do something with it. If you measure it before it hits your eye or it hits your ear, you discover that it's just energy. So now what we want to do is, that's with our physical health, and that's not even the most intriguing part of this. There are two other aspects of this thing on this continuum. The first is your physical health, A, B, C. The second is your emotional health, A, B, and C. And the third is consciousness, A, B, and C. Framed under glass were the following words, copied in his own handwriting. He had discovered them in an essay on the spiritual practices of ancient Egypt. And this is what he looked at every day, one of the great creative minds of all time. From ancient Egypt. I am that which is. I am all. What is, what was, what will be. No mortal man has lifted my veil. He is only and solely of himself, and to this only one all things owe their existence. To this only one all things owe their existence. And here is one of my favorite poets, William Butler Yeats, on the occasion of his 50th birthday, shortly before he died. My 50th year had come and gone. I sat, a solitary man, in a crowded London shop, an open book, an empty cup on the marble tabletop. While on the shop and street I gazed, my body of a sudden blazed. And 20 minutes, more or less, it seemed, so great my happiness, that I was blessed and could bless. That I was blessed and could bless. And that goes back to the aphorisms of Patanjali, that when you come to this place in your emotional health, in which you begin to recognize that these things we call symptoms, when they disappear, you will reach a state of emotional awareness in which you'll not only feel blessed, but be able to bless. At the lowest end of this continuum, at point B, is emotional crippling. This is the place at point A on the second part of this continuum, in which if I were to make one step to the left, you would be called psychotic, deeply, deeply out of touch with reality. And it is here in which we have chronic depression. It is here in which we have deep-seated anxiety. And as we move up from 10,000 cycles per second on your emotional health, we move through the various symptoms of neurosis: worry, fear, anxiety, stress, tension, self-rejection, until we get to a point at point B where we are experiencing an absence of symptoms. However, we know that at any moment, one phone call or one piece of news that is not consistent with what I expect it's called dissonance. This cognitive or emotional or affective dissonance could literally create in me a state of immobility. So the right phone call or the right action, or somebody having an accident, or somebody not doing what I think they should, or somebody even saying something to me that I dislike, or whatever it might be, and I could instantly go back into 18, 16, 14, and perhaps even 12 and 11 and 10,000 cycles per second. It's been discussed that chronic depression is something that affects as much, I've heard estimates as high as 20% of the population. That people are consuming things like Prozac and antidepressives at an alarming rate. And it's intriguing because there's no such thing as depression. I defy anyone to go out with a container and bring back any depression. The world is just the way it is, and there's no depression in it. There are only people thinking depressing thoughts, and then those depressing thoughts affecting our chemistry, our physical makeup, to a point where we become immobilized. There's no stress in our world. The world is the way it is. There are only people thinking stressful thoughts. And those stressful thoughts become our reality, our detachment from our source, our separation from our source. We start moving away from our source rather than toward it. And as we move in the opposite direction of our source, we find ourselves breaking down, being emotionally immobilized, upset, fearful, anxious, and so on. Now, as I move to my right on this scale of emotional health, we reach a point called point C. And at point C, at 100,000 cycles per second, we understand the meaning behind Terry Cole Whitaker's title of her book. What you think of me is none of my business. That is, I am living here at a state not in which I am unaffected by, emotionally, the things that occur in my life and in the life of those I love and I'm around, but that I cannot become immobilized by them. I will not allow myself to lose my sense of balance, my sense of connection to God, because of what someone out there might do, even if that someone is very, very close to me, the closest person in my life. I am independent of the good opinion of all of those around me. This is 100,000 cycles per second. Illustrative of it is a story that is told of the Buddha. And everywhere he went, he had all of these followers, but he also had people who were critical of him. And these people would find fault with him, and they would say things about him that were insulting, and they would be very inflammatory, and they would be extremely critical of him. And every time that they would behave in these ways towards the Buddha, he would respond with love, with kindness. That's all he could ever say. And one day, one of his students said to him, "I just don't understand. For days and days, these people have been so critical and so ugly in their reactions towards you, and always you still react with kindness and love. How do you do that? How does that work?" And the Buddha responded with something that I think is very, very relevant to our lives. He said, if someone offers you a gift, and you do not accept that gift, to whom does the gift belong? And that was his answer. If someone offers you a gift of their hatred, of their criticism, of their bitterness, of their tension, of their fault finding, if they offer this to you, but you don't accept it, to whom does it belong? Why, it's theirs. And the Buddha was saying, why would you ever choose to allow yourself to become depressed, upset, immobilized over something that belongs elsewhere? It's not yours. You don't own it. What you think of me is none of my business. It's the highest level of self-actualization. The two qualities that Maslow described, which identify what he called self-actualizers, are: one is that these people are independent of the good opinion of other people, and two, they are detached from outcome. And a third is that they have an awareness of the appreciation of beauty and can see it any place. As Oscar Wilde put it so beautifully, poetically, he said, we're all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars. It's those of us who are looking at the stars rather than at all of the yuck that's in the gutter. The ability to see beauty everywhere. I remember the day that I wrote about beauty appreciation as a quality of higher consciousness, as the highest representation of emotional health that you can have. The ability to see beauty anywhere and to source your life from its presence in virtually anything. We were in Lourdes, and in the morning we went to an English Mass where all of the people who spoke English showed up at 9 o'clock. And all of the people, my wife and all of the others that were there in Lourdes, were standing there listening to the priest from Ireland give this morning Mass in English for St. Bernadette. And it was pouring, pouring, pouring rain that morning. And by that night, during the procession, it cleared up. It was so magnificent. But that morning, and it seemed fitting, since this woman materialized this healing water, that we be in the rain. I don't know, there was something that just felt right. And everybody, all of the people kept coming over to me with umbrellas, and all of them kept telling me, oh, isn't it a shame that we have to come all the way here and stand here in the rain? And I kept thinking, it's so magnificent. Just get away from me with your umbrella behavior. Enjoy the rain. And the day that I wrote about John Keats in Wisdom of the Ages, about beauty appreciation as one of the 60 qualities of self-actualization and how to apply it in your life, I read all about his life. He was called the greatest poet of the 19th century by the Britannica. Greatest poet of the 19th century, the greatest Victorian poet. And he wrote a poem called Ode on a Grecian Urn. And in that poem, he says words to this effect: when death shall this generation waste, thou shalt remain amidst others' woe. This thou, this eternal thou. And he concludes that observation with these words: beauty is truth, and truth is beauty. That's all you need to know on earth, and all there is to know. Do you know that John Keats died at the age of 25? 25? Imagine what passion he must have felt in his heart. Imagine how important it must have been for him to be detached from other people's thoughts about what he should be doing with his life. And he would sit down and write over 4,000 beautiful poems and pass away at the age of 25. And his brother passed away at 22 or 23. Independence of the good opinion of others, detachment from outcome, appreciation of beauty, living with passion. That's emotional intelligence. It's 100,000 cycles per second. And every time you find yourself in a place where someone is attempting to bring you down into fear, into worry, into anxiety, into stress, by contaminating your energy field with their story or with their attempts to make you feel guilty, or their idea of you should really be upset because I am too, or whatever it is that you are being exposed to in your life, you have the option at that moment to just say to yourself, but what you think of me is none of my business. And I have to be in a place where I can emotionally stay strong regardless of whether or not anyone out there thinks that I should be reacting in a different way. That's 100,000 cycles per second. And you know something? After a while, it isn't something that is anxiety producing. It isn't something that people will dislike you for. As a matter of fact, people around you will begin to respect you more, because people respect strength, not weakness. Power versus force. When you become empowered, you are respected. People will want to know more of how you're able to be that way in the face of such things. And as I said, one of the flaws that Maslow discussed is that these also are people who not only get over death almost as if it didn't happen, but they resist enculturation to such a degree that they never fit in. I remember when someone in South Africa, a reporter asked me what I had to give up in order to be able to do what I've done in my life. I thought and thought and thought, and I said, the only thing I've ever had to really give up is fitting in. It's feeling like I need to fit in, because it just isn't important to me to fit in or to be seen as someone who goes along. And my son just turned 13 on October the 9th. And I wrote him a letter. I said, in many traditions, this is the time and the age in which you are considered to be a man. If you were Jewish, you'd be having a big occasion in your life called a bar mitzvah. And I knew I was going to be in Lourdes that day. And I left this letter for him, and I said, the only thing I really want you to grasp and get is that if you follow the crowd, you're going to end up stepping in shit. If you follow the crowd. If you lead the crowd, you won't. So that when they come to you with their drugs, and when they come to you with their cigarettes, and when they come to you with their booze, and when they come to you with all of these things that are temptation and vexations, just go into your own soul and listen there. Or as Shakespeare put it, go to thy bosom, knock there, and ask what your heart doth know. What your heart doth know. He said, oh, Dad, that's so dorky, you know. But he'll keep it, and he'll remember. Now, in the final few moments for today, and tomorrow I'll go into consciousness, and then into the St. Francis thing. One of the questions you might have is how? How do I get at 100,000 cycles per second emotionally? Physically, I think we've given you some things that you can do. But emotionally, it's not as easy. I'd like to remind you that it's just a question of where you plug in your life. You almost have to think of yourself as having a cord that extends from your hip. And this cord can be plugged into one of two sockets. If you plug the cord into the socket of the material world, the physical world, at 20,000 cycles per second, you're going to get what the physical 20,000 cycles per second world has to offer. You're going to get problems, you're going to get fears, you're going to get worries, you're going to get illnesses, you're going to get accidents, you're going to get victimization. These are the things that happen when you plug into the material, slow, solid frequencies. If, on the other hand, you decide to take your plug and your cord and plug it into God, and it's really an internal metaphor that you can use at any time in your life, that I can unplug myself from here, because when I'm plugged into here in 20,000 cycles per second, I am feeling anxious, and I am worried, and my stomach is upset, and I feel sick, and I can't eat, and I want to take pills, and I want to go to the doctor, and I want somebody else to cure it for me. Those are the reactions to plugging in here. But when you plug into God, in your mind, when you just take this plug and you plug it in over here, you say, all right, God, I'm plugging into you, and I'm turning it over to you. Because I don't know how to handle this. But I know you do. Because you keep the planets in alignment. And you make the flowers bloom. And you turn a seed into a flower and an embryo into a baby. And I can trust an intelligence that can make miracles like that happen. And I know you have the answer. It's not like I have to say, oh, dear God, oh, my God. You know, I know that you can create the world, and I know you can do all of those things, but if you only knew my problems, you couldn't possibly solve them. And God is up there saying, you know, you're absolutely right. You know, it's not too bad to make a universe and to turn an embryo into a baby. But with the parents you had, my hands are tied. I'm sorry, there's just not much that I can do. I'm really sorry, you know. You have to really be willing to surrender and turn it over. And ask. And ask. And then create an intention. And then I think it's most important of all, after you turn it over, to remember that it's never between you and them when you have a conflict in your life. I was in my automobile. I was on I-95 down in Florida with 3 young people in their teens and early 20s. And as I pulled off the ramp and pulled up, a man was walking across the front of the driveway there. He had a 3-legged dog. And he took this 3-legged dog in his arms and carried the dog across right in front of my car. I was the first car. And he went over to this little grassy embankment, and he set the dog down. And he reached into his pocket, and he took out some kind of treat, and he gave it to the dog to eat. And then he walked over, stood next to my car with 3 young people in it, and he took out a sign from the back of his pocket that said, "Homeless, please help." And I stood there, or sat there rather, and I watched this whole scene unfold. And I thought, what a compassionate thing to do. Because very often 3-legged dogs just get put down because they're too much of a burden. But for some reason, this homeless person, or at least someone who looked homeless, who didn't look very clean, who hadn't shaved, who didn't look like he lived anywhere but outside, perhaps under an abutment someplace. And I looked, and I was just thinking about what a wonderful thing it was for this person to do that, to take care of this dog. And the 3 people in the car, the young 18, 21, and 22-year-old, began to criticize this homeless person. They said he really shouldn't be out there begging, even though St. Francis did that for his entire life. They said that there are help wanted signs all over this area. He could be over at McDonald's flipping hamburgers. There's a job opening over here for someone to sweep up. There's all kinds of job openings, and he looks like a strong and healthy person, and he should be over there applying for those jobs and working rather than standing here begging and expecting people like us who work. Of course, none of the three of them did work. They're all supported by me. But that's irrelevant. And they sort of had an awareness and a knowing about all of the conditions of this person's life. And all of this took place in 30 seconds or so. And I rolled the window down, and I had a $5 bill on the console. And I asked him to come over, and I put the $5 bill in his hand. And I said, I just want you to have a great day, and I really appreciate what you're doing for that dog over there who's wounded. And you'd have thought I'd have given him $5 million. I mean, tears came down. He's, thank you, sir. Oh, thank you very much. And I rolled the window up, and we drove off, and the young people in the car began to criticize me and offer me a gift. You're just enabling. We studied this in Sociology 101. You shouldn't be just giving. These are people that if we just give them something, and besides that, he's a drug addict or an alcoholic anyway, because all of these guys are, and he's just going to take this money and he's going to go out and drink with it, and on and on and on they went. And that morning, I had been writing about what we're talking about right here. And I had read something from Mother Teresa called The Final Analysis. And let this ring in your hearts if you're looking for what to do to reach the highest levels of consciousness. Let this fill your hearts tonight. From Mother Teresa. People are often unreasonable, illogical, and self-centered. Forgive them anyway. If you are kind, people may accuse you of selfish, ulterior motives. Be kind anyway. If you are successful, you will win some false friends and some true enemies. Succeed anyway. If you are honest and frank, people may cheat you. Be honest and frank anyway. What you spend years building, someone may destroy overnight. Build anyway. If you find serenity and happiness, they may be jealous. Be happy anyway. The good you do today, people will often forget tomorrow. Do good anyway. Give the world the best you have, and it may never be enough. Give the world the best you have anyway. You see, in the final analysis, it's all between you and God. It was never between you and them anyway. You can applaud because that's from Mother Teresa. And when I told my three young people in the car, it's not between me and him and what he does with that $5. It's between me and God. And when I saw the compassion that he demonstrated toward that wounded animal, I felt compassion and love for him. And my way of expressing it was between me and God, because that's what he reminded me of. And I don't care what he does with the $5, because it's not between me and him. It's between me and God. And it was never between you and anyone you're in conflict with, whoever they are, no matter how severe the conflict. It's always between you and God. Anyway, I want to go back and review a little bit. What we have been talking about up until this point has been the awareness that everything in this universe is energy, that energy doesn't come in good and bad, it comes in high and low, comes in fast and slow, that the energy that we live with and breathe with and is surrounding us at all times is really much more in our control or even in our ability to change than we have been conditioned to believe in our lives. In fact, energy and energy medicine and the idea of energy is a whole new world of investigation. And that there are certain principles, there are certain ways of living, and certain things that we can do that can help to bring our energy into the higher and faster energies. The slower energies will calibrate to make us weaker. The slowest of them are shame and fear, self-doubt, anxiety, depression, and so on. And that each time we have a thought, which is the source of our energy, of any one of these kinds of lower and slower vibrations, that we impact our bodies, our environment, our families, and ultimately our universe. So that we almost have an obligation not to think depressing thoughts. Not only because it will impact us negatively in our physical bodies, but because it will literally impact all of those around us as well. And as we become very conscious of our thoughts and the fact that they represent an energy and they can result in our being weaker or stronger, we can become conscious of how quickly we can shift those energies and how easy it is rather than how difficult it is to make those shifts. In an instant, you can utilize something like japa, the repetition of the sound of the name of God, in the moment of stress or anxiety or fear or shame. You can use that no matter how much your ego and the part of you that demands that you be right insists that you not do this. You can literally just do this for a minute or two or three and shift it and find that it disappears. The idea that problems are something that are natural and that we have to live with is something that I am really challenging here in this program. I think I've heard it said over and over again, to be human means to have problems, and it's only natural to be upset, and it's only natural to live with stress and anxiety, particularly in a modern world. And we repeat these cliches so often to ourselves that when people do encounter, quote, problems, accidents, illnesses, things that we think are outside of our control, our natural impulse is to just say, oh, well, that's part of being human, that's a part of the story. But yet the great spiritual literature that I respect so much says it doesn't have to be that way. That whatever it is that we are experiencing in our life, we have a choice of how we decide to process it. And the method that we use for processing it really is a choice of energies, which energies we're going to use. There were two observations that I wanted to share with you. One is from a great spiritual teacher, a great spiritual master. His name is Sai Baba. And Sai Baba is, he lives in the south of India in a little village called Puttaparthi. He has the gift of fish and loaves. He has the ability to manifest, that is, lives at siddhi consciousness. That is, siddhi consciousness is a state in which there is no time lapse between what you think about and having it show up in the physical world. There's no time lapse at all. So that for most of us, if we want to manifest something into our lives, we have the thought, and then with that thought, we begin to come up with ways to implement that thought into the material world. And we work on it, and we set goals sometimes, and we struggle with it, and we try things, and they don't work. And ultimately, over a period of time, our thoughts create our reality. That's how most of us do it. And then there's this place that Jung called synchronicity, where you have a thought, and it just begins to show up. I once talked, Deepak and I talked on a set of tapes earlier about how do you get strawberry ice cream. The 4 ways to get strawberry ice cream. The first way to get strawberry ice cream is to have a thought, gee, I'd really like to have some strawberry ice cream. And then you get up on your bicycle, or you go for a walk, and you go to the 7-Eleven, and you say, do you have any strawberry ice cream? And you come home with some strawberry ice cream. That's the first way. It's the lowest level of consciousness. It's the way most of us do it. Second way to get strawberry ice cream is to have a thought, gee, I'd really like to have some strawberry ice cream. And you say to one of your children, go get me some strawberry ice cream. This is a higher level of consciousness. Because you have a thought, you do nothing, and you send someone out to get it. The third way to get strawberry ice cream is to say, have a thought. It always starts with a thought. I'd really like to have some strawberry ice cream. And then someone walks by and says, excuse me, is this your strawberry ice cream? And you go, whoa, booga, booga, booga. You're not going to believe this. And you call everybody you know. And you say, you're not going to believe what happened today. I was just thinking about having some strawberry ice cream, and somebody walked by and said, would you like some strawberry ice cream? Okay, that's the third way. That's called synchronicity. The fourth way to get strawberry ice cream is to have a thought, gee, I'd really like to have some strawberry ice cream. And you manifest it from your thought. You just go like this, and it's there. No, I don't want to demonstrate that here. I just don't like to show off, all right? I'm only 97 lifetimes away from that, all right? But this is the way Jesus fed the hungry. All right? This is the way St. Francis had Sister Clare appeared, by saying, when the road from the Porciuncula to San Damiano is covered with white flowers, that's the day I will allow a woman into the Porciuncula. And Brother Leo went out and looked, and all he could see was white flowers, and brought them back to him. That's siddhi consciousness. When the hungry need to be fed, here's the bread and here's the fish. Even the least among you can do all that I have done, and even greater things. The fact that it's possible for you to do this is one of the things that you have to really examine and really look at in your life, and be open to. And the irony is that you have to do it without ego, because the moment you involve your ego and say, watch, I'm going to do this on the Tonight Show, it's gone. So Sai Baba has this gift. He can manifest vibhuti, which is this holy dust. I have some that has been manifested for me by Sai Baba. Sai Baba appears to me fairly regularly in my dreams, and his appearance is just absolutely real. If you read some of the stories of Sai Baba, and particularly from some of the medical doctors who have been there and in his presence, you'll see that he lives at a higher intuitive level than most of the people on the planet today, probably all of the people. He has devotees from all over the world. when he was asked the question in 1986 on the occasion of his 60th birthday, "Are you God?" He replied, "Yes, I am, and so are you." He said, "The only difference between me and you is that I know it, and you doubt it." And it's that knowing that you are connected always to the Father, to God. And when he manifested this vibhuti for me, I have a bag of it about the size of half an ounce or so. And I give it away, and I always take it with me and put some on my tongue before I speak. And I always have Sai Baba's picture with me in my pocket. And I always feel his energy at any time in my life, particularly in a time when I'm starting to believe that I have problems. And I always go to the visage of this beautiful soul, and the problems seem to just melt away, and the solutions become very obvious. But I've been giving it away since 1993, I believe. When people ask me for it, I give them a little bit of it. And there's still just as much vibhuti there today, 7 years later, as there was in 1993, and that's absolutely true. I had a woman from New Brunswick tell me that when Sai Baba manifested a rose for her, just while she was sitting in the front row like one of you, and just went like this, and there was a rose that he just handed to her. And she took the rose home and she put it in a vase on her dining room table in New Brunswick. In 1995, it still sits on her dining room table, and every morning it cries vibhuti. Every morning there is dust on her table. There is a consciousness in someone like Sai Baba. And when you're in his presence, and I don't mean in his physical presence, when he is a part of your life, you become directed and guided in ways you never dreamed of before. Sai Baba said, "Human energy is low, and the divine energy is without limits. You are God. You are the divine energy. When you do the divine work, your energy grows." So again, it's back to that whole idea of that's a spiritual teacher speaking to us about making our energy grow. And here is a scientist whom I've referred to earlier in this program, Valerie Hunt, this divine lady in her mid-80s now, this great teacher who has written about the science of human vibrations and open energy fields in her marvelous book, The Infinite Mind. She said, "We discovered that when a person's field reached higher vibrational states, he no longer experienced material things such as bodies and ego states or the physical world. He experienced knowing, higher information, transcendental ideas, insight about ultimate sources of reality, and creativity in its purest form. All thoughts were grander, more penetrating, and global." This is the kind of changes that you begin to see when you move into higher and faster energy fields. One from a spiritual teacher and one from a scientist, basically saying, change the frequency at which your life vibrates and at which your thoughts vibrate, and you'll start seeing things in a more penetrating way. You'll start seeing the divineness, divinity in all things. Valerie said that the one thing that most people are most terrified of is their own divinity, because they've been conditioned and taught to believe that divinity is something that is outside of them, rather than that they are divine creations, that you are not what you have, you are not what you do, you are not what others think of you. You are the beloved. You are the beloved. And as the beloved, you are connected to this highest and divine energy. I want to share one more thing with you. It's from the book that I talked about yesterday, Power versus Force, David Hawkins. And he's talking here about genius and the power of creativity. And when I think of highest frequencies, the word genius applies. And of course, his suggestion is that we're all genius, that human energy, human consciousness is the consciousness of genius. And it just depends on where you plug into it, whether it's applicable to you or not. This is a very powerful observation and insight of his. He said, the lifestyle of those whom we term genius is typically simple. Genius is characterized by an appreciation for resources and the economy of ingenuity, because the genius values life and sees the intrinsic worth of all expressions. Inasmuch as time and resources are precious, doing more than necessary is viewed as a waste. Therefore, people of genius often lead very quiet lives and reluctantly sally forth only when there is a cause that must be supported. There is no need to get when you already have. Genius, because it is in touch with an endless source of supply, underline that. Genius, because it is in touch with an endless source of supply, experiences only a minimum of need. Such simplicity seems a common characteristic of true success in general. The basis of this non-materiality, this seeming naivete, is a radical understanding of the nature of the universe itself. That which supports life is supported by life. Survival is thus effortless, and giving and receiving are one and the same thing. That is an expression of what I want to talk about here. If you're of the awareness that the universe supports you in the same way that you support the universe, that is, what you put out, the universe also will put out towards you. So that if your attitude is one of give me, give me, give me, ego, 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 mine, 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 I must have, I must have, I must have. If that's your attitude, and a lot of people will say, well, yeah, that's the only way you get things, is by saying, gimme, gimme, gimme. But the irony is that the universe responds to you in the same way that you respond to it. It's what Hawkins was just saying there. So that if your attitude is gimme, 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 the universe's response back to you will be, gimme, gimme, gimme. And you will find yourself never arriving and always in this stressful striving, trying to get someplace else, feeling pressured, never ever being able to feel simple and joyful and blissful, because you're always having to give back, do something, do more, do more. The pressures that you feel come from what you send out into the universe. On the other hand, if what Hawkins there is saying is true, that when you support life, life supports you. What you put out into the universe puts out to you. And if you shift your internal thoughts from give me, give me, give me, to how may I serve? How may I serve? How may I serve? What are your quotas? What are your quotas? What may I do for you? If you shift to that, the universe's response back to you will be, how may I serve you? How may I serve you? And constantly, wherever you go, you will find the universe wanting to give things to you. And it doesn't come from your saying, I want things from the universe, because the universe will then say back to you, I want things from you. It comes from your saying to the universe and to the world, what can I do for you? How may I serve you? Life supports life in the same way that you put it out there. So the irony of all of this is that when you shift into a how may I serve you mentality, you get all of the things that you used to demand from the universe but never seemed to arrive in a sufficient amount because it was always demanding so much more of you. But the moment that you start serving because it will then serve you, you're doing the gimme, gimme, gimme thing. Does that make sense? So you have to shift and not be attached to what it is that you get. And that's why in A Course in Miracles, there's a wonderful line that is so paradoxical that most people are always asking me about when they read Manifest Your Destiny, which is, infinite patience produces immediate results. Now, how do you deal with that? That's right directly out of A Course in Miracles. And the way I interpret that is that you have to detach from what it is that you want to attract into your life. And when you detach from what it is that you want to attract into your life, you put your energy and your attention on what you do want, and then you let go. And you allow the universe to provide for you what it is that you're willing to give. And infinite patience is just another word, or another term rather, for knowing. If you have infinite patience, it means that you absolutely know that what you are attempting to manifest and attract into your life is going to show up, because you're infinitely patient. I put no time on this, no restrictions. I just know, because I have faith. I have faith. Now, what's the immediate result? The immediate result that you get from infinite patience is a sense of peace. A sense of peace. And if I gave you one of those two wands that I talked about before, one which will provide you with all of the physical material things you like, or the other which will give you peace for the rest of your life no matter what comes your way, you all would pick the second wand. Just imagine, there's nothing that can ever get to you again. No matter what comes your way, you're going to be at peace. I mean, who could want any more than that? Infinite patience provides immediate results. It's a detachment awareness. It's like learning to detach. It's really sweet when you finally get it. When you start giving, not because it's something you want to get back. And you know, I've told many of you that I was in Assisi just last week. And while I was there, I just came across a little statue of St. Francis. And it was supposedly blessed by the Franciscan brothers. And it's this beautiful, and I was just really attached to this. And I decided I was going to carry it with me. And here it is, St. Francis with the birds on his arms. And I've been thinking about this lady over here in this wheelchair. And I really would like you to have this. This is from Assisi for you. It's like there's something about you coming here in that damn chair. And I want to give you this, and I don't want anything back for it. Even there you go. You're very welcome. Just carry it with you. Yeah, that's from St. Francis. Okay. Earlier, I talked about this continuum. And on this continuum, from point A to point C, I spoke about our physical health and represented as such that if you can shift your attention off of trying to get rid of symptoms and instead begin to see yourself as moving to a place of perfect health by shifting the vibrations at which you are energized or living, and begin to see not things as diseases, but as energies. And that no matter what it is that you might be dealing with or focusing on in your life in terms of physical impairments or struggles or anything like that, letting in the idea that it is all energy and that the greater danger is not that your hopes are too high and that you won't reach them. It's that they are too low and you will. Keep that in mind, that miracles and healing and getting past those things is not impossible at any time, at any moment in your life. And that even if your body is constrained to a chair or to a crutch or to an absence of vision or whatever, that you, in terms of how you interpret your life, no longer have to see yourself as living between point A and point B. That this is your curriculum to God. And you showed up in a short one, and I showed up in a tall one, and you showed up in a hairy one, and I showed up in a bald one. I think that's a poem, isn't it? And you don't go around saying this is the wrong body and it shouldn't be this way. You honor it, you accept it, you love it, but most of all, you detach yourself from it. You are not it. It is not you. You are that which notices it. You are the observer to it. On the second element of this continuum is the idea of our emotional health. And that all of the worries, fears, anxieties, stresses, depressions, and all of these kinds of things are representative of lower and slower frequencies. And that what we want to work at is not so much getting rid of our emotional symptoms as to begin to see ourselves as moving towards a place where symptoms are no longer a possibility, because that isn't how I'm going to choose to process and interpret my world any longer. I'm not going to turn the authority of my life over to someone else's behavior or someone else's action and allow myself to be moved and manipulated or immobilized by those reactions or interactions. Until I get to a place at point C in which I'm at perfect emotional health. I am free to experience any emotion, including rage, including joy, bliss, and so on, but I am never choosing to become immobilized or unable to function as a result of other people's actions. One of the questions people ask is, what's the relationship to thoughts and feelings? My feelings come from my thoughts. I control my thoughts. Therefore, I can control my feelings. You don't want to go around in life believing that your feelings are something that just happened to you that you have no control over. Because what I say to you then is, what I want you to do is send those people who are causing you to be upset to me. I will treat them, and you will get better. And you can see the absurdity of that. You have to look at how you are processing and interacting with everyone in your life and begin to make conscious decisions to not allow those people's behaviors, actions, or lack of actions to be the source of my emotional status. It comes from within, comes from me. And that's perfect emotional health. And we don't all have it all the time. I'm the first to admit that I don't either. There are many people in your life that show up who are great teachers in your life. Many of them are people that you don't get along with. Anybody who can push a button and send you into a frenzy is a great teacher of yours. And those people don't go away. They just keep showing up. They're like a turd that won't flush. They just keep coming back a little bit more. And the reason they are that is because they are teaching you something in that moment. And what they're teaching you is you have not yet mastered yourself. And until you have, I'm just coming back. I'm just going to keep coming back. And what does it mean to have mastered yourself? I can choose peace rather than this. I can choose peace rather than this. When I told my daughter Serena when she was 13 years old that I was tired, just tired, of you complaining to me about what kind of a father I am, because she was really good at it. I said, what I want you to do from now on is I want you to take responsibility for the kind of father I have become. She said, I don't get it. And she always stood there with her own little, I said, well, what I know about all of the literature that I have studied in spirituality is that we choose our parents before we even get here. She said, you're trying to tell me that I chose you to be my father? I said, exactly. When did I do this? She said, I don't remember any of this. I said, well, you don't remember what you had for breakfast last Thursday. You don't remember being in a crib. You don't remember being in mommy's tummy. But all of those things happen. Just because you don't remember it doesn't mean that it's true. I said, you just got to trust me on this one. Before you even showed up here, you had an option. You had lessons to learn, and you needed certain parents to get here. That's how you get here. And you picked mom to be your mom, and you picked me to be your father. So you're telling me, this is exactly the way she talks, only it's with a lot of likes. Like you're telling like me, like you're like me, telling like me, you telling like, I said, yep, like I'm telling like you. That before I even got here, that I was choosing like you to be like my father? I said, yeah. She said, I must have been in a hurry. I said, well, you've got to start being more responsible about the choices you're making, And she has always been a great teacher of mine. She came home from school one day and she said, you were on television yesterday. I said, yeah. She said, you were on Oprah Winfrey. She said, there were people in the school talking about that. She said, you didn't tell me you were going to be on Oprah. I said, well, she called and I went. I didn't ask your permission. I just went. She said, they were talking on there in the class. The teacher was talking that you actually wrote a book. About how to raise children. I said, yes, I did. It's called What Do You Really Want for Your Children? She said, tell me it isn't true. You couldn't have written a book about how to raise children. That's my daughter. I once said to Stephanie, who was, when she was 13 or 14 years old, would you like to come and hear me speak? I said, people actually pay to hear me talk. She said, why? Don't they have a life? That's it. Her greatest line ever was when we had to tell her once more that that mom was pregnant, because my wife had 5 children in 8 years. And when we had to tell her that the 5th one was coming, and she was in I think the 7th grade. She said, "How do you think it feels?" I said, "Well, we're blessed and we're able to afford it, and you're lucky that we had a different attitude when we found out about you than you have about this, but we're actually very, very happy and very thrilled. We're very blessed, and it's a surprise to us, too." A surprise. Right. She said, "How do you think it feels to be the only kid in junior high school who has parents who like to do it?" So they're great. I'll tell you, these are all your teachers. All of them. And the more difficult it is to be in their presence and the more grief that they give you, the more important it is that you understand that these people who push your buttons, and I do it in a humorous way, but you can also look at the relationships that you're in and the people that keep pushing those buttons and keep showing up, and they're on a daily basis. They're not there by accident, because nobody is. They're going to stay until you get it. And then once you get it, it won't matter whether they stay or not. And once it doesn't matter whether they stay or not, you'll be enjoying their company. Or they'll be gone, like a play, because your life is like a play. And there are so many acts that have to be played out, and there are so many characters that are in the play. And some come in for the opening act. And sometimes they stay for Act 2, or maybe even Act 3. And then they depart. Some stay for 4, 5, and 6 acts. Every one of these people have a role to play. And the amount of time that that role is played out is all just a part of the play. And once you get that and understand that, then you no longer attach yourself. And attachment is a very powerful, important part of all of this. So that's emotional health. But what I want to talk about now is consciousness on this continuum of A, B, and C. A, B, and C. And what I was saying there about all of these teachers, once you can see them, once you see the little lady driving in front of you who's hoping for the light to change so she can stop, as there, not to annoy you, but as your teacher, to see if you can accept her without being annoyed. And in fact, if you can reach divine consciousness where you can celebrate and send her love for being there and thank her for slowing you down. Thank her for slowing you down. And then you'll have moved from low to high, from slow to fast frequencies. That's what it's about. It's so simple, but that's a perfect example. And whoever they are, wherever they are out there, if you can slow down and say thank you. Yesterday I walked from here to the place where I'm staying. It's about 2.5 miles. And in the walk, after the day of speaking to you, which was deliriously, wonderfully fulfilling for me, it always is to do this. I love this. I think I saw 9 deer with white tails stop looking at me. I saw a little chipmunk get killed on the way there. It ran across the street, it ran back, a car came by, it didn't know which way to go, and I went over there and I thought the emotion of these deer just running through the woods, just freely jumping and leaping, it was so beautiful. And then to see this little chipmunk give up his life. And then I watched and I stood there sort of saying a little tiny prayer over this chipmunk whose guts had been spilled out on the road. A crow came by and flew over and landed and started eating the remains of the chipmunk. And I thought, it's a food chain. The crow has to eat. The chipmunk was here to provide for that crow. The crow will become someone else's meal, or will become fertilizer to grow some other food that something else can graze on. It's this, and there was just, it was like selling my cleverness, as Rumi said, and purchasing bewilderment. There was all these adventures and this little walk down the road, looking at the leaves changing at this time of year, hearing things but not knowing what they are. Have you done that in the woods out here? All of a sudden you'll hear, rustle, 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 rustle. Say, what the hell is that? Is that a snake? Is that a raccoon? Is that a fox? What is it? We saw a silver fox on the way in here. A beautiful fox running across the road looking up at the lights. It's like you purchase bewilderment. And you begin to see everything in a different light. Everything. And you know, the same bewilderment can be experienced and enjoyed and processed in the city, and in your home, and in your bedroom, and sitting on your couch, and in your car, anywhere. You can look for the beauty, you can look for all of the miracles that are around it, or you can be looking for all the things that are wrong. And again, it's if you put your attention on what's wrong, then your energy goes down. If you put your attention on the problem magnifies. If you put your attention on the solution, on what is right, and what you love, and how phenomenal this moment is, that will be your experience of life. And the great masters go through life and see everything like that. As Whitman said to me, every cubic inch of space is a miracle. You don't look for miracles. You live one. And I was told a wonderful story by a man I admire enormously. His name is Ram Dass. He has appeared here in Omega on many occasions. He's exactly 10 years older than I am. Many people think we're brothers because we look alike. And he told this story, it's got to be 30 years ago. It's a story that the first time I told it to my buddy Deepak Chopra, he laughed out loud. And Deepak doesn't always get my humor. I remember the first time that he appeared on Oprah with his book, Ageless Body, Timeless Mind. And it just skyrocketed, it just took off. He had a wonderful experience. I was watching it in Hawaii, and I called him up and I said, Deepak, I said, it's fantastic, it's great. I said, Oprah called me. He said, what? I said, yeah, she called me, and she told me that she really is no longer interested in this character that she's been living with, and that she's now totally, completely in love with you. Not only is she in love with you, but she told me if there was any chance, she would really like to spend the rest of her life with you and marry you. And he was on the other end of the phone going, I do not understand what you were talking about. Why would Oprah say so? He said, I said, Deepak, she just said to me she thought the idea of being Oprah Chopra was as good as it gets. And he laughed and he thought that was great. But some people, when I tell this story that Ram Dass told, don't get it at all. So as you're listening, some of you will think it's hilarious, and some will not get it at all. But it is a story that symbolizes and represents this level of consciousness that I'm addressing here in this program. Unity consciousness. It seems that there was a shepherd who lived at this level of 100,000 cycles per second consciousness, unity awareness. And if you remember what I read from Hawkins' book about genius that this is always a simple life, a life of non-pursuit. When you have it, you don't seek it. When you have it, it seeks you. But because you're not seeking it, even when it seeks you, you just let it pass, so that it just seems to flow through you rather than something you hang on to. It's like trying to grab a hold of the water in the stream, and the tighter you squeeze, the less you get to experience the stream. But when you let go and just let your hand be in the stream and appreciate the flowing of it, you get to experience it. Squeeze, it's gone. Flow, you know it. And this was a man who lived at that level, but he was a simple man, and he was a shepherd. And someone from the West approached this shepherd, someone who was, let's say, not at 100,000 cycles per second, maybe 20. And he said to the shepherd, he said, "That's a fine flock of sheep you have there." He said, "Could I ask you a few questions about your sheep?" And the shepherd said, "Why, of course." He said, "Well, he said, how far do your sheep walk every day?" The shepherd said, "I can't answer that question unless you tell me which ones you're talking about. The white ones or the black ones?" "Well," he said, "I was thinking of the white ones." He said, "Well, the white ones walk 4 miles every day." The man said, He said, "And what about the black ones?" He said, "Oh, the black ones also walk 4 miles." The man was a little perplexed. He said, He said, "Well, can you tell me," he said, "how much food would your sheep eat in any given day?" And he said, "Well, in any given day, I can't answer that unless you tell me which ones you're speaking about, the white ones or the black ones." He said, "Well, the white ones." He said, "Well, the white ones eat 2.5 pounds of grass every single day. We've measured that." He said, "Oh," he said, "that's amazing." He said, "And what about the black ones?" He said, "The black ones eat 2.5 pounds also." He said, "Wow." He said, "That's amazing." But he said, "Well, let me ask you one more question." He said, at shearing time in the spring, how much wool do your sheep give?" And again, the man said, "Well, I can't answer it unless you keep asking me these questions, but you don't make the distinctions." He said, "Are you speaking about the white ones or the black ones?" He said, "Okay, the white ones." He said, "Well, the white ones give 6 pounds of wool every year at shearing time." And the man said, "Don't tell me." He said, "What about the black ones?" He said, "Well, the black ones give 6 pounds of wool also." Finally, the man from the West couldn't take it anymore. And he said, "Look," he said, "I just don't understand you." He said, "Every time I ask you a question about your sheep, you divide them into the white ones and the black ones, and then you tell me that they're exactly the same. What is with that?" And the man said, "Oh," he said, "that probably is confusing." He said, "I can explain that." He said, "You see, I've been working as a shepherd for many, many years, and I've saved up all of my money." And he said, "You see all of those sheep out there?" He said, "You see the white ones out there?" He said, "Yes." He said, "Well, those are mine." He said, "I purchased them, I own them, I've raised them, and those are all my sheep." "Oh," he said, "I see." He said, "Well, who owns the black ones?" I said, "I do." And that's the story. Isn't that a great story? I love that story. So it's very important for us to make these distinctions, but in the end, we're all one. We're all one. what we believe becomes our method, if you will, of raising our energy. How we think. You've seen it demonstrated. You know that a thought creates a reaction. And the thought, all the thought has to be is on a knowing, and it doesn't make any difference whether the scientific community agrees with it or disagrees with it or thinks that it's right or doesn't. If you have a knowing that you can get rid of snoring, and that's where you put your attention, snoring will disappear from your life. And so will anything else if you do it with infinite patience and that knowing. And I want to tell you a story that was told to me by a minister as I was speaking for a conference in Austin, Texas a few years ago. He was a Southern minister. And I was surprised at his story. And it really is sort of illustrative of what I've been speaking about and what I'd like to go into right now. It seems that there was a minister, and he was giving a sermon on Easter Sunday. And he noticed that in his congregation there was a woman, her name was Marjorie. She was 92 years old, and she hadn't been in church for several months. In fact, she hadn't been there since the fall. And so he decided, since she lived out in the rural parts of the congregation, that he would go out and visit and see if she was all right, because she lived alone. That afternoon, after the service, he drove out and he knocked on the door, and Marjorie came to the door as bright and happy and alive and healthy as a woman of 92 could be to him. She offered him some tea and some biscuits, and they talked and chatted, and he noticed as he looked around her home that it was filled with antiques. It had a lot of colonial furniture, had old colonial pottery. It had an old pump organ, you know those old pump organs where the pipes go up the wall? And everywhere he looked, he could see these beautiful ancient antiques. And he started walking around when she was in the kitchen, and he would look over here at this, and he looked at a little bowl, a pottery bowl, and it was sitting on top of that old pump organ. And he looked again, and it was filled with water. He didn't want to say anything, and he came and sat down, and they talked. And then when she got back into the kitchen, he walked over and he looked at it, and sure enough, it was filled with water, and it had a condom floating in it. He went back and he sat down, and again, when he had an opportunity, he just walked around and looked, and sure enough, that was a condom floating in that antique bowl on that old pump organ. And then he finally, when he was leaving, he didn't want to embarrass her, and he didn't want to really ask, but his curiosity really got the best of him. And finally he said to her, he said, "Marjorie, I'm really happy that you're feeling well, that you'll be back in church next Sunday." She said, "Well, the roads have cleared now." She said, "I can drive and get there." He said, "That's wonderful. It's been great visiting with you. Thank you for your hospitality." He said, "By the way," he said, "what is that over there?" He said, "I've looked at it." She said, "That? Oh." She said, "I'll tell you what that is." She said, "It's a miracle. That's what it is." He said, "A miracle?" She said, "Absolutely." He said, "Well, in what way?" "Well," she said, "last fall," she said, "I thought I was selling the farm. I really thought it was over for me. I was very sick. And I was out walking on the property, and I came across this package. And I picked up the package, and I looked at it, and I took out my glasses, and I read it, and it said very clearly, for the prevention of disease, keep moist and place on your organ." She said, "I haven't been sick all winter." Isn't that a great story? I'd like to speak about, for a few moments, about why it is that people are unable to manifest and attract into their life what they want. What are the things that keep them from being able to reach these higher, faster frequencies I've been speaking about so much here? And essentially, it boils down to something quite simple. As you think, so shall you be. It's what Earl Nightingale called the strangest secret. It was the first million-selling tape ever, published back in the 40s and 50s. The strangest secret. You become what you think about all day long. I tell it to my children all the time. When little Seiji was studying for her spelling tests, and I showed you some of her spelling in one of these earlier tapes, and she had been convinced that she was not a good speller. The only two words she got wrong on her spelling test were sky and summer. Her two sisters, S-K-Y-E and S-O-M-M-E-R. And she went and fought for the right to have those right, because that's how her sisters' names are spelled. She said, it's your fault that I'm not a good speller. Anyway, when she changed schools, and I said to her, honey, it's time for you to change your belief about yourself as a speller. I said, you become what you think about. Say it. I know. You become what you think about. I said, all day long. What do you think? I'm a great speller. I'm a great speller. Just keep saying it and saying it. And when you say that, then you'll act upon that thought. And when you do, we'll go over your spelling words together. And we'll go over every single one of them. And she has had 100% on every spelling test this semester so far. And every time I say to her, well, how come you're getting 100%? She said, because you become what you think about all day long. I know. And I was like, and she's 10 years old. She's got to do her little dorky things, right? But the fact is that you can apply this anywhere. You do become what you think about. And the irony of what you think about is that it works in either direction. So that if you think about what you would like to attract into your life, and you do it with what I call the 4 reallys, and I have put out tapes with Hay House on this, how to get what you really, 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 really want. In fact, Deepak Chopra and I put out a 2-cassette tape on that, which is very fascinating, very interesting, and very funny. It's really a live presentation the two of us made, interacting on this whole idea. And essentially, the 4 reallys stand for what you ask, what you wish for. It starts with a desire. What you ask for, what you intend to create, with passion. Those are the 4 reallys. What you wish for, ask for, intend, and have passion about, you will attract into your life. That's what manifestors do. They first start with, I would like to have this. Then they ask, would you please cooperate with me in providing me with the ability to create and manifest this into my life? I'm asking. I intend to create it, so there's no longer I hope that it happens. There's an intention about it. And you don't ever allow any other thoughts in. If people say, yes, but don't you understand, it's very difficult to attract this into your life. It's very difficult to get this kind of a job. Yeah, but you can't really make this kind of money. Yes, but this isn't going to work out. All of these kinds of things are, you say, okay, I understand that, but you don't let your energy field become contaminated, and you just simply respond, not to them, but to yourself. I understand all of that, but I intend to manifest this into my life. I intend to do so. And eventually, you will act upon it. It's like if you want to quit smoking, or if you want to quit drinking, or if you want to lose weight, or if you want to overcome an addiction of some kind, what you do is you just keep your intention on it. Forget your behavior. Forget the fact that you're still drinking. Forget the fact that you still overeat. Forget the fact that you're still smoking. Let all of that go. Just create an intention. I wish for, I ask for your guidance, God, in providing me with the strength that I was born with to do this, and now I intend to create it. I intend to do it. And even though you're still smoking, or even though you're still doing the drugs or overeating or whatever, I intend to create it. Eventually, you see, the fact of continuing to do it is part of the process of changing it. So instead of telling yourself I shouldn't be doing this and filling yourself with what? Shame and guilt, which does what? Always weakens you, always brings you down and makes you more of a victim of your own abuse. Instead, you just say, okay, there he goes again, lighting up another cigarette. No, there he goes again. He's going to eat that hot fudge sundae, even though he knows that his cholesterol's too high. There, watch, look at him. And you become the observer, the noticer. And eventually, as you keep that process going, you'll find yourself one day saying, that's it. That's how I quit drinking. I just let it go one day. I watched and observed, and I said, you have 2 or 3 beers every day after you run, every night. And I tried to think of a day when I didn't have one, and it had been 10 years. When I had gone without drinking, 2 or 3 beers in the evening. Not drunkenness, not any of that kind. Just 2 or 3 beers, sometimes 4, in the evenings after running. It was all, and I thought about it, and then it's just the day came when I just said, okay, my intention is now that that's not what I want anymore. I'm just not going to have one today. That's it. I'm just not going to have one today. And I didn't. And that was over 10 years ago. And I still haven't had a day. And so I call myself a camel. A camel is an animal who starts out every day on his knees, which I do, and he ends every day on his knees, which I do, and he can go 24 hours without a drink. And that's what I do. And I don't say to myself, I'll never drink again. I just not going to have one today. Today's a day that I'm not interested in having one. And that's how you live your life. You become what you think about. So if you think about it enough, there's nobody who's ever quit smoking who didn't think about it for a long time. There's nobody who's ever lost the weight that they wanted to get rid of who didn't think about it for a long time. Thinking about it is part of the process. But you don't want to think about it with shame, because then you'll weaken yourself and you'll continually go back, because addictions are defined as never getting enough of what you don't want. So eventually you just get to a point where you say, okay, that's fine. I think today I'll run, and that's what happened with me in 1976. I think I'm going to run around the lake. It was in Minneapolis, Lake Harriet. And I said, I'm just going to see if I can run around the lake. Well, I ran 100 yards, and I was 36 years old, and I couldn't run 100 yards or more without getting out of breath. And then the next day I said, I wonder if I can do that again. I wonder if I can run. And the next day I ran 100 yards without getting out of breath. 4 days later, 4 days, that's how fast your body responds to your thoughts. 4 days later, I ran around the lake. 2.2 miles or whatever it is around the lake. Not very fast, but I was able in 4 days to overcome almost 20 years of inactivity, or 15 years of inactivity from running. And today, I run marathons. It's not, and I still run every day, virtually every day. There have been a few days now because my wife challenged me a few years ago. She said, I think I would be more impressed if you didn't run one day. I don't think you can not run in a day. That pisses me off. But it had been over 20 years since I'd missed a day of running. And I just said one day, I'm not running today. And I ran. And a year later, I said, I'm not running. This is the day I'm not going to run. And I ran. And not too long ago, I said, it's time for me to prove that I don't have to be addicted either way. And I didn't run. And now I still run 99.9% of the days. But I also know that I cannot run. I'm free to be whatever it is that I want to be. So you become what you think about. And as you put these thoughts out into the world and you watch yourself still continuing with your addictions, you send yourself love. You surround yourself with love. And you say, you're entitled to this Sunday, you're entitled to this cocaine, you're entitled to this marijuana, you're entitled to whatever it is. And I am not going to shame you, I'm not going to feel bad about you, I'm not going to be upset with you, and I'm going to help you to create your intention. I'm going to help you to do it. And it will get easier and easier, because with God, all things are possible. And that leaves nothing out. And I know that the worst crack cocaine addict in the inner city of any large city in the world can, in a moment, transcend it and overcome it. Absolutely know it. And when the student is ready, when you're ready to manifest what you want in your life, when you're really ready and you say, God, I am willing to turn it over to you. I'm willing to accept any guidance, any help that you are willing to send me. I now start becoming open to the teachers who are going to show up in my life. And they'll show up in the form of a little child. I had a woman tell me one day that her 10-year-old daughter came home with a girlfriend. And the little girlfriend said to her daughter, I didn't know your mommy was fat. And she said, that was my teacher. I'd been thinking about how tired I was of being overweight for all of these years and carrying around this extra, and all of I'd just been tired of the baggage. And this little child who just came into my house for the first time said it. She said, I went out, I lost the weight, I knew what I had to do. And it was gone. She said, I've never put it back on since. I had another woman who was diagnosed with cancer. And she was told that she had metastasized and that she didn't have much of a chance to live. And she decided that she wasn't going to go through traditional treatments. And she went to she didn't tell her family. She just said, I have to, she gathered them and said, I have to do something alone. And you have to allow me to do it. And she rented a cabin in northern Wisconsin or Minnesota, I can't remember which. And she went away and she just decided to meditate every day, the whole day, and to get quiet and to commune with God, and to just let her body be away from all of the pressures that she felt at home with all of the things with her large family and her husband who wasn't working and so many things that were pressurized in her life. And she just meditated every day, and she would go for walks in the woods, and she went for a week, and then 2 weeks, and then 3 weeks, and then she stayed there a month, and she stayed there for 8 months in the wilderness. And in that entire 8 months' time, she began to get closer and closer to God, the silence, the indivisibleness of it. And in that silence, she came home, and she's still today cancer-free. I don't know that that's everybody's answer, but for her it was. And when I think of sitting in Nelson Mandela's cell on Robben Island off the coast of Cape Town in March of this year, and I realized that that man went into silence because he was forced to by a government who was imposing apartheid racial laws. And here was a person who was a lawyer who was taken from his law practice and put onto this prison, into this island, which was a prison. And in this forced solitude and his requirement to be in silence when he wasn't even allowed to be photographed or talk to anybody else, he came out in 1990. I was there on the exact 10th anniversary of his coming out. And all he had in his heart was forgiveness and reconciliation. That's all he brought out there, because he had gone and met God in his silence. And he became the statesman of the century, certainly one of them. Transformed not only apartheid in South Africa, but in all of Africa, and became a symbol. Here was a man who, when he went into prison, was in a country that was so restrictive that all you had to do was attend a meeting and you could be in prison for the rest of your life. And he came out, and he was the democratically elected president of that country with almost no violence 4 years from his departure from the prison. That's astonishing. It's astonishing. That kind of consciousness, when you get quiet and go within and ask and then intend. And to this day, he serves as a wonderful, powerful symbol of how you do literally transform the world. So it works in terms of what you want. And then it also works in terms of what you don't want. What you really, 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 really don't want, you will also get. And this is one of the most difficult things for people to grasp and understand. That if you become what you think about all day long, and what you think about all day long is what you don't want, or what you don't like, you will act upon what you don't want, because you can only act upon your thoughts. And what you don't want will continue to show up and manifest into your life. You cannot manifest thin from I hate being fat. Because if you hate being fat, your attention, your energy is on hating being fat. And you will then create more hating being fat into your life. You cannot manifest abundance from I despise being poor. Because the despising of being poor is your thought, you will attract more despising of being poor into your life. You'll have to act upon what you think about. And it gets worse. You cannot attract into your life what you want if your thoughts are on what is. That is, if you put your attention and your energy on the circumstances of your life, and you despise the circumstances of your life, and that's what you think about all day long, are these circumstances that I don't like, you will attract more of the circumstances of your life, because that's where your thoughts are. You have to shift your thoughts off of what are the circumstances of my life onto what circumstances I intend to manifest. And keep them there. And every time your thoughts go back to what you don't want, or what the circumstances of your life are, you immediately realize that you are now going into point A or point B on one of those three scales that I've described here in this program. You have now weakened yourself and you have weakened your life. So you shift into, this is what I intend to create, and you get a picture of it, a visualization of it, and you act upon that vision. Even if you notice that your body isn't cooperating and it's still doing the things that it was doing before, your thoughts are on, oh, body still wants to do that, okay. Still wants to lay in bed when it knows it should be out walking, okay. But my thoughts are on, I intend to create a healthy body. And then the next time, and the next time, and before you know it, you'll become a camel. You'll go 24 hours without a drink. Or you'll use that 24 hours to exercise or whatever. You have to, because it's the law of the universe. Don't get mad at me, I'm just a reporter. I'm just reporting the way it is. This is what you think about. The spirit gives life. The flesh counts for nothing. It's the spirit that gives life. St. Paul said, that which is seen hath not come from that which doth appear. The source of everything over here in the physical world is not over here. The source is in a thought. It's in the world of spirit. And it gets worse. You cannot attract or manifest into your life what you want if your thoughts are on what always has been. And that's the wake. And that's your personal history. If you don't have a story, you don't have to live up to it. And if your thoughts are on what always has been, and you use this as a reason why you can't attract into your life what you want, because after all, it's always been this way, then even if you are really angry at the way it's always been, and your thoughts are on how angry you are at the way it always has been, what it always has been will continue to show up in your life, because you become what you think about all day long. So you don't look and put your attention on what always has been, you give that up. And again, you shift not just to what you want, because if your thoughts stay on just on what you want, then you'll create and manifest more of wanting. What you want to do is put your attention on what you intend to create with passion, as long as it's motivated out of love and kindness and all of the things that will produce strength, which is between 20,000 and 100,000 cycles per second. Love, kindness, forgiveness, the things I'm going to summarize with. And it gets even worse, believe it or not. And this is the toughest one of all. You cannot manifest or attract into your life what you want if your thoughts are on what they want for you. Now, you may really be very upset about what they tell you they want for you. And there's no shortage of they. There's no shortage of people telling what they want for you and what they expect from you. They're all out there. It starts with your family and your family history and your ex-family and your in-laws' family and the family that you work with and your government and your community leaders and all the pressures of your various organizations. There are a whole lot of turds that won't flush that are out there that are telling you what they expect from you, for you. And if your attention is on how upsetting it is that you have to listen to and be exposed to all of these people, and that's what most of your questions are about. All of these people and all of these things that are pressures on you in this kind of a world that we live in, and there are an awful lot of expectations about what you should be doing and how your life ought to be run. And after all, you can't just go blithely through your life being what you want to be when you've got all of these other things and people and pressures telling you what you should be. And if that's where your attention is, then you will act upon what you think about, and you'll see more reason to be upset about what they want for you showing up every day. And you know, you can become immune to that. When you get to 100,000 cycles per second, after a while, you know, people say to you, you know, Wayne, I really expect that you're going to be there. This is a wedding, and this is your cousin, and after all, you should be at your cousin's wedding. And I'll say, you know, you're right about that. I really should be at my cousin's wedding if I were living at the level of consciousness that you're living at. I really should be there. But fortunately, I'm not at that level of consciousness. And I want you to really enjoy the wedding. I want you to take a lot of pictures, but don't send them to me. But you don't say it like that in a cute way or anything. You just, like, you say, I understand that, and the invitations come, and you do what you want to do with the invitations. You just, you know, if you don't want to go, you don't go. And you don't tell yourself, oh, I should be there, and I have an obligation to be there, and if I'm not there, they're going to be all upset, and after all, they went to my cousin, and now it's their cousin, and these cousins, they've got to be, and like, you know, everybody, you know, 8 generations removed, we're all cousins. It means you got to go to every wedding on the planet, because we're all related. So what you do is you pick and choose, and you go where you want to go. And you're going to find that there are going to be some people out there who are not going to like your choices. But you want to know something? They respect you more. They will respect you more for being who you are, for dressing the way you want to dress, for going to the places that you want to go, for being with the people that you want to be. And you know, you learn to be a quiet warrior. Very quiet, very peaceful. You make no noise. You don't go out and shout this. The only reason I'm speaking about this is because otherwise we would have nothing on tape. And you would all come here and you'd sit here and I would say nothing. There will come a time when you'll say, profound experience. Silence for 3 days. But you're not ready for that, and I'm not either. So I talk about it. But the way I live it out in my life, I just make the choices and implement them and do the best I can. I give the world the best I've got. And some people don't understand it and don't appreciate it. And I give the best I've got anyway. And some people, no matter how hard I try to be kind, will take advantage. So I'm just kind anyway. Just like Mother Teresa said. So the message of all of what I'm saying here is that almost everyone who has problems in their life, which are illusions, because it comes from separating from God, have problems because they have their attention on problems. And when you take your attention off of problems, even though they continue to exist, and you put your thoughts, your energy, onto what you intend to manifest into your life, and you do it quietly and peacefully, and you know something? You have to do it without telling anyone about it. Because the moment that you tell anyone about it, you invoke the ego. Because the ego insists that you explain it and defend it. And the moment you begin to explain and defend what it is that you want to attract and be in your life, problem-free, the moment that you start explaining and defending that, you move your energy down into argumentation, which always weakens you, into guilt, maybe even into shame, into worry, into fear, and before you know it, in the defense and explanation of what it is that you are going to attract into your life is already been determined that it can't happen. It is the Spirit that gives life, and you have to stay in the Spirit. And it's not between you and them. It's between you and God. And you know, the more you become closer to God in this way, the more people will want to be around you. People respect strength, not weakness. People respect the person who can say, no, I just don't want to go there anymore. I don't want to go have the drink this time. That's what the invitation is about. That's why I think it's so beautiful. She wrote that, Araya wrote that, after being at a party in which everybody was talking about their possessions. She said, I don't care what you do for a living. I want to know what you ache for. I don't care whether you agree or don't. I want to know if you can see beauty everywhere and source your life from its presence. I want to know if you can get up after a night of grief and despair, weary and bruised to the bone, and still do what needs to be done to feed the children. I want to know if you can resist somebody else's desire for your attention and not betray your own soul. That's the invitation. It's a great and powerful invitation. And that's what it means to put your energy and your attention always on what you intend to create. And then when it doesn't show up, you say, thank you for the lesson, but I still intend to manifest it. And when there's an obstacle here, you say, thank you, I needed that, but I still intend to manifest it. And I'm infinitely patient. Infinitely patient. I'm as patient with you as God has been patient with me. Through the worst, through the horrors, through the most terrible times of your life, you've always known that this higher self called God is there for you. You've known it, and it's never abandoned you. That's the kind of patience you have to have. Infinite patience. Okay. What I'd like to do now is talk about the St. Francis prayer, which are the last 7 chapters of A Spiritual Solution to Every Problem. To me, this prayer symbolizes all that I mean by a spiritual solution to problems. It's what I've been speaking about here all of this time. In the face of something called a problem, it cannot survive when the higher and faster frequencies of spirit are brought to bear on the problem. It can't survive. And so St. Francis asks these things. And I'm just going to summarize and go through these rather quickly. Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace. What does that mean? It's clear in the scriptures that if you are not at peace, you cannot know God, because God is peace. If you're not at peace, you have sent God out of your life. And when you are at peace, you are in that calmness that we talked about earlier. Becoming an instrument of peace is you become a deliverer of peace. You deliver peace by being an instrument of peace. And you have options and opportunities every day to do it. I'll give you a couple of examples of just simple things of being an instrument of thy peace. I was getting gasoline at a gas station a few months ago when I was writing the book. And I got out of the car, I pumped the gas, walked in to pay for it, and there was a young boy there, and there was a car wash at the gas station where you put the coins in, you know, for $3 or whatever it is, or you pay up front. And there was a young man there who didn't speak English, who didn't know how to work the machine. And he didn't have any more money. He had given them $2, and it was $3 for the car wash, and that was all he had. But he didn't speak English very well, just very halting. And the cashier who took my money and treated me very nicely, but he was being extremely crass and rude to this young man. Very intolerant, creating a real atmosphere of disenchantment and angst. And the young boy was maybe 19 or 20, and he was almost in tears. Because when we don't understand someone in another language, we have a tendency to speak louder to them. We just keep saying the same thing over, but we say it like, if I raise the decibels, he'll understand this language, which is absurd. And he just kept getting more and more and more intolerant of this kid, and the kid just he didn't have any money left. So there I am standing there observing this. Now, my role is what? Get out of there and go home. That's where I just filled up for gas. But when you're an instrument of thy peace, this is an opportunity to be an instrument of peace. And so I just reached into my pocket and I took out a couple of dollars. And I said, here, all you have to do is put this into the machine and just push this button. And I walked over with him. I gave the guy the money, walked over and showed him how to push the button. And he had the biggest smile, and he just was a happy camper. Because it was like, it's very easy to diffuse a situation like that in a moment if you're willing to be generous, if you're willing to give up a dollar or a moment of your time. And you have opportunities like this all day long. And these opportunities aren't there because it just happens to be that this guy was there in your space. This is your test. These are all opportunities. And if you feel it inside that I could do something here, but I'm not going to do it, that's your intuition. And intuition is one of the components of the very fastest and highest frequencies. Your intuition. It's God talking to you. Here's a chance for you to be an instrument of my peace. Here's a chance. Make peace here. And you don't have to do it and say, look, I don't like the way you're treating this guy, and I think that you ought to be stopping right now. I'm going to kick your ass. You don't do that. Because you become an instrument of hate, and you just join in and you create more, and that's what created the problem in the first place. What you do is you just very silently say, thank you, God, for this opportunity. And then you just move in and do what your heart tells you. Go to your bosom, knock there, and ask what your heart doth know. Just ask. On the same day, we were having dinner with my family. My mother, my wife's mother and father, my older son and his wife, my oldest daughter was in from Hawaii, and all of the children. We were all having a gathering. And my mother and my wife's mother have a little thing going. My mother's 85, my mother-in-law's 75 or so. And they've got this little thing where one likes to sort of needle the other. And I adore both of them. And I deal with both of them with just a lot of humor, and when they give me a lot of crap, I say, you know, I expect crap from you. Thank you for giving me some crap today. You know, it's like, And that's how I deal with it, all very lightly, and so consequently I get treated very nicely by both of them. And but when they get together, that's like there's this need to be right. You know, we always have this choice with ego: be right or be kind. The ego says be right; it's very important. Win. Higher self says just be kind. Kind is a higher frequency, computes strong. Anger, disputes make you weak, always. Fighting makes you weak. So they were starting at, and I could see it coming, because after a while, you get to know what's going to happen. You could do it with yourself as well. I do it with my wife. When I know that if I say this, she's going to say that, and I can play this whole thing out. I can play out the conversation before it takes place, and then she's going to say this, and then I'm going to say that, and then she's going to, and then we're going to both be pissed, and then we're not going to talk for an hour and a half, and then I could see all that, and instead I just say, you know, that's a good point, and it's all stopped. I've already had the argument. We've already had the hour and a half of silence. We've created what Blake calls the poison tree. It's all been there, but I just did it over here. Now let's have this in our reality. Yeah, that's a good point, you know. But then the part of me says, but she really is wrong. And she's saying the same thing. Then both of us are right, we're both wrong. Instead of allowing this evening's dinner celebration to become one in which two people are going to be creating an atmosphere of hostility and, you know, being, you know, and it's all petty. It's nothing. It's just all, most of the stuff in your life is like that. You just diffuse it. It's just an opportunity to, oh, this is, you know, and you just change it. You just interject something loving and instantly change the subject, and you just rescue them from each other. It's just a rescue operation. Excuse me, I think it's time for us to have a toast. A toast? We don't even have glasses. Well, let's have one anyway. There's nothing like a toast without glasses, you know? That's the best kind of toast. You know, in ancient Egypt, they always toasted without glasses because a glass interferes with our higher consciousness. You know? It doesn't matter what you say. You just... And all of a sudden, everybody's talking about, he is so weird. Why in the world would we do a toast without glasses? But this has all been diffused. This has all been diffused. And you have become an instrument of thy peace. Make me an instrument of thy peace. See how often in a day, you know, somebody drives by you and gives you the bird. And you just thank you, you know. It's just half a peace sign. He's halfway there, you know. Next time I see him, he's going to give me both fingers, right? Don't allow yourself to be sucked into the low energy of those who don't understand the consciousness level at which you are living. You have a spiritual... You're just going to be an instrument of peace. It's just going to be who you are. And you don't preach, and you don't get people to join your group, and you're not out there proselytizing and trying to win friends and influence people. You're just an instrument of peace wherever you go. And after a while, this becomes your consciousness. And you start radiating it out. And guess what? You don't even have to say anything. You just move in. And you move in with such peace that that consciousness alone radiates out from your energy body. And people can't be in conflict when they're around you. That's how it works. Second, where there is hatred, let me sow love. Let me bring love to the presence of hatred. Listen to this quotation from one of my favorite poets, the Irish poet, William Butler Yeats. At certain moments, always unforeseen, I become happy. I look at the strangers near as if I had known them all my life. Everything fills me with affection. It may be an hour before the mood passes, But lately I seem to understand that I enter upon it the moment I cease to hate. You cease to hate. You bring love to the presence of hate. It's been said that the most difficult thing in the world to do, there's three. One is to send love in response to hate. The second most difficult thing to do is to include the excluded. I always ask my children when they get into a talk about, well, Rebecca said this. Well, Rebecca, oh, that Rebecca, she's such a witch. Well, she wears the shortest skirt and wear the makeup, and you should see how she flirts. She was flirting with her boyfriend. Like, if you knew how much she was flirting with him, and you hear this going on, these teenage girls, like 6 of them all sitting around, and I'll walk in, I'll say, excuse me, who's defending Rebecca? Which one of you is Rebecca's lawyer? Is there anybody here that will speak for Rebecca? And my daughter will say, oh, Dad, you're such a dog. You're just going to ruin everyone. You're making my friends, and it's so embarrassing. I just wanted to know, because she's not here and there's nobody speaking for her. How about if I do it? I'll take Rebecca's side, you know? And the third most difficult thing to do is to admit when you're wrong, emotionally. Not to admit it intellectually, but to admit emotionally when you're wrong. To send love in response to hate. For ourselves, and when we encounter our own hatreds, it becomes the ultimate challenge. If that's all we have to give away, it's like the old classic orange that I've often given the example of. If you squeeze an orange, what do you get out? Which is orange juice. And why do you get orange juice from an orange when you squeeze it? Because that's what's inside. It doesn't matter who squeezes it. It doesn't matter what time of day. That's what's inside. And if someone squeezes you, and out of you comes hatred, it isn't because of who did the squeezing. It isn't because of the time of day or the instrument they used. It's because that's what's inside. If you didn't have it inside, it couldn't come out. So you have to change what's inside. You have to send love inside and make yourself an orange that is filled with love juice. And that's what you send out. And that's what the great spiritual masters taught us. And we don't always do it. I certainly don't always do it. I do it much more than I used to because I'm better than I used to be. But I'm still not there 100% of the time. When I'm not there, I am conscious of it. And that's a start in not being there as frequently. And when my master teachers show up, like my wife, who I asked her one time, how come you never tell me when you have an orgasm? She said, you're never there. I said, thank you for sharing that with me. I'm only kidding. Of course you're there. I said, she's always got it. She knows how to do it, right? Sending love in response to hate. There was a woman who lived in England in the 19th century. Her name was Elizabeth Barrett. Elizabeth Barrett was a very famous poet. She had published some works, and some of them had been circulated throughout London. But she was kept in her home on Wimpole Street by a very tyrannical father who had her convinced that there was something wrong with her, that she was sick. And she had siblings, all of whom confirmed this, and they would never let her or allow her to do anything but stay in her chair, wheelchair, sickly, and write her poetry. And they protected her, and they kept her from... And she wrote poetry about love. In fact, she wrote probably the most famous sonnet ever written that I wrote an essay about in Wisdom of the Ages to my wife. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. And all of the ways were about the soul and the spirit. of this man who came into her life who read one of her poems and said, "I love you, Miss Barrett. I love you because of the poetry you write touches my soul from yours." And he came to her home on Wimpole Street, this big, bruising, enthusiastic, crazy, wild, full of life, passionate human being who wanted to just take her away from all of this stuff that was really inhibiting her in her enjoyment of life. And she resisted and was frightened because she was controlled by the anger and hatred of the parent, the siblings. But finally he persuaded her that she didn't have to be sick because he brought a different energy field into her life. And he stole her away one night and moved from England on Wimpole Street to Italy. And for 13 years they lived and had a child. And she died in his arms in 1861. And she had written poetry. His name was Robert Browning, Elizabeth Barrett Browning. And she had written poetry about love and God, the way I'm speaking about it here. She said, love is in every blackberry. You're not eating a blackberry when you eat. You're eating God. You're consuming God. Well, here's how she put it. She said, earth's crammed with heaven. What a great line. Earth's crammed with heaven. And every common bush afire with God. And those who truly see take off their shoes, while the rest sit around and pick blackberries. That was Elizabeth Barrett. She never spoke to her father again. She moved out of the energy of fear and hatred and let real, authentic love move in. And it transformed her and her poetry and her life, and Robert Browning's as well. Where there is hatred, make every effort to bring love. And what is love? It says it right in the scriptures. God is love. And he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in me, and I in him. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. Where there is injury, pardon. This is about healing, whether it's physical or emotional. Bringing a sense of pardon to the presence of injury. I've just produced a tape with Hay House called The Secrets of Your Own Healing Power, in an address I gave to a chiropractic convention a while back. And the secrets of your own healing power are basically to understand, well, here's a letter that was written by a woman. Her name is Gladys McGarry, and she wrote a book called The Physician Within You. Wonderful book. She's a medical doctor. And she relates a conversation with her son Carl, who had just finished his internship and was specializing in orthopedic surgery. He told his mother about his fears about having people's lives in his own hands, and she wrote him this letter. She said, Carl, as a surgeon, you may pull an incision together and suture it well, but you cannot make it heal. If you think you are the one who does the healing, you have a right to be scared. But if you understand that you are a channel through which healing moves, and that you are contacting the healing force within your patients, you have nothing to fear. You will have awakened the physician within them and sent them on their way to heal themselves. Healing, to me, is bringing the presence of a faster and a higher energy to the presence of this thing we call injury or disease, which is really the reaction of our bodies to our minds. And our minds have, again, the illusion that we're separate from God, and therefore our bodies are commanded by a ego mind rather than a sacred mind. And that when we move ourselves, and this is one of the biggest questions that you had in all the questions I read last night and this morning, it was about, what about these people who get diseases? What about children who have diseases? What about people who get AIDS? And all of these kinds of things, and how can you ask them to take responsibility, and so on. And it's not an issue that is an easy one to deal with because it's very emotionally entrenched. But just like starvation is part of the perfection of this universe that I don't like or agree with or understand, and so I put my attention on my desire to end it. And I know that that comes from God as well. I feel the same way about disease. I think that some children incarnate to be here for a certain amount of time. And just like my father may have shown up here to teach me compassion and forgiveness by being the kind of person he was, I think a child might show up in a body that has AIDS or in an injury or whatever. Again, if you understand and believe and know that there's a perfection to this universe and there's a force operating that holds it all together, and that we have an infinite amount of time to work this whole thing out, we begin to no longer tell ourselves that death and these kinds of things that are taking place that are so painful for us are not a part of the perfection of it all. They are. And when you begin to bring pardon to the presence of injury, what you also do is you bring a higher consciousness. And when you bring a higher consciousness, you begin to detach yourself from this body and realize that that's not who you are. I am not this thing that I occupy. And once you're detached from it, like a Helen Keller wrote some of the most powerful and beautiful and inspirational material with a body that hardly worked at all. And when a Lance Armstrong, who is diagnosed with testicular cancer, has 2 tumors the size of grapefruit in his stomach and in his lungs, and 14 the size of golf balls in his lung areas, and 2 the size of oranges in his brain, and is told to die. And his wife brings a bike and puts it at the foot of his bed, and somehow something magical, because he was told, not only will you not walk again, you won't live and breathe again. He not only went past it, transcended it by looking at that bike that his wife placed at the foot of his bed, but he went to the most grueling test of physical endurance there is on the planet and won the Tour de France. After that diagnosis and that experience, the Tour de France takes 22 days. It's 2,000 plus miles through the Pyrenees, highest mountain peaks, lowest mountain peaks, every single day, riding. The most grueling test of physical endurance there is. And not only did he win it once, but the next year, just to emphasize that this wasn't some fluke, he did it again, twice. He's only the second American ever to win the thing. And he did it 2 years in a row after that cancer. And he wrote his autobiography, and it's called It's Not About the Bike. I recommend you read it. He brought something to the presence of this, and a miracle took place. And the law that has ever allowed any miracle to take place in the history of humanity, it's still on the books. It hasn't been repealed. It's there. Where there is injury, let me bring pardon. Where there is doubt, let me bring faith. Let me bring faith to the presence of doubt. And what is faith but a knowing? It's making conscious contact and being independent of the opinion of anyone else about whether you know you're in conscious contact with a frequency that is so fast and so high that it has the capacity to dissipate any energy that is lower than it. You have to know it. And faith is that awareness. Tagore put it in one of his poems. He said, faith is the sound that the songbird makes before the dawn. Before the dawn. Like, I'm singing, and I know the dawn is coming. It's still dark, but I'm singing. That's faith. That's the kind of faith you have to have. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is despair, let me bring a sense of the possibility of something working out. Hope is an energy. When you put a despairing thought on someone and test them, they will always calibrate weak. When you put a hopeful thought on someone, they will calibrate strong. Do you think you have a better chance of overcoming despair with strength or with weakness? Let me bring hope to the presence of despair, wherever it may be. In my own life, let me bring that higher spiritual awareness to the presence of that low one. Where there is darkness, light. What is darkness? The absence of purity, the absence of morality, the absence of a higher awareness. And light, whenever it is brought to the presence of darkness, always nullifies the darkness. Light is a faster, higher energy. And whenever you are in a moment of darkness, if you're in your room at night, very often when we're in the dark, we think our most morbid, fearful, shameful, predictable thoughts that things aren't going to work out, that something bad is coming, that I'm afraid that it's going to turn in a way that I don't want it to turn. And you know what to do? Turn on the light. Just turn on the light. Like, get up and turn on a light and watch what happens. That when you bring light to the presence of darkness just in the surroundings, all of a sudden you can see that it's not going to be that way. Suddenly you're saying, or the thoughts that you had in the middle of the night at 2 o'clock in the morning when you were so worried and so fearful, and then you get up in the morning and you walk outside and you think, what the hell was I thinking? Why was I so afraid? Why was I predicting a disaster? Why was I thinking that something horrible was coming? Bring light to the presence of darkness. And in bringing light to the presence of darkness, it disappears. It's gone. Where there is sadness, let me bring joy. Final chapter. And the final requests of St. Francis. Where there is sadness, let me bring joy. I love this. You've heard of Gurdjieff, who had a spiritual community in France. Here's a story that John Marks Templeton tells in his wonderful book, Worldwide Laws of Life. He said there lived an old man who was the personification of difficulty, irritable, messy, fighting with everyone, unwilling to clean up or help in any manner. No one was able to get along with him. Finally, after many frustrating months of trying to stay with the group, the old man left for Paris. Gurdjieff followed him and tried to convince him to return. but it had been too hard, and the man said no. Finally, Gurdjieff offered the man a very big monthly stipend if he would return to the community. How could the man refuse? When the old man returned, everyone was aghast. Upon hearing that he was being paid while they were being charged a fair sum just to be there, the community was up in arms. Gurdjieff called everyone together for a meeting, and after hearing all of their complaints, he laughed and explained, "This old man is like yeast for bread. Without him here, you would never really learn about anger, irritability, patience, and compassion. That is why you pay me and why I hire him with your money." Isn't that great? So when you have sadness, frustration, all of this kind of stuff, you have to figure out a way to love it. And the way that you love it is by bringing joy to it. You have to love your sadness. You have to love and appreciate that this is something that is taking you to a better and a higher place. It's exactly what I did with the story that I told you at the opening about my father, and how it was the turning point in my life. How I had taken something that was sad and frustrating and angry producing and so on, how I had taken that and brought joy to it. And when you bring joy, you're bringing one of the very highest frequencies in the universe to the presence of that sadness, and sadness cannot live with joy. Do you know you can't laugh and cry at the same time? That you can't literally be sad and experience joy in the same moment. You have to take one or the other. And joy nullifies sadness. It cancels it. It trumps it, if you will. And all of these higher emotions that St. Francis begged Jesus to teach him. And you know, there was a miracle that took place that Costanzaca spoke about in the St. Francis novel. It was the most moving moment in the novel for me. I mean, it's really hard for me to say this without getting tearful. St. Francis was terrified of lepers. And in the 12th and 13th centuries, lepers wore a bell. And wherever they would walk, the bell would sound so that people were warned to stay away from them because it was so contagious, this disease. St. Francis was terrified of them. And in his meditation and his prayer, remember, St. Francis, in the last years of his life, had the stigmata, the wounds of Christ. He became Christ. He experienced, at the emotional level, all of the pain that Jesus experienced with his crucifixion. And he heard in his prayer, when he was conversing with God, that he was told that when you're walking into the next village, before you get there, there will be a leper. And he will approach you on the road as you are walking with Brother Leone. And that leper will have his mouth half eaten away by the disease. And you are to go up to that leper and put your arms around him and kiss him full on the mouth. And as he told Brother Leo this, what a horror it was, Brother Leo said, let's just go the other direction. Because Brother Leo was always saying, you know, I'm just not into this hunger thing. I'm not into this being cold thing, you know. I know, but I'm cold and I'm hungry, and he was always thinking about a glass of wine, and he was always thinking about a nice big sandwich, with a chicken that he could eat, and so on. And Francesco would always chastise him for his weakness, but he always loved him despite it. And he always talked and spoke about his weaknesses and how Francesco would love his deprivations and his poverty and so on. So Francesco, he said, you don't understand. I must do it because Christ has commanded me to do it. And it is how I will overcome my hatred my sadness about leprosy. And sure enough, as they were walking towards the village, he heard the bell, and fear overcame him. But he transcended the fear, and he ran to the leper as fast as he could, so he could do it quickly. And he put his arms around the leper, and he kissed him full on the mouth. And then he took the leper, who was just a little boy, and he put him under his robe, and he carried him into the city under his robe to present to the people his willingness to bring joy and the love of God to the presence of so much sadness. And when he opened his robe, the leper was gone. And he said, Christ appeared to me as a leper to test me if I could show that kind of love. And then he left and disappeared. It's one of the authenticated miracles of St. Francis being an incarnation of Christ 13 centuries later. I didn't think I could get through that story. Where there is sadness, let me bring joy. The joy of knowing that you have nothing to fear. I'd like to close with a reading. It's a reading from the Bhagavad Gita. And the Bhagavad Gita, of course, is the song of the Lord. I've told you the Legend of Bagger Vance by Stephen Pressfield. I'd recommend, by the way, that you read that. Now I think if you read it, you'll have an understanding of how it applies. And Arjuna is Juna, and Bagger is Bagger Vance. And the Bhagavad Gita is the story of Arjuna the charioteer, and this charioteer who is really Krishna, God. And he's about to fight and go into battle on the great battlefield, lined up with all of his warriors. And he speaks to his charioteer, who turns out to be God, as Bagger Vance is to Juna. And here's a conversation they have. And it really is how I ended the book. I won't put what I said after each one of these interactions. You can read that when the book comes out. But I want to share with you this conversation between Arjuna and Krishna, so that you'll understand there is a spiritual solution to every problem. And it didn't originate with me. This was written thousands of years before any of us were on this planet. Arjuna, tell me of those who live always in wisdom, even aware of the self, O Krishna. How do they talk? How sit? How move about? Krishna, they live in wisdom, who see themselves in all and all in them, whose love for the Lord of love has consumed every selfish desire and sense craving tormenting the heart. Krishna. Further, he says, not agitated by grief or hankering after pleasure, they live free from lust and fear and anger. Fettered no more by selfish attachments, they are not elated by good fortune or depressed by bad. Such are the seers. Even as a tortoise draws in its limbs, the wise draw in their senses at will. Krishna goes on. Though aspirants abstain from sense pleasure, they will still crave for them. These cravings all disappear when they see the Lord of love. For even of those who tread the path, the stormy senses can sweep off the mind, but they live in wisdom who subdue them. and keep their minds ever absorbed in me, God. Krishna goes on. When you keep thinking about sense objects, an attachment comes. Attachment breeds desire. The lust of possession, which when thwarted, turns to anger. Anger clouds the judgment. You can no longer learn from past mistakes. Lost is the power to choose between the wise and unwise. And your life is utter waste. But when you move amidst the world of sense, from both attachments and aversion, freed, there comes the peace in which all sorrows and you live in the wisdom of the self. Krishna. The disunited mind is far from wise. How can it meditate? How be at peace? When you know no peace, how can you choose joy? Krishna. Use all your power to set the senses free from attachment and aversion alike, and live in the full wisdom of the self. Such a sage awakes to light in the night of all creatures. That which the world calls day is the night of ignorance to the wise. Krishna. As the rivers flow into the ocean, but cannot make the vast ocean overflow, so flow the magic streams of the sense world into the sea of peace that is the sage. And finally, they are forever free who break away from the ego cage of I, me, and mine to be united with the Lord of love. This is the supreme state. Attain to this and pass from death to immortality. That's Krishna speaking to Arjuna in a segment from the Bhagavad Gita. In every moment of your life, every moment, as you leave here today, remember you have this choice. You can either be a host to God or a hostage to your ego. It's up to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.